Well, greetings, race fans. Welcome along to Koken Tools, Woodford, Glen Speedway tonight. Night number one of the Suck It Up Limited 2020 New Zealand Super Saloon Championship. Welcome to our coverage of this title. I'm Billy Hickey. Alongside me, Ivan McPhail. It's great to be back here at this fantastic track. Ivan, a perfect place to have such a title.
Yeah, it is, and the weather's playing its part today. You know, we're sitting at about 28, 29 degrees at the moment, so hopefully everybody's keeping hydrated, getting the water, getting some sunblock on, but yeah, we're in for a barnstormer.
Absolutely. Now, of course, Ivan, you're the president of Woodford Glen Speedway. You're president of the club here. Just tell us how much preparation has gone into this title over the past, 12, 18 months?
Yeah, well, it all starts when you get awarded the title at the conference, and we've been lucky we've had some back-to-back. So it's just rolling over from a different class to a different class, but trust me, there's plenty of planning that goes on to get this event, to get the premises looking the way they are, making sure we've got everything up to spec. Steve Lennon, our promoter, he's been out here the last 3 or 4 days, 5:30, 6 o'clock in the morning. We've got Kindera, who's our full-time groundskeeper, caretaker out here, makes the place look what it is, and now all we can do is sit back and let the racers do their part.
Absolutely. It all comes down to those guys that want to go out there and skid on the dirt and put on a show for the fans at home, you guys at home, and everyone here at the track. Now, let's just talk about some of the standout competitors for this weekend. Of course, you've got your 1NZ Steve Cowling, current champion, great peddler. Of course, you've got his little brother, the 2NZ Chris Cowling. Of course, their father, Morris Cowling, a legend in Saloon and Super Saloon racing. You've got the 3NZ of Ian Burson. You know, I'd like to think it's going to be a tussle between those three this weekend.
Yeah, those guys are going to be there. They don't get a number on their door for just turning up. But, mate, out of the field, it's pretty quality, yeah? You could throw a blanket over the top 15 and say, yep, one of those guys is going to do it. There's been some pretty good performances from down south. We had the Burger King series down here not long ago, so we got to see the Cowlings, the Flynns and stuff like that, young Sam Waddell. So they'll be at the point end as well, you know. Everybody's chasing those Cowling cars at the moment.
Everyone's chasing those Pro X's, that's right, but you like you were saying, Ian, you just can't discount anyone in this field. You've got young Sam Waddell, of course, son of Dean Waddell. He's a second-generation driver. You've got Cowlings, you've got both the Flynn brothers, you've got the likes of Craig Cardwell, you've got Ian Burson, you've got Peter Dixon, all of these guys out here that want to get out there and get that number one, and only one driver can get number one.
Yeah, exactly, and, you know, you have a look at it, the ones coming through, as you said, Craig Jr., he was a mover at our last meeting last weekend, so he was going forward. Richie Taylor, he's a stalwart of this class, been around, had a number on his door, hasn't had the lucky number one yet, but he will be thereabouts. Don't underestimate Hayden Mackay in the 86 car. Been around modifieds for the last few seasons, had numbers on his door. He's turned up last weekend, won the Canterbury's, and he also finished third in the South Islands in his first season in the Super Saloon. Very classy driver. There's plenty of guys around. Sharing from Invercargill, Ray Stewart, you know, he's having the big birthday this weekend, so wouldn't it be a nice way to finish him for a birthday to get up on the podium? But yeah, she's a lottery.
Now, you were saying earlier that we've got, you've got a full-time groundskeeper here, of course, working on the track and all that kind of stuff. Now, these cars, these Super Saloons work really well on a good track. How much preparation has gone into making sure that your track is going to hold up this weekend? Because it's a big ask. Yeah,
it's a big ask. It's like every track running around the country at the moment. You're fighting weather conditions. Look at us today. Nor'wester, they're pumping water on. We started prepping the track probably Monday, Tuesday after the weekend's deal. We've put new clay on it about 4 or 5 meetings ago, give it time to settle and bed in. We had a good track last weekend. Yes, it blacked up for the feature, but it was still 2 lanes. They could go high and go low. So we've got a lot of cars. We'll try and keep the moisture into it. As long as they've got a smooth surface and we can go 2 or 3 wide, everybody's racing on the same deal.
And that's right, Ivan. Everyone gets the same track, and it's just going to be a stupidly exciting weekend here at Woodford Glen. You guys have been building up to this for a long time. Like you said, the fans are pouring and everyone's watching at home. I just expect to be at a fantastic weekend. Congratulations on the preparation so far.
Yeah, no, it's a team event. You know, we've got an executive board that I sit on as president, and we have our club committee, and then we've got about 60-odd, 70-odd volunteers to run each night. So that's everybody. And then you've got your regular fans. You know, you can't have a race show if you don't have fans. Yep, they've got to turn up as well. So we want to make a good family event for everybody that turns up and that's watching at home.
Well, thank you very much for your words, Ivan. Ladies and gentlemen, we're about ready, set to go for the 2020 New Zealand Super Saloon Champs, proudly brought to you by Suck It Up Limited. We're going to catch up with some of these drivers. Sit tight. We'll go catch up with them. We'll go racing. Stay tuned.
Hi, Malcolm Nardo from Suck It Up. We specialise in hydro excavation in the Canterbury region, safe big methods around services. Also we do septic tank cleaning, drain cleaning, CCTV over your pipes. If you want an excellent service, please check us out on Facebook.
Suck It Up Limited, 740 Marston Road, Christchurch. Call them 24 hours a day on 027 588 8809.
Build it, make it, fix it, shift it, tow it, stow it, dig it, lift it, mow it, trim it, grind it, chip it. We hire it. Mix it, pour it, smooth it, finish it, saw it, clean it, nail it, polish it. 0800 24/7 rent. We hire it. 0800 24/7 rent. We hire it.
Everyone is looking for a little edge. Our local business tech experts come to you to help you find yours. Spark. Little can be huge.
Drop in and see the team at Spark Business Southland at 239 D Street in Invercargill, or call them on 0800 784 482, or Spark Business Canterbury Hub at 392B Rustley Road, Christchurch. Call them on 0800 246 027.
Right, I'm here with the 3NZ, Ian Burson. Ian, of course, last year come up just short to the Cowling boys up at Huntley, but we're at a very familiar track for you this weekend, chasing the next couple of steps on the podium.
Oh, yeah, we're here to climb a couple of steps, but hey, so are 46 other drivers, so we'll play the game tonight and see how we go and go from there.
Like you said, 46 other drivers out there wanting to do the exact same thing. A real quality field out here. You know, we saw in an interview earlier on, you know, there's the young guys like the Cowlings and the Sam Waddells and all those guys. How do you manage that, being, you know, you're an experienced campaigner, you've been doing this a while. How do you manage that sort of competition?
Oh, you just can't get too wound up with the situation and let your mind take over what's actually got to happen. And everyone's got a chance to win. And if you doubt yourself before you start, you know, you're certainly not going to be at the pointy end at the end.
Now, just tell us a wee bit about your season so far. Obviously, you're doing really well in the South Island. Of course, the Megan Turbo Super Cup, the South Islands went really well for you as well.
Yeah, we've had some good runs, but then we've had some rubbish too. Like, we've had some unfortunate incidents. We've ended our night and a few other competitors by just pretty much over driving. And we've changed our car a lot in the last few weeks because we just want to find something a wee bit different. And going forward, hopefully we can, because we seem to be at the pointy end of, you know, going into the feature races. But then, the ultimate goal is to stay there, not go backwards. So, we'll find it. Our Hypermat car's grouse, always has been. It's just a matter of finding that little bit extra, you know, when it matters.
It's all about finding that little edge, isn't it? Now, of course, you come to race at Woodford, Glen, you love this place, you usually go pretty well here. Anything that you'll be doing differently to what you do when you usually come here, just to get that little edge?
No, not necessarily anything. Yeah, I try to capitalise on other people's mistakes and grab those positions, and just race our 5 heats smoothly, and hopefully we're within a reasonable stand at the end of, at the start of the feature tomorrow night. And if we're at the front, all well and good. If we're not, we've got more work to do.
Absolutely right. Wise words spoken from a wise competitor in the class. Ian, it's great to catch up with you. And a quick word for your sponsors on the car, because, mate, that car looks amazing. Oh, yeah, but I can't thank Brado and the boys and Dan. They've wrapped that car, come down black this weekend, and they've just finished it today. So, shout out to those guys at Transform and Graphics and Signs and Design Art Sign, Debbie the Webster, Brooks Auto Painters, Worth have come on board this weekend, so thank Kyle for that, and Worth Products, Tate's New Zealand, In-House Developments, AT Electrical, Brooks Auto Painters, Tony's Engineering, Oakley's Plumbing and Drainage, and we've got Alama Race Fuels, got Paul Hodson here this weekend powering this beast up with fuel. So I'm really grateful for our partners in crime, well, not really in crime, but in our race car, and without those guys, we wouldn't do what we do. Absolutely right. Well, thank you very much for your time, Ian, and best of luck this weekend. Oh yeah, thanks. It's going to be an awesome show. I just itching to get out there and give it heaps. Have fun. I will. Alrighty, we'll throw it over to Ivan.
Yeah, thanks, Billy. We're over here with 18M, Sam Waddell. Good to see you back down here. You were here last weekend for the Canterburys. What did you make of the track last weekend? We noticed you were trying a couple of things.
Yeah, look, we had a good run down here about 4 weeks ago in January with the Burger King Series, and it was a good chance to come down here last weekend and have a bit more of a run and try a few more things for tonight. They didn't quite plan out as the way we were hoping. Track was good though, a bit of a high line, but there wasn't the amount of cars that's going to be out there tonight, so it'll be a completely different track again tonight.
So we had a bit of a quick chat last week before the feature. You were off the front row with Hayden Mackay. Us of the commentary team, we did notice that you drifted back 3 or 4 car placings. It was trying something, was it? Getting geared up for this weekend?
Yeah, we tried a few different things, and we also found afterwards that we had actually sustained a bit of damage from the weekend before that we didn't find, so that didn't help with the setup of the car. But yeah, we luckily found out for this weekend, and we'll go again today and reset.
No, good as gold, mate. So obviously Dad's down here helping you with setup of the car, and who are your sponsors that help you get to these shows?
Yeah, JWL Investments is our main supporter. Rutherford Signs and Shape and Spray, they've been with us the whole time, and if it wasn't for them, we wouldn't be down here.
No worries, mate. All the best for tonight and tomorrow night, and let's see how you go.
Yeah, cheers, thank you.
No worries. Now we're just going to zoom around. I'll see if I can get Steve Cowling over. He's coming now. He's just coming round now, so hopefully we're still going. As he's just coming round, we're standing in front of this beautifully prepared 1NZ machine, the Tauranga ITM sponsored car. Mate, a wee bit of pressure going on as defending champ?
Yeah, a little bit, but hey, I've enjoyed having the one on my car for the last 12 months, so it's a huge privilege to have my name on that trophy with a lot of greats of the legends of our sports. So just race tonight, get through the 3 qualifying heats, and then 2 tomorrow, and hopefully make that feature and see what we can do.
How did you find your trip down earlier on in the season, a few weeks ago when you come down with the BK deal?
I struggled the first night. Friday night I struggled a little bit, but Saturday night was good. Started middle of the pack and ended up 4th, right on the door of 3rd. So found we were moving forward and found some things. So yeah, but it's championship nationals, so anything can happen this weekend, and we'll just give it our best shot and see where we are at the end of the night.
Now, looking at the format, there's 9 heats and then the 1 race final. Your dad Morris, he would have raced in the days when you had to qualify on the Friday night and then you did a 3-heat format. Which way do you prefer? You enjoying it this way? You've got a better chance to still make the final?
Yeah, I enjoy this way. I think it's quite cool. You get to race with everyone, and everyone's got a chance to be in that top 20 for the feature race, and it's all down to that last feature race. And I think it's great for the fans, when the car crosses the finish line, they know who the champion is, whereas the points deal, you sort of got to wait and that. So yeah, the winner of the last race is the champ, so that's the most ideal thing. Nothing beats winning a race and carrying that flag.
Yeah, exactly. Now you guys have got a pretty big team and a big operation there. Who's on board with you to help you get here, to get these 1 and 2 NZ cars around the country?
Big lot of it is Morris, our dad, he's a huge part of it. Ewan at Tune Up, Tauranga ITM, Base Up, Jib, Drycon, Fortress Fasteners, whoever else that I've forgotten. The whole Cowling Motorsport team is a huge family, and can't do it without all these guys and girls that come along every weekend and support both Chris and I to do this.
No worries, mate. Well, we wish you all the best for the weekend, both you and Chris, and you've got a proud dad behind you. I bet he was happy this time last year.
Yeah, he was over the moon. We could only ever do 1 and 3 NZ in the Saloons. We did that twice, so to do 1 and 2 NZ in Super Saloons was unreal feeling, and hopefully we can repeat. You never know what'll happen.
No worries, mate. All the best for the weekend. We'll go and let you relax before you get into the big show. Thank you.
Alrighty, I'm down here with the GOAT, the greatest of all time. They like to call him the 7M, Brent Emerson. Brent, we're back down here at Woodford Glen for New Zealand title once again. You're a 2-time champion of this deal. It's probably almost just another meeting for you.
Yeah, we've got to look at it as another meeting, but you've got all the good guys here, so everyone's got to play the game right and do your best you can.
Now, like we said, you're a 2-time champion. You've been doing this for quite some time. You race out of Bay Park now. How do you handle all this young talent coming through? I mentioned, at the top of the show with Ivan that, there's the Waddells, there's Cowlings. You're still quick. You're still with them. You've had the good feature wins over the past couple of years. But how do you keep up with that?
I guess it's like riding a bike, you never forget to do it, and technology is moving on. Hey, there's a whole lot of older guys, some more older guys in the South Island than the North, I think, but hey, they're still doing it, the likes of Ray Stewart and Owen Dixon. I wouldn't class myself, they're over 60, I'm under. But hey, like the experience that you gain over the years plays into it. Maybe sometimes we think a bit more than the young guys, a bit more gung-ho. But Chris, Steve, Sam, Dan, Corin, they're all going fast, so it's just getting that right line and trying to stick with them.
Now, what are your expectations going into this weekend? Like we said, there's a quality field out there, a lot of quick drivers, all of the New Zealand's best are here this weekend. What are your expectations?
Oh, hey, obviously, like everyone else, I want to qualify. And to qualify now, it's always been hard, but it's getting harder and harder. So to get into the top 20, that's the aim, and then just go from there. But you got to play it cool. You got to finish every race to gain the points to make the feature. So, you got to use your head all the way.
Well, I think we all know that you're pretty good at using your head, Goat, that's for sure. Just tell us quickly your sponsors on your car. The car looks pretty much almost unchanged like it has over the past couple of years.
Yeah, we've got some new stickers on it now and some new panels, so no, it's looking good. Paul Tanner Contracting, he's helped me get down here. They've been a huge help, his boys. Transport Services back home, Saunders Transport, Total Oils, Emerson Motorworks. We're here.
Great stuff. Well, it's great to see you here, Goat. We've been looking forward for this title for quite some time. I know that for a fact. And best of luck out there. There'll be a lot of people out there and at home rooting for you.
Yeah, no, thanks for that. Yeah, good.
Cheers.
Thanks.
Yeah, now I'm down here in the pits with the 33B Chase Rider. Good to see you down from the Hawke's Bay, mate. You enjoying the sunshine?
Oh, it's pretty warm this afternoon, but we're thrilled to be down here.
Mate, we had a bit of a casual dinner last night and we had a bit of a chat. You looking forward to this weekend?
Thoroughly looking forward to it. Second time I've done the New Zealand Champs, but the first time in the new car. So big learning curve for us this year. But yeah, it's just great to be a part of it.
How's the season been going so far for you?
We've had some ups and downs. Probably guess with the first season, just getting used to the car. Had a few little technical issues, but we seem to be on top of that now and really starting to get a handle on it.
No worries. Now, have you raced at Woodford Glen in any class before?
We came down a month ago for our first little skid, and it was quite funny. We got put in the first group and then got put on pole, so it was a baptism of fire, so to speak, but thoroughly enjoyed it.
It's a different track to the shape of the track. Turns 3 and 4 catch a lot of people out here, especially visitors and new drivers. You managing to get round there?
I think I've worked out a way. I think it's, if you're going wide and you come out tight, it seems to be the best way, but yeah, it's just on the night, see how the track is and follow the rest.
No worries, mate. Now, who's on board your car that helps get you around the country?
I've got quite a lot of sponsors. Cox Forestry Services, CCL Contracting, Napier Port, Flooring Design, I'm trying to think of them all, Repco, Bay Tyres, Heavy Haulage, and NZ, New Zealand Industrial Leap Starters.
No worries, mate. Well, hey, thanks for taking time and having a chat with us. We wish you all the best for the weekend, and you may see us roaming around with a mic in front of you again during the course of the night.
More than welcome. Thanks very much.
Thanks, Chase. That's 33B Chase Rider.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Welcome along to Koken Tools at Woodford Glen for night one of the New Zealand Super Saloon Championship for the season, brought to us by Suck It Up Limited. Malcolm Nata and his team doing a great job of ensuring that we get to see super racing here, super saloon racing at Koken Tools Woodford Glen. So what's going to happen tonight? Let's talk you briefly through the program. Of course, the overall format for this competition is that we're going to see 5 heat races for every driver. So they've been divided into 6 groups, roughly 8 cars per group, and each group will have a heat where they verse each other group. And so over the course of tonight and tomorrow night, each driver will have competed in 5 heats. 3 heats tonight, 2 heats tomorrow night. Those points that are accumulated from the finishing order for those heats are going to count towards the grid positions for the 30-lap final at the end of the night or tomorrow night. And that is a winner-takes-all final. And so every pass, every position that a driver can make throughout every heat tonight and tomorrow night is vital, because every pass is a point, and every point goes towards your total, which will set your grid order where you'll start off the grid for the final on the Saturday night. So you're going to see some keen racing tonight. You're not going to see anyone slacking off. You're not going to see anyone saying, oh, I've had 2 good heats, so I'll take it easy in the third. You're going to see people going hard out. And then tomorrow night, the top 16 on points automatically seed through to the final. We run 2 repecharges to find another 4 drivers, 2 from each repecharge to make a total of 20 drivers, and they're going to race for 30 laps, 30 laps, tomorrow night to find the New Zealand Super Saloon champion. And Jared, we've been looking forward to this here at Koken Tools Woodford Glen all season, haven't we? We've run a lot of Super Saloon racing here, and we're here now. It's happening. It's awesome.
Yeah, it's done and dusted. The rhetoric stops and we go racing. one of the good things about this format, Tony, is that this is effectively finals night. Whereas with it, and there's pros and cons to a one-race final. The one thing it is that when you see it either in the stadium or on the screen, you will know who is the New Zealand champion who crosses that line after those 30 laps. No dispute. That's it. That's 1, 2, 3 will cross the line. It opens it up to a little bit of drama and a little bit of chaos, but equally as much as everybody has that chance from now. If you could drop a heat, but you still can do really well in the other 4, you go through, or even if you go through in the repechage, you still have something you could salvage for. Where previously, under a 3-heat format, you'd go tonight. If you didn't qualify tonight, put the car back in the box, head home.
Yeah, that's right.
And it was...
No one remembers who won the second-tier championship, do they?
No one ever remembers. In fact, even second itself, although, to be honest, if we're looking at the Super Saloons this year, the 2NZ is probably the car to beat at the moment.
Yeah. Everyone says that. But look, I see it this way. If you're the car to beat, and if everyone says you're the car to beat, then suddenly the mental pressure is hugely ramped up. And I mean hugely. And, I'm just not sure how much mental pressure Chris Cowling can take, right? And I'm not trying to heap the pressure on him by saying that. Honestly, I'm not. But, that's where the pressure is. It's headspace for him. He knows he's got the package. He knows he's got the horsepower. He knows he's got the talent as a driver. But he needs to find the right headspace to win races and to win that final. And that's his challenge.
So it was an interesting observation with regards to the TAB odds for who's going to win the New Zealand title. Chris and Steve Cowling are at the top end of that. Prior to last weekend, Ian Burson was sitting in third spot.
Yep.
Hayden Mackay.
Yeah, well, he had a great weekend here last weekend, didn't he?
Prior to that, as far as the pundits were concerned, he was 22nd in the TAB odds. And after last weekend, which, for those of you that were here at Koken Tools Woodford Glen Speedway will appreciate, that was an amazing final race. And it was, without question, probably one of the best Super Saloon races we've seen here in a decade. And certainly it showed that these drivers could race cleanly as we look forward to what hopefully will be a repeat of the Canterbury Champs and the cleanliness of the racing as we head towards the Suck It Up New Zealand Super Saloon Champs for 2020.
So here's our mini stocks out on the track for their first tour of duty for the night, brought to us by Burger King of M1 on your program. We've got 18 races coming up tonight, mixture of mini stocks, super saloons, street stocks and production saloons. And of course the production saloons are running their Canterbury Championship tonight as well.
Yeah, of course the couple of them have had a reasonably successful week or two, which we'll touch on as they come out. But at the moment we've got the youth mini stocks rolling around. Front row of the grid there, the 93 of Shaden Andrew McCartney and the 31 of Zoe Knox. And a really good field. A few visitors that have joined us in there.
Yeah,
and
a few cars from around the South Island, a few from the North Island as well.
Yeah, well, if you've got space on the truck and you can throw one in with the super.
Why not? Absolutely, why not? And people might say, oh, you're running mini stocks on a night, New Zealand Championship night. But hey, we got to look after this track. Mini stocks got nice, thin little tyres, and that means they're not going to cut this track up much at all. Hopefully, anyway, unless they do stupid things. And that's going to help the Super Saloons in their racing. So all focus tonight on the Super Saloons and keeping the track mint for them.
To be fair, even trying to impale the wing on a mini stock into the track isn't going to make a huge difference. As we come off Enviro Waste, the Kaiapoi end of the track, the green is waved and we're away on racing. We've got spinning all over the show midway through the pack as we head down into turn 1 for the first time. The 53 car there of Jordan Craig spun to the infield before the start, as the 31 leads us around. As we look further through, the 54 car also pulling to the infield. Head down past the Value Cars Warehouse Grandstand into Enviro Waste. Of course, the track just a little bit greasy for these mini stocks as they head round. 31 car keeping control but drifting out wide. A little bit of bumping and grinding through the middle of the pack. As the 44 car, they're just trying to rejoin. And it is Cox leading us by quite some margin over the 56 car out of Nelson, back to Shaden Andrew McCartney. The 71 of Brooks looking to come through, just a little bit of contact there, and the 21 down the outside. Quite a gap back. There's a real break in the middle of the pack there, but as we watch the 31 car head around, it is Knox all the way through, and it's not going to be long before she's into the back markers. Battle there for the second as the 21 car looks to the outside. The 23 there of Berry making ground as we go yellow.
Of course, these guys running the production saloon rules this season, so yellow lights are a key feature of mini stock racing. Well, hopefully they wouldn't be. I mean, in an ideal world they wouldn't be, but generally they are.
So they're just waiting for the 54 car of Aldridge there, sitting on the pole line, just sitting down there at turn 4. Yes, it's been a bit of a head spin for a few of them because, of course, they look like stock cars. We concede that they are called mini stocks in the very name, so you assume that when one spins, you just keep the race on, keep the race flowing. But under saloon rules, car spins, yellow comes on.
That's right, and this is the rules these guys are operating under now, and probably fair enough too. Look, I mean, these are young guys, 12 to 16 years old, that they need to have a clear set of guidelines, don't they, as to how they're going to race. So there's a little bit of coverage there on the Debbie Webster replay. Big thanks to Debbie Webster as well. What a great supporter of Speedway around the whole of New Zealand, around the South Island, but also, of course, supporting the Pits TV and Koken Tools Woodford Glen as well.
As we come off Enviro Waste, we have the green. Cox will lead us away. So Knox will lead us away. Back to the 56 when the 93 following in there. Looking back through the pack, one or two cars there trying to make some moves. The 21 of Burson looking to make some moves down the outside of the 8 of Cooper. We go 3 wide onto the back straight. To be fair, there's probably room for a few more to join in side by side as we shoot into Enviro Waste. The 31 car still leading at the moment, as the 21 car there making some moves through McNally, but the 23 of Berry moving into that third spot. Aldridge in the 54 as a back marker as the race leader will come through. Aldridge will just stay low. No, she'll pull to the infield. Looks like she's got a flat tyre. And it is well and truly the 31 car well out in front at the moment. Berry's made some good ground with McNally behind him in the 21, but Berry up the inside of the 56. And he'll get him into turn 1. A little bit of touch as the 56 tried to turn in there just a wee bit earlier, but Berry knows this track, heads around. McNally not too far in behind. Brooks, they're having a battle with the 18 as our race leader onto the front straight. A little bit of Rubbins racing there between the 21 and the 56. Oh, the 154 is parked in the middle of the track. That'll liven one or two people up. Yep. And we've managed to avoid her thus far.
A mini stock island, but we go yellow.
Leanne Lewis there, just wrong place, wrong time. And of course, these cars are allowed to have mirrors in them, Tony, but one or two of them will have them taken out. I'd hope for Leanne Lewis's sake she didn't have mirrors, because looking around and watching everybody swerve to avoid her,
yeah, it's
give you just a little bit of a moment.
It would, wouldn't it? It's a mix, a double-edged sword, you'd say, having a mirror in one of these cars.
Well, you get to grip onto the seat and you don't need your hands. As our race leader after all of that is the 23 Caraberi, as we were watching the incident with the 154.
And Jake Berry, he's been at the pointy end of youth mini stock racing here at Koken Tools Woodford Glen most of the season, hasn't he? He's had a good season in that car.
Yeah, well, the Berries have 2 cars, I think Mitchell and the adults.
Yep. And
certainly, I believe, aspirations to move further on.
Well, as you'd hope, would be the case too, because you don't want to spend your entire racing career in a youth mini stock. Well, but you can only race in them until you're 16 years old anyway, can't you?
This is true. I guess it's the parents that learn how deep their pockets are. As we come off Enviro Waste, we restart once again, but this time in the hands of Berry. Thought 31 was going to get a run up the inside there, but as we head down to turn 1, the 23 of Berry leads us in. The 21 car just gives the Nelson 56 a real hurry up through the corner, running in. He's getting them all loosed and upset, so really roughing him up there. There's the 21 car of Corey McNally. As you can tell by the surname, you can suspect there's a little bit of contact racing in the family blood there. It is the 23 of Berry across the start-finish line. Back to the 31, McNally and the 21. Looking further back through the pack, no one's making any big moves through there. So as we head back on to...
But then this is youth mini stocks.
Well, you've got some talent out there. As we look at the leader of Berry coming through back onto the front straight. Still another lap or so from the white flag. McNally eyeing up the 31 car and made the move to dive in, and the 31 just moves wide, gives her a bit of a side rub on the way past. The 56 is looking to join in here, and everything they can do not to hit each other, or not, as the case may be. But still the 23 of Berry out in front at the moment. Back So the battle's on for second at the moment. McNally's got through there. Looking further back through the field, the 18 car looking to make some moves. As our race leader through Enviro Waste once again. Then back to the 21 and 31. White flag is showing. 1 lap to go. As the 56 car having to get on the brakes to avoid running into the back of the 31. Our race leader out of turn 2, past the Valley Cars Warehouse grandstand. He's fought for this one. He had to battle his way through to the front, and he'll come through Enviro Waste. This will be first mini stock race win of the evening, going to Jake Berry.
So congratulations to Jake Berry there. That was a good race win, I think. You know, everyone would agree that, as you say, Jared, he had to do a little bit of work, and then he maintained the lead, kept the old metronome ticking on those last 5 or 6 laps, just everyone more or less the same. A good result too for Corey McNally, coming through in second place there as well, with the fastest lap of 23.59.
I think what we may find, because there was definitely some interesting rubbings racing mid-pack, is that the referees who normally have 5 grades to referee tonight have 3
tonight.
So they've got plenty of time on their hands, so I think you might find that 1 or 2 of these drivers will be discussing why they're using their front bumpers.
Absolutely. So thanks to Burger King for bringing us that mini stock race. Next up on our program is going to be the first heat of Super Saloons. It's the Koken Tools Group versus the Riverlands Holiday Park Group. We need to play a few messages to pay the bills, and we'll be back with that race very, very shortly.
Situated just 1.5 hours drive from Christchurch is Hanmer Springs, a small alpine village that has everything for the adventurer or for someone looking to relax. Stay a while and enjoy a bike ride through the numerous bush tracks, or relax in the famous hot pools. Take the whole family and let the kids take on the many attractions on offer. And to top off your stay, book now with Hanmer Holiday Homes, where there's a budget and accommodation to suit everyone. Call now.
Got a broken computer? Don't throw it in the bin.
E-Waste Services to the rescue!
Has your TV or toaster blown up?
E-Waste Services to the rescue!
Be a superhero. Recycle your electronics today. You don't even need to leave your home or business. They'll pick up most items anywhere in the Wellington-Kapiti region. E-Waste Services. They recycle anything with a plug. Head online to ewasteservices.co.nz or call 564 5464.
So here we are back on track with our Super Saloons, the Koken Tools Group versus the Riverlands Holiday Park Group. There are 6 groups, about 8 cars in each group. A few of them have got 7, I think. And each group will verse each other group during the course of tonight and tomorrow night. So the Koken Tools Group consists of the 1NZ of Steve Cowling, the 6C of Kane Lawson, the 18C of Greg Bardsley, the 33B of Chase Rodder, 58C Richie Taylor, the 92C of Grant Harkis, 94M Caitlin Haywood, and the 861D car of Ricky Bolton. And these guys are up against the Riverlands Holiday Park group, and that consists of the 2NZ of Chris Cowling, the 7D of Paul Simon, 9W Mark Pitcher, 24P Martin Halcrow. Geez, he's been around a while, hasn't he? 27C Trevor Elliott, the 69I Ewan Shearing, 86C and new Canterbury champion Hayden Mackay, and the 95B of Johnny Brown.
And of those names, we can tell you the 92 of Harkis is not out there, or am I going blind? No,
well, he had a big whoopsie last weekend, didn't he? And that
bit
car
of a big
was
whoopsie. He crushed the cage on the driver's side.
Yeah.
It broke the back end, from what we understand. Just dug in and flipped it onto its lid. Didn't do a lot of damage to any other part of the car other than the roof, but it was certainly looking pretty ugly when it left. And the front row of this grid. It's quite tasty when you look at this race. If you said this was a finals race, Tony,
it wouldn't be out of place, would it?
You could believe that every car in there could have qualified. It is front row there, Cowling in the 1NZ with Lawson on the inside, back to picture with Elliott. And then we move back to Simon with Chris Cowling in the 2NZ. And then we have Johnny Brown with Chase Rodder, Richie Taylor and Greg Barsley on his outside in the 18C. The Phantom, 861 Ricky Bolton. And to be fair, Ricky has adjusted to super saloons from super stocks better than probably most. He has hit very few things in that car. Of course, that's a brand new chassis to Ricky this year. On the outside of him, it is the 86 of Hayden Mackay, then Halcrow in the 24P, 69i of Shearing, and then rounding us out, it is the 94 of Caitlin Haywood.
I dare say Shearing's probably got the biggest motor in this field. I think he's got a 4.6 something or other in that under that bonnet there. So it's a huge engine. The 861 of Ricky Bolton, of course, that's a Pro X chassis, the same as the chassis that the Cowlings are racing.
It's because he ran the ex-Batmobile of his brothers, and he managed to make that car work quite nicely for him. They've updated to the 86 this Pro X, but you look through the field, there's a good splattering of different manufacturers of chassis.
Oh, there is. Kane Lawson off the front there in that 6 car. That, of course, is a Hypermac. The 7D of Paul Simon there, that's one of the newer Hypermacs as well. 58C, Richie Taylor, that's one of the relatively rare gorge cars. You don't see many of them around, but he's got one of them.
And the outside, the former 1NZ car, which is 18C now, but the former 1NZ of Pete Dixon's, that was his Hypermac when he won the title.
Yeah, a few seasons back now, yeah, absolutely.
So, but plenty of experience and plenty of enthusiasm in this field. As we head around, of course, we're looking for a bit of a thumbs up from the drivers to make sure they're happy with the track. It has been trying conditions to lay the track this week. There's make no
We've had some warm weather, haven't we? Yep, no doubt about it.
Well,
plenty of sunshine and plenty of warmth.
This afternoon, topping out close to 30 degrees, isn't it, Tony?
Yep.
And very, very muggy here this evening.
Yeah, it is. Humidity levels are high, a little bit of breeze, not too much wind though. Hopefully the track's not going to lose too much moisture. We just hope that enough's been got into it to enable it to last the distance for the night. There's an awful lot of laps by some very wide tyres coming up over the course of tonight. So we're looking for a start this time round. I think no, we're not. No, we're still cruising there past the Value Cars warehouse grandstand and along the back straight. So you might hear us here at Koken Tools Woodford Glen talking about EnviroWaste. That's turns 3 and 4 here. EnviroWaste look after all the waste management for us here at Koken Tools and do Woodford Glen and do a great job. Turns 1 and 2 has the X Factor Cars sign and building at the south end of the track, and so we talk about that sometimes too.
So if you're watching at home, the EnviroWaste end of the track is the Kaiapoi end of the track.
Yep, north end.
And the wide corner turns 1 and 2, that is the Waimakariri end or the Christchurch side of the track.
And there is a big difference. There is a big difference in the radius of the curves. Turn 1 and 2 is quite a bit wider than turn 3 or 4. If you're sitting here at Koken Tools Woodford Glen, you'll appreciate that immediately. But certainly if you're watching at home, it can be a little harder to gauge, but do not be fooled. The difference is significant.
But interestingly enough, when the cars come around through EnviroWaste, you'll pick up on the pole line there. There's infield officials with the Can-Am, the X Factor Cars Can-Am there. That is actually the point where the track is its widest. So where the sleepers are coming through now, where we affectionately refer to the fairy dust going down for the white line, that is actually the widest part of our track. So if you're super heroic and super brave and want to go out wide around there and you think you can hold yourself off the wall, now having tried to take that corner with the throttle wide open, it doesn't always work. But
the voice of experience.
It hurts too, especially when you forget to put the padding by your right leg.
So Clark, of course, has moved to the castle in the middle of the track. The fairy dust, as Jared calls it, has been put down. The field is at a slightly pedestrian pace going down the back straight past the Value Cars warehouse, but they're about to wind up and begin racing. First heat, Koken Tools Group versus Riverlands Group for the New Zealand Super Saloon title. We're away and racing, and already we've got an incident before the race has even begun. The 86 of Hayden Mackay had a coming together there with the 7 of Simon, and they're both near the back of the pack. And out front, the 6 car of Kane Lawson has got some panel issues. On the inside, the left-hand front wing is peeling back on that car. The 1NZ of Cowling is currently in the second place. The third is the 27 of Trevor Elliott, and he's followed by the 2 of Chris Cowling. A few Cowlings back to the 9 of Pitcher from Wellington, and then there's a whole gaggle of cars swapping position and swapping a bit of paint by the look of it behind Pitcher. The 33 car of Rodder's in the mix there, the 58 of Richie Taylor. Pitcher washes out wide, and it looks as though Rodder's going to get alongside, but we go back to the front and we can see that Kane Lawson is opening a bit of a lead here. He's got about 8 or 9 car lengths over the 1 of Cowling. He's got a car length or 2 over the 27 of Elliott, who's lifting that inside front wheel as he comes out of turn 2, and hot on his tail is the 2NZ car of Chris Cowling. They've broken away. They've got about 10 car lengths on Pitcher in the 9W car. The 58 of Richie Taylor making some go forward at the moment, and behind him a bit of a gap back to the 33 of Rodder, the 24 of Martin Halcrow, and the 861 of Ricky Bolton. Johnny Brown's in the mix there too, racing with Shearing in the 69 car, and a bit of pressure coming on from the 7 of Paul Simon. Hayden Mackay not making much of an impact from this point of view, we'd have to say, in the 94M and 18 cars at the back of the field. So there's the bunch going down the back straight past the Value Cars warehouse grandstand, led by the 24 of Mountain Harcrow. And if we go back to the front, the 6 car, he's gone, he's away, already into Envirowaste turn. And along comes the 1 and 27 car, having a good battle for second place there. They've opened up quite a big gap on the 4th placed Cowling. Cowling looks to have slowed. That's Chris Cowling in the 2NZ car. Looks to have slowed. I think there's an issue with that car. Is it a flat tyre? Suspension issue? Something's broken. Pitcher's gone right round him, and 58 Richie Taylor's gone right round him too.
He's limping that car home.
Yep, so Chris Cowling with some real issues in this first heat, and you'd have to say that the 6 car of Kane Lawson, as long as that bodywork stays attached, has got a very comfortable lead. The battle for second place rages with Trevor Elliott in third at the moment, putting a lot of pressure on the second place car of Steve Cowling, but Cowling able to hold him off just at the moment.
2NZ to the infield.
So there, as we predicted, Chris Cowling's got an issue in that 2NZ car. There's the battle going through Envirowaste turn. Steve Cowling holding off Trevor Elliott, but the length of the front straight to the 6 of Kane Lawson. So Kane Lawson's going to come onto the back of the pack now as he's close to lapping some of the back markers. We're 10 laps down, 11 laps down now, so just 1 to go for Kane Lawson. He probably won't quite lap them, but he's got enough of a gap back. He can just ease off a little bit now. The 1NZ still under pressure from 27. Can Elliott get past in turn 3 in the last lap here? He's throwing everything at Cowling, but Cowling keeps it very tight on the inside. Kane wins, and side by side across the start-finish line for first and second. I don't know who got that. Jared, look at the ELS and tell us.
It's the 1NZ of Steve Cowling taking away that second spot back to Elliott, Pitcher, Taylor, Halcrow. Fastest lap out of all of that was Kane Lawson, and probably no surprise there, he had the clearest bit of air on the track.
Yeah.
Lap 3, he pulled a 16.76. Everybody, well, other than Trevor Elliott, most of the other cars in the low 17s. Really strange start to that race, Tony. There was a bunch up. Someone in that pack, and no doubt we'll see it on the replay shortly, didn't go, and that caused a massive bunch up. There was definitely contact. 1 or 2 drivers probably fortunate they didn't lose some tyres.
Indeed. And a look at the gaps. The winning margin, 3.6 seconds between Lawson and Cowling, and then 0.04 of a second, just 4 100ths of a second between second and third place. So let's have a look at that Debbie the Webster replay.
And just watching through there, Halcrow had a great run there. He managed to get through a few cars, and this is the start. So the 7 car didn't go. And then, of course, that caught Bardsley out, and then right behind him was the 86 of Mackay. Mackay doing a lock-to-lock down the front straight and somehow managed to keep control of it. Probably a little surprised we didn't get a yellow.
Yeah, I was a little surprised at that too, but I guess all the cars were still running, so that's racing for you. And there's some good images, courtesy of the Pits TV, of the 6 car with the bodywork there just folding backwards on the inside.
Yeah, it's and that restart. In fact, actually, the 86 car climbed over the left rear of the 18.
Did too.
And on any given night, that would have been flat tyres and broken arms, but for some reason, both cars managed to get through. Hayden Mackay did manage to get back in, just looking at where he finished 9th, but that certainly hurt his chances. Although the 6C, Kane Lawson, he's very good on opening races. He's very good at this track. Given that fresh air, he can sniff the flag out.
Absolutely, yeah, and of course it's probably going to be at its grippiest about now, so there we go. Kane Lawson gets the maximum points from that heat. Of course, we'll update you with some points later in the night, but really the points don't kind of matter too much until we get to the end of the 5 heats in the middle of tomorrow night, because that's when the points really come into focus.
Yeah, it becomes very awkward as we sort of roll through the night and drivers change around, and they have 5 heats each, but 15 races over the next 2 nights. And of course, we were not going to know the true lay of the land until that 15th race.
Can I just interrupt there, Jared? Just a bit of a message for somebody that's in our crowd, whether it be a life member or a staff. If you've got a red Suzuki Swift, Rego MBE 241, you've probably got the time from when I go off air to go down to the toolbox and get a hammer. Having a dog in the back of your car with the window about half an inch and no water is not the most ideal. So if that's your red Suzuki Swift, best you get down there before I do. Thank you. And as we see the 2NZ car coming off the track, now at the driver's briefing they did mention if you have an issue you will still get finishing points. So instead of impeding everybody else's race, Cowling did the right thing, pulled off, and he will still get finishing points. He was going to finish last anyway looking at that race, but that's what's happening.
Yeah, he certainly circulated on that pole line, and the way the speed they were coming through, you wouldn't want to be sitting down there and creating an issue. As our street stocks head out for their first race of the night, and of course they're here to unwind the track.
And I'll stay here with you, Jared, so whoever that person is lucky, they've got a race up their sleeve.
That you give Tony the hammer.
It's not ideal in these temperatures.
Yeah, 30 degrees, so you're not going to have a dog, you're going to have a chicken roast one.
So the street stock, some of them are looking, the 72 car. I've seen a race or two.
This is one of the grades you struggle to do best presented in.
Oh, and I think there's Mitre 10 and Bunnings, they have a special on black paint.
As much as we tease the street stocks about that, when we had all those super saloons lined up this evening, all those plastic clips on the front, there seemed to be a fairly dominant colour through the super saloons too, I might add.
Exactly. So we've got...
Of course, we're not too far away from our street stock state of origin, are we?
No, that's about a fortnight's time, I think it is. Next meeting here.
And that'll be, whilst the street stocks are a tap and spin grade, I'd say there'll be a few bent street stocks out of that one.
Yeah, I'm picking teams from all around the South Island. I did notice the Nelson team named their team the other day.
Yes,
Dave McSherry's in it.
I noticed that too, but I also noticed the Canterbury Cobras are selling T-shirts.
Oh, okay. So,
I saw some Cobras T-shirts for sale as well. So, hey, look, it's taken a few years for them to finally get it all into the red and black, much like Crushers and the Glen Eagles.
Yeah, and it's good to see. You have a look at the meeting tonight. There's plenty of good team shirts around from the different teams around the country. These Super Saloon teams are all selling merchandise. So if you get a chance, once the race meeting's open and we open the pit gates, come on down and have a look at some of these rigs and everything like that. There's some pretty spectacular gear down in the pits. The drivers always love handing out posters and that, and they have stickers for the kids. So yeah, come on down and get your photo beside the car that you want.
Yeah, there's certainly, when you say rigs, there's some impressive bits of kit down there.
Oh.
We are very quickly slipping into the NASCAR world, aren't we?
We are indeed. There's some big units down there. And that's not the drivers.
As I say, and that's just the pit crew.
Oh dear. So the street stocks line up for their first heat of the night.
Front row of the grid there, we have the 433, the Trenchless Services car of Matt Peterson. To the outside of him, the 34 of Levo van Leishout. The 99 car, second row there. And I've gone blank for a second. Daniel Baldwin. And the 77 on the outside of Schumacher. We wait for the Can-Am to go in. The X-Factor cars, Can-Am heading to the infield. We're a little bit of creeping, but we're out racing as we head down. Dave McSherry in the Sora. You watch this thing wind up. Doesn't like the loose surface, but boy, does it have some power once it gets unleashed as the 29 car of Mike Jones spins himself. Van Leischer up the inside of Peterson. Peterson out wide. Van Leischer got a big push on him as he heads around. You can just see how slippery the track is for these cars. As Schumacher clips the Dave McSherry, slides back onto the track. Everybody seems to avoid him. And Matt Peterson decided to put it in like a modified, and it's pulled up. Van Leischer out in front, and Steve Peterson in the 28 car will move through into second. So hopefully not like son like father. Of course, both of them former 2NZs. And the 27 car of Paul Leslie there sitting behind Steve Peterson. They head round into Enviro Waste. So Van Leischer has this, the race is his at the moment. He is streaking past the Valley Cars Warehouse grandstand. It's his to lose. He's out in front. He's got a clear track. And then we move back to the battle between the 27 and the 28. That'll keep the photographers happy with the numbers and sequence. As the 822 there all over the track with Schumacher just in behind him. As Leslie looks up the inside of Peterson. Both of them choosing to race it into turn 2. Falcon versus Commodore, not that you can tell looking at them face on, to be fair. And Leslie in the Drainmate car just slips up the inside, takes over that second spot. Peterson looking to come back at him through Enviro Waste. Get onto the back straight. Leslie just has a slightly better turn of speed coming out as they head down again, back into turn 1, into turn 2. Peterson looked up the inside, thought better than just charging in. As we head back with Baldwin running fourth on the track. The 15 car of Turner pulling to the infield on the back straight. Van Leischer, he's gone. He has disappeared. The 822 car just felt the vibration through the building there. Ivan, he's trying to kind of hit something else.
Us up.
Yeah, he drove himself in. As Van Leischer clocks up another lap, we go back to Leslie and Peterson. Further get back to Baldwin. And then Schumacher and the Cressida across the start-finish line. But some good mid-pack racing there. Matt Peterson slipped back into the pack at the other end of the field. Paul Leslie and Steve Peterson battling it out through the Waimak end of the track. As we say, Van Leischer, he's disappeared. He's off. He'll be having a hot dog back in the pits before these guys get in. And he's got half a lap over the fourth place car, so he's making no race of this. The 77 car, circulating slow. He's lost a rear tyre, so he's just sitting down that pole line. And Matt Peterson launched at the back of the 62 car over at turn 3. And it wasn't the fastest spin, but boy, it was aggressive. Our race leader is heading around turns 2 onto the front straight, past the pit gate on. We go back to Leslie and Peterson. White flag is out. And this is where we're getting into these back markers, particularly for Van Leischer. This bold strategy not to get caught up in here gives the 72 car of Luke Foster a big hurry up down the back straight. Goes through on the 29 car. So Van Leischer having a clear run to the line, it looks like it is, yep. And he's going to have a spin, he's going to have a go at Foster across the start-finish line, so whilst leading the race, he's got time to have a play. And it will be Steve Peterson only a bonnet ahead of the 27 of Leslie.
So we have a look at the lap times. Van Leischer, our winner, 21.74, and that was done on lap 7. They're all around the mid-21s to 22s. So yeah, but the car of 62, it is a very fast piece of kit. So the street stocks, I wonder if they've painted their cars getting ready for the State of Origin coming up. Everybody has black, and we're about to play some ads, and we'll be back very shortly. I see Super Saloons in the dummy grid.
And I believe down in the pits, Billy Hickey has someone to talk to us.
Thanks, Tony T. Yes, I'm down here with the 6C, Kane Lawson. Kane, first heat of the New Zealand Super Saloon Champs out of the way, come out on top. Great way to start.
Yeah, it's a good start. We started obviously grid 1, so we needed to make the most of it. So it's just about trying to finish all of these 5 heats and finish as best we can to be in the grid for the main show. You know, in the past we've gone a bit hard at the start and maybe crashed out or whatever. So just trying to just be consistently quick. Yeah.
Now, of course, you get another front heat and then you get your back heats. It's the same with everyone. You've just got to maximise the amount of points you get.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, just like I said before, just try and just finish ahead of where we start. And the main thing is to finish. You know, if you go back a couple of spots, it's probably not going to be the end of the world because there might be some guys that don't finish. So just keeping that in the mind and just wanting to try and just start as far up in the feature as we can tomorrow night. That's the aim.
Well, thank you very much for your time. Congratulations on the win and best of luck for your next heat. Thank you.
Cheers, bro. Thanks, mate.
Hi team, we're down here in the pits. I'm here with Chris Cowling, number 2 NZ. Not off to a great start in his first heat. Tell us what happened.
Yeah, we were going all right there for a bit, and then all of a sudden something's broken in the right rear. So yeah, a little bit unfortunate first heat race out for the weekend, so it doesn't help. But look, we'll try and get it repaired. I'm not too sure if we've got something there to replace it, but we'll make something happen. Get back out there for the next 4 heat races hopefully, and make some finishes and try and make it into that final tomorrow night.
What are you going to do for setups in your next race?
Well, it just depends how far we get with fixing the car first, and then we'll have a look, try and watch some races, and then work out what we're going to do from there.
How long is it going to take to fix it, do you reckon?
Well, the boys are working away frantically now, so hopefully we're back out for the next heat race.
Who are your sponsors?
Yeah, we've definitely got a big bunch behind us. With Puma Pine, Tauranga ITM, Base Up, Pro X2 Chassis, Tune Up Automotive do a huge job on the car for us. Jib, Les Harrison, and Fortress Fasteners.
Holy hell, you're going to need a second car for all those sponsors. Well, I wish you so much better luck for the next race. And, sorry about that, but good luck.
Thank you.
Oh, thanks to Savvy down at the pits, and of course to Billy Hickey, the ultimate video bomber. Alrighty, next up, event 4 in our program is the next heat for Super Saloons. This is the Value Cars group versus the Burger King group, brought to us by EnviroWaste. So tell us about the groups, Jeff.
And I'm just chuckling over the Cowling comment about needing a second car. Well, it's not going to be too hard when it's the Cowlings that own Pro X.
Well,
get another car.
They've probably got 3 or 4 of them hanging from the rafters in the factory already. Yeah.
Well, you'll notice that the fins will get bigger next season to get more sponsors on. Yeah. Okay, so these groups are the Value Cars Warehouse group with... Actually, no, this is it? It is.
Yeah, this is the Value... Well, it's supposed to be the Value Cars
Ian
Warehouse.
Burson in the 3NZ, the 6M of Gary Edwards, Mark Osborne, the 16R, 16C of Ryan Marsden, Gavin Hill in the 48C, Nigel Moe in the 63A, Greg Johnson, the 77T, and 225T of Kerry Dixon.
And I don't think he's here, is he?
And that was not at all the group, because there was a producer that put the wrong one up.
Ah.
So I've got them in front of me, but that's fine. We'll live with it.
Well, let's go with the Burger King group then. Well, I don't think we're going to have time because they've decided they want to get on in racing, not like the first group out there. Right, we're going to have a race, folks. Yay! Here we go. We're up and running. And off the front of the grid, it's the 46 car of Paddy North, who streaks away into, well, a pretty small lead actually in turn 1. And it's side by side coming out of turn 2 with the 3NZ of Burson and the 5 car. Just nothing between them there, battling over second and third place. Bit of a bunch up behind there. We've got one round. It's the 444 and the 73 car. Just tagged him as well. They're sideways across the track along with, is that the 27 car, I think it is.
Joe Ingram there's gone round as well. No contact for Ingram. He's managed to pull it up on the brakes. In fact, we might actually have got away with no damage out of these 3 cars because it was a bit of a love tap as they spun.
Yeah, it was. So the 70... So we're going to have a look at the Debbie the Webster we play.
Okay,
this is going to be difficult, isn't it?
We headed into EnviroWaste, and you'll watch the back bit of the incident is where the 444 car is. He goes and he clips the back of the 77 of Johnson, and he just keeps it on the gas, which means that he's not stationary on the track. He's not there to be hit. 73 and the 27 car there, both of them being able to spin to avoid it. So no real damage. We go back effectively.
Well, didn't quite complete a full lap, so it's going to need to be a restart, I think, isn't it?
Well, the argument will be that the lead car did.
Yeah, Paddy North had the lead and certainly completed. Was over the start-finish line. He'd completed 1 lap, but those 3 cars that spun up there definitely didn't. So that's up to the referees to sort out. We're just glad that we just talk about it and the referees have to make the hard decisions.
The beautiful thing is with having the replay is we can go blow by blow. We can see who stuck the wheel where, and we can actually call it pretty accurate after we've seen it.
After we've seen it, yeah, that's right.
But certainly just looking there, Flynn in the Burger King 5 car just pulling up beside Paddy North, so yep, we're going to a complete rerun.
And I just like to say, tell all the folks out there, both in the stadium and also in Pits TV land, that we met the chief referee for tonight,
Mr. Clarkson.
Bill Clarkson Jr., and he's a terribly nice guy and looks absolutely on the ball, and a full set of eyes and all the faculties you need to be a top referee. So that's good to know.
Eye patch.
Yep. No, he didn't have the eye patch and the limp and the bottle. No, definitely not. He was on the ball. Okay, so 5. That's Mr. Flynn, Steve Flynn, isn't it? Yes. From the Bay. And the 46 of Paddy North. We do battle again. The 7M car in the mix there as well, but it's the 46 of North who just gets his nose in front as they come out of 1 and 2. Again, side by side for Burson and Flynn. Burson decides he's going to have a crack round the outside this time. Let's see what that new chassis can do, and oh my goodness me, it's quite impressive. He gets his nose in front as he comes down the front straight, and he'll power out through 1 and 2 to take the lead, I'm sure. Yes, he does, and he's already putting a few car links on the 46 of Paddy North. The 5 of Flynn's going to try and do the same thing, but Burson, Flynn's car gets a little taily, gets a little tap there from the 18 car of Waddell, and those 4 have cleared away out front just a little from the 7 car of Emerson, and the what's that green car over there? Oh, that's Soper in the 8 car, having a great battle there for 5th and 6th place. So Burson, he's away, he's gone, that's it. They've done new things to the back of that car, and well, there we go. Here's your new favourite for New Zealand title. It's Ian Burson in the 3NZ, because he's already got about 10 car lengths over the 46 of Paddy North and the 18 of Sam Waddell. Waddell trying the high line, just tucks it into the back of the 46 car. He's running the outside line, trying to find the grip there, but Paddy North has got plenty of go forward on the inside. I don't know who's going to do better out of there. Waddell gets the drive out of turn 2 and takes second place, and Flynn sees that and follows him as well, but can't quite get the pass done on Paddy North. North keeping it down low. Flynn in the 5 car running high. Can Flynn get the slingshot off 2 like Waddell did? Yep, there he goes. That's where the grip is, folks, and that's where you can put the horsepower down and make the pass. Well, at least if you've got the right setup, you can. So let's recap where we're at. We've had a crash. We've had something.
5 car clip on the wall off 4.
Okay, there we go. Almost a crash, but not quite. So Burson, he's got the lead. 6 laps down in this 12-lap race. Burson, he's got a couple of seconds over the 18 car of Sam Waddell. That 18 car looking very smooth and self-assured at the moment. The 5 of Flynn, he's holding on to 3rd place, and behind him there's a battle for 4th. The 46 of Paddy North, he's just drifting back a little bit, and the 17 of Ryan Marsden, that Lovelady chassis with the rear steer in it, is absolutely humming. Quickest car on the track at the moment by some margin. Behind them, the 7, the Goat, absolutely in it at this point, ahead of the 8 of Soper. So then we go back to the 16, the Stealth chassis of Osborne, and the 77 of Greg Johnson. They've cleared out from the 64 and 27 cars. Fluffy Grocott trying to come through from the back of the field with Gavin Hill, and towards the back the 63 and the 444. So 9 laps completed now for Ian Burson. He runs down past the grandstand through Envirowaste turn. Second place is Waddell, all on his own, but we've got one round. Johnston.
Yeah, Johnston spinning there at 2.
Oh dear.
This bunches them all up, and with the pace that Waddell and the 18M car is showing at the moment, Burson's in for a race for the last couple of laps here.
Absolutely, he is. He was 1.8 seconds ahead of Sam Waddell, who in turn was 1.5 seconds ahead of Steve Flynn in 3rd place. So some big gaps there at the front of the field, and they're going to be closed right up by this yellow light.
This is also going to be a test of the drivers, particularly under that yellow. We know that with here at Koken towards Woodford Glen that you tend to get a bit of a break apart because the straights are quite long.
Yep.
And then you get that concertina effect of the front cars trying to keep everybody at a pedestrian pace. So the restart will be crucial to keep it tidy. But it is in the hands of Ian Burson. Sam Waddell will be on his heels. This is going to be a sprint for the last couple of laps.
Absolutely. So the 77 car's back up and circulating, trying to get back into position, but I don't think the referees are going to allow that. He's got to go to the back. Yep, he's drifting to the back of the pack. Cause of the yellow goes to the back of the restart. That's the rule, and at least that's how I understand the rule. And there we go. So all cars still running. 9 completed racing laps, so that means 3 to go. 12-lap heats these. And Ian Burson, who's been running away with this race, is now, through the reason of the yellow, been caught up by the rest of the pack. What can happen here? Can Sam Waddell anticipate the start, get alongside Burson into turn 1, make it hard for him? What will Flynn do? What will Marsden do? All of these guys are capable of upsetting Ian Burson. So the revs build, the speed builds, the lights go green, and we're back into our final 3 laps with the 3NZ of Ian Burson taking a handy lead into turn 1 and 2. Flynn gets alongside Waddell but has to back out a bit on the low line out of turn 2. Waddell gets the drive up higher, and Marsden running the high line too. 46 Paddy North's back in 5th place. We've got a couple of cars not quite making turn 4 as quickly as they would have liked, and that caused a bit of a bunch up further back in the pack. But out front, side by side, literally side by side, Marsden and the 5 of Steve Flynn touching, I think they came out of turn 2. Flynn gets the better of it. He's a little bit taily coming out of turn 4 there, and that's allowed Marsden to run up the inside, and I think Marsden might take the place off him. He's forcing Flynn out wide into the loose, and he does. That's a clean pass by Ryan Marsden to take 3rd. Flynn's not having it though. He's coming back at him. Look at him running high, running deep into turn 3. He's gone very, very deep there. The back of the car smacks out, and he doesn't make the pass. Meantime, that was the last lap. 3NZ Ian Burson takes it from Sam Waddell and Ryan Marsden.
Yes, this race looking very much like the first. That once you get to the front, much like Kane Lawson did, he put the head down, got himself a gap. Burson doing exactly that. Waddell managing to come back through the pack, as was Flynn in the 5. Flynn started at the front, but he managed to regain some composure later in that race. A couple of those cars slipping back through the pack, courtesy of just little rubs and incidents. Fastest lap time, probably no huge surprise. 16.6 by Ian Burson on lap 3. Waddell was the only other car to be in the 16th with a 16.9 on lap 2. Everybody else, once again, low 17s.
Which is a mirror of the first heat, isn't it? The first race we had, where the fastest car was about a 16.6, that was Lawson, and only one other car got under 17 seconds. So very consistent track conditions and very consistent setups, you'd have to say.
Well, what it does show is that once you get that fresh air, you put the foot down and no interference. You can just pad that gap a little bit. Unfortunately for Ian in that case, he had the yellow, he ate up his lead, but once we went back racing again, he was able just to keep that one spot.
But look, let's be honest here. How impressive was Ian Burson in that race? I mean, that car absolutely flew. So there's Ian Burson going around with his checker flag. We'll pay some bills and come back shortly.
Wow, Scott, what a wee beauty this is. Of course, not only do you sell cars here at X Factor Cars, you've also got bikes. So tell us a bit about this Harley Davidson, mate. What an awesome looking beast this is.
Yeah, no, the street bob, you can't go wrong with Harley. This is the very last of the Dyna models that they produced in Harley Davidson. They've got the big block V-twin Screaming Eagle intake. It's all been blacked out. It's got the big pipes. It's a grouse looking bit of kit too.
And of course, we've just had the Burt Munro here, so it would have been an awesome bike to get out there and tell people all about. But of course, they're going to be a part of next year's Burt Munro. It's probably a good opportunity to come down, bike, get used to riding it, and perhaps get down here and be a part of the atmosphere that is the Burt.
Absolutely. Like these are, I wouldn't call them a beginner bike, but they are easy to ride. I've got one identical myself and I love it. I ride it all the time. You cannot go wrong with the street bob.
So tell me anything, I'm not a big person on bikes and stuff like that, but is there anything else that's, like obviously that's a big back wheel, all that sort of stuff. Is there anything else that's unique to this machine over any others that any other Harley Davidson owner would have?
Obviously, there's lots of variants in the Harley Davidson. The Street Bob, they're the unique thing about this model being the Dyna. They've changed. Harley have gone away from that suspension setup and gone to what they call the monoshock. Most riders will tell you they prefer this system. A lot of guys prefer to ride the earlier models as opposed to the new model simply because.
So we're going to have a bit of a replay, I think, of that last race, courtesy of Debbie the Webster from Mike Perro Real Estate. There's Ian Burson, the car that proudly bears her name. That's the way you do it, folks. Look at the lines of that. Look at the lines of that car as it comes through turns 1 and 2 there.
Freshly signed, written yesterday too, I might add.
Oh, well, yeah, that Braden Lennon did that, didn't he?
He did the design, and I believe Transform did the installation. As we watch Ryan Marsden up the inside of the 5 of Flynn. There was some really hard racing at the front of this field. You got to see them use as much horsepower as they could feed into the clay. Unfortunately, in that first race, that first lap, there was this wee incident. It was just a checking up on brakes, and that's all that caused that. Our productions are out there at the moment. Now, Production Saloons had their New Zealand title in Cromwell 2 weeks ago now.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah, Waitangi weekend.
And a couple of our cars did rather well, didn't they?
Yeah, Brad Johnson taking the normally 9C, took away the 1NZ mantle, and Matt Sherlock in the freshly rebuilt 75, which had previously adorned the 3NZ, is now 2NZ. So going to show that even in the budget grade you can have some really good success by tiki touring around the countryside.
Absolutely. And if you want some top production racing, come to Koken Tools Woodford Glen, because we got the top productions.
As we
are you going to call this race?
I'm going to call that race. I wait for you to stop talking. As the green is gone, it is the 92 of Chris Bailey leading us away in the Beamer. Get down to turn 1. Oh, Brad Johnson decides to go straight. No, we need to go back around the corner. You don't want to ruin the new sign riding just this stage of the race meeting, as Bailey leads us down past the Value Cars Warehouse grandstand into Enviro Waste. As we turn in, we get a little bit of sun strike. For some reason, the sun's coming out. How awfully selfish of it at this time of night. Go back, it is the 2NZ of Sherlock, back to Johnson in the third, Bennett in the 5C, having Palmer there in the 78 really challenging him through too. Out in front though, it is the Beamer of Bailey, and the Beamer seems to handle this track just nice and smooth, but the FTO behind him has the power in a straight line. So we head through once again. The front-wheel drive cars go out wide. They look all polished up, don't they, Tony? You'd almost think they're quite proud.
I think they knew they were going to be on TV tonight.
That's what they're blushing. As Bailey leads us round, not quite so shiny as the 92, and Sherlock trying to battle him. He's trying for that outside line on the AB Fabrication NZ car. Goes to the outside. There's a long way round at 1 and 2 when you've only got small tyres and a little 2-litre engine. The 1NZ they're looking to dive into this battle as well. Bailey holds that low line through Enviro Waste. Keeps the Beamer low as he moves up. Johnson has a look up the inside. Of course, the 1NZ is a brother of the 77T car racing in the New Zealand Super Saloon title tonight. As 2NZ has taken over the lead, the 1NZ moves into second spot. Battle has it still been on between the 5 of Bennett and the 78 of Palmer. Palmer does the big slide up the inside. Well, I say slide, it's front wheel drive, it pushes up the inside. And Bailey there having to settle for third as he watches the 2 and 1NZ lead away. The 1NZ having a couple of little twitchy moments through 1 and 2. As we head past the Value Cars Warehouse grandstand into Enviro Waste, it is Matt Sherlock back to Brad Johnson. Stephen Palmer up the inside of Bennett. He might get him. And then we've got Phileas in the big taxi, the Commodore of the 86 machine, looking to make some moves there through on the 72 and the 5 car. Might just get squeezed out in the Commodore as the FTOs battle it out. The 14 car all of a sudden ended up parked up by the wall down here. It's got Sam Fraser down as the driver of that. I'm not sure. It looks like we have a flat right front tyre on the 14 limping around up by the wall. Out in front though, race leader, it is the 2NZ followed by the 1NZ. Heads through Enviro Waste, yellow is out, and that's going to be for 14 parked at turn 1.
So it's a bit unfortunate there. The ELS tells us 14 cars, you say, piloted by Sam Fraser.
What have we got?
So 7 laps completed. Can't be much to go for these guys.
I'd say we're about to get the white flag, to be honest.
Yeah, I would think you're right. Production Saloons, of course, the one of the budget grades of New Zealand Speedway. Perhaps not quite as budget as it used to be, but definitely at the budget end. Basically, road cars, you knock out the glass, take out the interior, some safety modifications, roll cage and belts, things like that, but not much else you can do to the cars.
Well, you can, but it's kind of illegal. I should know that.
Well, there we go. Yeah, well noted, Jared. Well noted indeed.
I remember actually back to when we did the first injected production, it was $850 to build the second car.
Wow. Was that the little Honda, the CRX Hondas that used to run here at Woodford Glen many moons ago?
Well, I was trying to work it out. We must be getting close to 20 years ago since injected cars were allowed to race, which seems really strange because there is a 20-year rule on production saloons, and so you start to think that a car that was in the late 90s is still relatively modern.
Still plenty of them on the roads.
But as it would appear, as we look at it now, 2000 onwards is what's legit. As we're in the starters' hands, now we're still under yellow because we've got to get clear and.
You see that yellow wavy thing there?
Oh no! I just saw them coming around the corner and watching the monitor, but the tow truck was still dragging the 14 car to the infield. Very delicately lifting in such a manner not to damage it. It's later in the night when we get tired.
Very cool. Sort of big thank you too should mention to Kiwi Auto Spares for bringing us this first heat of the production saloons. They are racing for their Canterbury Championship, by the way. They're racing several heats and a one race final at the end of the night. Don't we just love production saloons? I believe they're Jace Guttridge's favourite grade, actually.
Only if they bring a pie for him. As it is the 2NZ leading us into turn 1, back to Johnson. Bailey looking to come back, but Palmer in the 78's got a good run here. They've pulled away from the 5 of Bennett. As we head past the Value Cars Warehouse Grandstand down to Enviro Waste, it is Matt Sherlock, followed by Brad Johnson. They will have 8 laps completed. And Johnson looking on that higher line, but it is a long way. When you're one of these cars, you don't have the horsepower of a Super Saloon. When you decide to go wide, it becomes a very, very long track. The white will come out for the 2NZ. As we look further back, the battle is between Sherlock and Bailey for that third spot. Bennett's looking to go to the outside. And looking to go to the outside again was Phileas, but he's ducked to the inside of the 5K. He's going to end up here in the sandwich between the two FTOs. Brad Gordon there having a battle. Here we go, 3 wide into Enviro Waste. The checker is out for the 2NZ of Sherlock. Then we go to the 1NZ of Johnson, Bailey in the 92. And we will look to the earlies for the balance of the results.
Indeed, so quickest lap was a 20.59 on lap 9 of that 10-lap race by Matt Sherlock, the race winner. Also quick out there was Johnson, the second place car, 20.63, and Phileas in the 86 car also did it under 21 second lap, 20.96.
As an interesting aside here, when 40 years ago when we had the New Zealand Super Saloon title at Koken Tools Woodford Glen, albeit that was also the lap time that the Super Saloons were doing. 20-second laps. So production saloons are now doing what the Super Saloons were doing 40 years ago.
So the lap speeds you saw just there are exactly what their Super Saloons were doing 40 years ago. We're going to go down to the pits where Billy Hickey's got an interview for us.
Thanks, Jens. Jess, I'm here with the 3NZ, Ian Burson. Ian, obviously great opening account. You said off camera, if we're in front of Sam Waddell and pulling away, we're doing a good job.
Oh, definitely, Billy. Yeah, like we've got sister cars to each other, and Sam, he's one guy I really rate, and like we've got a pretty green car. Like, a lot of stuff in there is new to us, so bit of trial and error. Probably the wrong weekend to do it, but we had to do something to try to get these feature races sussed.
And how did you find the track out there? Obviously early on in the night, so it's working in your favour more than likely. Everyone's got the same track, but all in all, how are you finding it?
Yeah, no, it's fantastic. Yeah, a bit of a cush developing out there, and you got 2 lines to race. So if any track that can give you 2 lines is racy, so it gives everyone an equal opportunity.
And plans for the next heat? Any changes to the car that you'll be making?
I think the boys are doing some stuff here. I'm not sure what, but I'm only the driver. They're the guys that watch the car and help set it up, so I can give them as much information as I can give them from the previous race, but you got to go at that next race as a new race and a different perspective on what it could be like.
Fantastic. Thank you very much for your words and best of luck for the next heat.
No worries, thank you.
Hi guys, down here in the pits, I'm here with Steve Flynn, 5B. How'd that race go for you?
Yeah, not too bad. I started off the front row and ended up fourth. I clobbered the wall coming off turn 4 on one lap, and I knew I had some sort of damage and the tyre was going a bit flat, so we're pretty happy to make it to the end, really.
What kind of damage?
I had the right rear was going flat. It was pretty much dead flat by the time we come in, so that tends to make the car handle a little worse.
What are you going to do for the setup?
We probably won't change a hell of a lot, just some minor shock changes and obviously a new tyre. Yeah, that'll be about it.
Okay, so is it going to be a bit of competition when you go out there next?
Oh, yeah, man, there's a hell of a lot of competition out there. At the end of the day tonight, we just got to try and finish each race as good as we can and finish every race. Just to get some points in the bank for tomorrow.
Okay, who are some of your sponsors you would like to thank?
I've got Burger King, Napier Collision here, Price Engineering, Standout, Energy Marine, Century Batteries, Bay Tyres, Resine, Standox. Yeah, we've got heaps and we couldn't do it without any of them, so yeah, big shout out to them.
Cool. What's it like to race next to your brother?
Oh, that's cool, man. Like, we've been racing together for 23 years now, and yeah, it's really cool. We do it as a big team, a big family thing, and we haven't had many run-ins over the years, so and even if it does happen, it's just part of it. Everyone's racing each other, so it's cool.
Yeah, no, good. That is cool. Oh, well, thank you so much for letting me interview you, and good luck on your next race.
All good. Thank you very much.
Cool.
So big thanks to Sammy down in the pits there, and Billy Hickey as well, for keeping us up to date with the drivers down there. Next up on the track, you can see them. They're out already. Next heat for the Super Saloons. This is the Suck It Up group versus the Pits TV group. And Jared's going to run through the drivers in those groups.
The Suck It Up group, it has 8C of Craig Cardwell, Malcolm Nartai in the 19C, of course he is Mr. Suck It Up, 21W of Donald Gregory, 23P of Mick Quinn, 92M of Scott Hayward, 95T Owen Dixon, and the 124 of Dan Corrin. As we look through to the Pits TV group, consisting of 6B Grant Flynn, 11T Pete Dixon, 34T of Ray Stewart, 53M of Mark Hutchins, who I think this is actually his first time racing here at Koken Tools Woodford Glen, then the 76 of Paul Berg, 88N Dave Manera, 98M of Scott Fraser, albeit not out there. Or no, he is, I tell a lie.
I think he is. No, he is.
No, his photo that he sent in is not the same as the photo of the car on the track.
Indeed.
And the 817C of Jackson Lovelady in the BRT Camaro.
And some great support for some of the drivers out there too. There's the 34T supporters with their banner supporting the car from Cromwell. Of course, it's his birthday this weekend, isn't it? Are we allowed to say how old he is?
Well, yeah, well, you have to, because he had a whole celebration at Cromwell based around the very fact that he is 70 years of age this birthday.
Absolutely. So there you go. Some great support for the 70-year-old driver in the field. Well, is it today or tomorrow? Tomorrow, I think it's birthday.
And Lord knows I get into trouble for things I say about Super Saloons, but I will say...
You do sometimes.
He does not look like a 70-year-old.
No, he doesn't, eh? No, he doesn't, no.
I'll be very proud if he was looking as fit and as healthy as Ray Stewart is when I'm that age.
There's certainly some other former Super Saloon drivers around who look a lot older.
Some current ones that look a lot older, just quietly.
Well, there you go, yeah. So off the front row of the grid there, the 6 and the 8, Craig Cardwell had an excellent Canterbury Championship last weekend, didn't he? He's a little bit unlucky, you'd have to say, not to have got a higher placing.
I think we made the comment then that he was so controlled in the way he drove that car. There were so many opportunities he had to use the front bumper to make his way through the field, and the composure. You've got to give Craig his driving has stepped up. If we would go back 20 years ago, I would have said Tony probably would have made those gaps a bit bigger.
Absolutely. So we're about to get racing. Here we go, up and running. Third heat of the New Zealand Super Saloon title, courtesy of Suck It Up. Craig Cardwell gets to the corner first, but kind of washes out, and that allows Flynn in the 6 car to get right on the back of him. The 21 Al's Litterbins car there right in the mix as well, and you can see the odd angle of the 11 car. Peter Dixon, as the 4-wheel steer of that hyperback chassis starts to do its thing, and that car looks as if it's about to tip over, but then it doesn't. The 19 car of Malcolm Nartai right in the mix as well, in 5th place at the moment and looking pretty quick, and the 92 car of Hayward pushing into the gap beside the 88. We've got a bit of contact in turn 4. 53 cars involved in that.
Yeah, he just checked up on the brakes. He came up behind the 95 of Owen Dixon into EnviroWaste. He just went in a little hot, checked up on the brakes, and Quinn pulled that 23P car up on its nose, albeit one very long nose. As we go to the Debbie the Webster replay, heading through into EnviroWaste, and if you look through there, the red car of Hutchins just went in hot, just tagged the back of the 95 Invercargill, and yep, nothing really in it. In fact, Paul Berg probably fortunate not to get caught up in it out of this, because if Owen Dixon had gone around, that would have got quite ugly. But Bergie was able just to keep that car low and
just avoid, and just the slightest of contact there in front of Mick Quinn's car. As you say, if you get a look at the front of Mick Quinn's car, it's long, it's big.
Perception is long, actually, when you get up.
Well, yeah, I suppose.
I mean, it is running smaller tyres, so that makes the bodywork bigger.
It makes the bodywork look bigger, yeah. Definitely, that's one of the things you'll notice about these four-wheel steer cars. Peter Dixon's car's the same. They run a smaller wheel, and it does change the proportions and the look of the car from the stand, doesn't it?
Oh, it certainly does. And it changes the handling characteristics. They come on very, very strong in the latter part of the evening when the track slicks out.
Yeah.
Certainly in a nice drivey track, you see these cars that are very neutral, able to lay all that power into the track. Once it slicks, that's when you'll see the 11T come on strong, and potentially the 23P as well.
So running down the back straight at the moment, past the Value Cars Warehouse grandstand, starting to gather a bit of speed. Craig Carball controlling the pace of the Crocodile here. All the cars lining up. We're ready to go racing again. Wait for that green flag to wave in the breeze. It goes, and so does Craig Carball in the 8C. He's got Flynn behind him, and Donald Gregory in the 21 car takes advantage of a fantastic restart to get alongside Flynn. Side by side and ahead as they come out of turn 2. The 11 of Dixon's right in the mix as well. 19 Malcolm Nartai, perhaps taken a little surprised there by the pace of the 21 car. All the cars come out of turn 3 and 4 without incident this time round. Another lap ticked off for Craig Carball as he comes through 1 and 2 down the back straight. He's got a lead of a couple of car lengths.
Spin.
We've got one round there, the 88 car, Dave Manera. He's on the infield, but he's kept it going. The race continues. Craig Carball ticks off another lap. That's 3 completed now. Still side by side with Donald Gregory and the 6 of Grant Flynn, and Dixon getting his nose into the back of Flynn's car there to make it a bit of a threesome for second place. 19 Malcolm Nartai keeping a close eye on these guys. He's got Ray Stewart in the 34 car keeping a very close watch on him as well. Haywood in the 92 car is holding station there from Dan Corrin in the 124, and Mick Quinn starting to make a bit of progress through from near the back of the pack. Let's go back front side now and have a look at the 8 car
19C.
of Cardwell. And we've got a bit of smoke coming out of there. What's that? Malcolm Nartai's car, the 19 car, burning a bit too much oil. And he won't be happy with that. Mick Quinn getting a little sideways there coming out of turn 1. That car lurching over alarmingly, but that's what it's designed to do. So Carball comes down the front straight. There's the battle for second and third. Donald Gregory in the 21 just has the edge on the 6 of Flynn, and round the outside comes the 11 of Peter Dixon, and he just can't, the front 2 can't shake off Dixon. Cardwell alongside the 98M car there, who's having a nightmare of a heat.
Flat
left rear, thanks Jared. Cardwell makes the pass well enough, but how these other 3 cars are going to squeeze past the 98 machine of Fraser, I am not sure. So we come down the front straight. Craig Cardwell says bye-bye, I'm off into the distance. 98 still the mobile chicane. Flynn goes up the inside, 21 of Gregory and the 11 of Dixon round the outside, and that's allowed the 34 of Ray Stewart to start to close up on those guys as well. Carball's gone for the doctor, that's it, he's done. It's
Debris coming off the 98 car now.
The battle for second, third, fourth, that's where it's all at. 98 pulls to the infield, not surprisingly. And here's your battle. Flynn just has the edge over Donald Gregory. The outside line, the 11 car of Dixon can't quite get the go forward to get alongside Gregory. It's 10 laps completed now for Cardwell as this battle for second, third and fourth makes its way across start finish into 1 and 2. Flynn still has it at the moment. He's keeping that car down low. He's finding the grip there. But round the outside goes the 11 of Dixon, and it looks like he's going to try and make a pass. But we're in the white zone now. Just 1 to go. Cardwell's off in the distance. Bye-bye. But it's the 6 of Flynn, the 11 of Dixon, the 21 of Gregory. The four-wheel steer of Dixon's car taking it high there. He's got a great exit from turn 2. That's a cool pass for second place. That's how you do it. Steve Flynn in third now. Donald Gregory fourth. But Flynn comes back up the inside. Has he got the horsepower? No, he hasn't. Dixon takes second.
Yeah, as we watch the rest of the field filter on through, Craig Cardwell, beautiful run there, kept that nice and consistent. In fact, actually to the point of actually, I don't mean this in an offensive way, his race looked boring. He was out there, he just kept that metronome, as you say.
I know exactly
the line,
what you mean.
And it was fast, comparatively. Although looking at the lap times, fastest car on the track there was Ray Stewart on lap 3, and he pulled a 17.944, which goes to show the track has changed quite drastically from those first 2 races.
Yeah.
But also just watching the battles, that's probably the most aggressive and the fastest I've ever seen Pete Dixon at Koken Tools Woodford Glen Speedway in the first race of the night. He's got a really good turn of speed in that car. He picked the setup beautifully. Donald Gregory, really aggressive. The back marker caused him to lose that spot. He just couldn't find his way forward again. And Flynn just being consistent in the 6B. Great race there. But Gregory, watching the way he was running there, that was the Donald Gregory of the past. He was right on it and he was brave.
Yeah, he was, and Donald Gregory, probably not a name that's been mentioned much in the build-up to this event, but well, I would dare say he's on people's radars now.
Yeah, and just watching the Debbie the Webster replay there, Dixon's car looked very neutral compared to what we have seen it at times, and he was able to make those places up. As they're just looking at the 98M car on the infield, he lost that left rear tyre early on. He sat in the middle of the track. Craig Cardwell just got through on him. It was very close on the pass. But then within about a lap, that tyre disintegrated and just exploded the back end of that car with fiberglass and rubber flying out. Malcolm Nartai developed a bit of an oil leak midway through that race. Well, I'm presuming it's oil that was coming from on that left front hub. But all of a sudden, he gets a slingshot off the back of the corner and he was back into it. And it's like the oil disappeared.
Some really good racing there from Ray Stewart. Want to mention him as well. Put in some great laps. As you say, had the quickest lap of the race and, made up some good ground.
He certainly did. As Craig Cardwell there taking away his first heat race of the weekend, and now we start to see all the groups start to mix up and it starts to get confusing for us, Tony.
Absolutely, and we've gone through all of the groups now, and we've got at least some idea of who's on the pace and who isn't. So we're going to pay some bills back shortly.
Big business or small business, we've got mobile solutions to give any size business an edge. Our regionally based account managers can scope your business and deliver to your evolving needs. Take control of your team's business mobiles with individual plans or shared data pools, along with solutions that offer increased control over device and data security and the flexibility to easily manage your team's mobiles and apps. Whatever your business, whatever your size, talk to your Spark customer lead or business hub today.
Mini Stocks heading out for their second race. They come through Enviro Waste onto the front straight. You'll see our official there he'll give them some hand gestures, polite ones, of course. Let them know. They're giving them the thumbs up, so they will go racing as they come around. And
some of these guys might end up in Super Saloons running in a Super Saloon title in the near future.
Well, certainly it seems to be that. Is it just me or are competitors getting younger?
Oh no, we're just getting older.
Yeah, I'm pretty confident of that. As McNally leads us around.
I've had some text messages coming through just reminding people that Dunedin took 1, 2 and 3 in the South Island Street Stock title. Yes, Rob, we do know that. Don't they love reminding us of these things when they're sitting in the crowd?
It's always brave to be on the other end of a cell phone.
No, they did too. They did it well.
Yeah. As we come off Enviro Waste, we're in the starter's hands and congested start, but the 18 of Sidaway leads us into turn 1 for the first lap. McNally goes in sideways, then straightens up, then goes sideways again as Edgeworth comes up the inside of him in the 77, and there Rubbin's racing. Phillips goes through. Out in front though, it is 18C of Sidaway back to the 23 of Berry, then Marsden in the 86. 12 car of Cole Phillips in there with his brother in the 5 car behind. And really bunched up in that mid part of the pack there, but as we watch Sidaway just put the head down and run away with it.
And young person from Nelson in the 21 following Dad up high.
Yeah, sometimes you'd be brave to run high on this track with a mini stock, but it's interesting when you start going through how many second and third and fourth, well even up to fourth generation competitors in this grade. Out in front, Sidaway, back to Berry. In fact, if we go, first 5 cars are all second generation competitors. See, you get the parents who want to live vicariously through their kids. Isn't that right? Isn't that how it works, Ivan?
I think so.
That's how it's going to happen in my family anyway. Out in front, it is Sidaway back to Berry. They've opened up a gap over Marsden in the 86. You can tell it's race driving because when his dad does, he hits everything.
He normally comes up here, not into our office.
Dare I say that. And it is getting a little aggressive in that mid-pack there. Just expecting to see one go inverted the short lead the way we're carrying on. Out in front, Sidaway still in the Yukon diesel spares car. Diesel servicing, sorry. And the 23 of Berry opened up almost the length of the back straight over Marsden. Then we go back to the first of the Phillips cars, the 12. McNally in the 21. He runs in hot, tags the back of the 12.
44 runs in hot, tags him.
It's McNally swerving down on the 50. Retiring to the infield. No, there's an exhaust on the grass. That's what's happened. Well, I suppose at least something broke off.
That'll sound like a big block mini stock.
As
we got one round over in turn 2.
The 321 car there going around, and that is the Keith car, and then we'll go put him around. Yeah, McNally in the 21 car as he went in, his exhaust system fell off his car and slid down through. Is this the point where we go and ask about the welding on it, courtesy of a certain street stock driver?
This is probably not what Sidaway wanted with Berry, with the yellow flag coming out and Berry jumping right on his heels. The 23 car, beautifully presented wee car, as is the 321 that's waiting to go to the rear of the field. These youngsters, they put a lot of time and effort and spit and polish in it.
Once again, we live vicariously through our children, don't we?
It's a good way to get them to do their homework. Well, you won't be racing this weekend, or even just to turn up to school.
It's going to be easy than taking the tablet away from them, isn't it?
Yeah, I'd rather be doing this than sitting there playing PlayStation.
I don't disagree.
So the 321 comes to the infield.
Cool.
John's got the exhaust.
It's clearly not warm, so it hasn't been used a lot in this race. As we go back to Indian file. So we've got a couple on the infield, the 321 and the 21. Is there a 221 or a 121? Because we'd expect them to go next. As we're back into Indian file, ready to go racing. The 47 car down the back end of the pack there is pulled out wide. Just wondering if he's...
Yeah, I see that the 21 of young Burson, he's pulled out wide. He's track packing for Dad's later heat, I suppose, is he?
I guess so. As we watch the Debbie the Webster replay, as the 21 car going to the infield, the 56 there of the Nelson car of McManaway, just nowhere to go. And we're going to put that down to not having mirrors in the car, aren't we?
Okay.
As they're ready for a green this time round.
See, I can offend the mini stock parents as much as I can offend the Super Saloon drivers. As we come off Enviro Waste, it is race time. The 18 car leads us away, just pulls away from Berry. And we go through into turns 1 and 2. The 44 car of Lytton out wide and looking to the outside of Marsden. Might have a run here. As McManaway all over the 5 car. Charging down, and Marsden, I don't want to be looking in your mirrors if these guys are behind you. They were coming in hot. Lytton's washed out wide, and
I'd say right rear.
He's lost something in the back end, hasn't he? Out in front though, still Cam Sidaway in the 18C, back to the 23 of Berry, and at the 12C of Cole Phillips. Did hear a nasty rumour that in the Phillips household there's a stock car lurking to come out, and they might have to put some old guy back into it. As McManaway goes through on the 12 car. Out in front though, Cam Sidaway. Back to Jake Berry. Doesn't look like a lot's going to change here. These guys have been pretty consistent as we head past the Value Cars Warehouse grandstand. Turn it into Enviro Waste. Keep it down nice and low. Berry comes in hot. Sidaway's not going to make a mistake off this. He lets the car wash out wide. He will take the checkered. Back to Berry, followed by McManaway in the 56N, and then Phillips with Phillips and Brooks.
Yeah, some good racing by these youngsters, ranging from 12 to 17. Looking at the lap times, Sidaway, his quickest lap was a 21.90, but Jake Berry in the 23 car, he did a 21.87. Then the rest of the field started jumping up into the 22s, 23s. So, as I said earlier, the 23 car, it's a quick wee machine, but Cam Sidaway managed to hold him off in that car there. So, the youth mini stocks, good to see them out here again, good numbers.
One of the things I quite like about this is the changing face of the grade. Like if we look at the 71C of Amber Brooks coming round, my understanding was when she showed up with the mini stock at the start of the season, she'd never driven a manual car before.
Exactly. Now look at her, she's getting places and everything like that. So
and certainly as the grade gets older and you start to see drivers develop, of course they move on. Certainly when you watch the for sale ads on Facebook and whatnot, you see a whole bunch of cars for sale and kids tagging their parents in, so obviously they've got some ideas to spend money. And one other one who seems to be spending dad's money, I shouldn't say that, as we head down to Billy Hickey, he has another second generation driver with him.
Thank you very much, Jared. Yes, I'm down here with the 8C, another second generation driver, that is Craig Cardwell, winner of that last heat. Great opening account for you.
Yeah, hey, it's a good start for us in the team. We've had a lot of niggly problems with the car and finally ironed them out, so hopefully it's going to be good all weekend.
Obviously the car responding well to the track.
Yeah, the track was drivey and then it went off a bit, so we just shut the car down, and that's what our cars like. They like the slick stuff, so we just drove the conditions and carried on.
And whereabouts are you starting for your next heat, Craig?
I think we're off 6 or 5.
Good stuff. Well, that Cardwell's Racing Supplies Pro X is looking fantastic, mate. Keep up the great form and best of luck for the rest of the night.
Cool. Thanks, guys. Cheers.
Hi there, I'm here with Peter Dixon, 11T. He just came second in his first heat. Are you happy with those results?
Yeah, I think second's pretty good first heat, where it was just trying the track out and getting the feel for things. So yeah, second's good.
Do you think you need to make any changes to your car?
Yeah, the track has definitely slicked off a lot, so we'll make a few minor adjustments, and hopefully the track gets slicker and slicker because it will suit my car better.
Okay. Have you got any rivals out there?
I wouldn't say rivals. I pretty much get on with everyone, so it's like I try to race hard and fair, but you know, when you got to make the pass, you got to make a pass.
Yeah. All for the fun and games, eh? Well, if you're not fast, you're last. Who are some of your sponsors you'd like to thank?
Oh, I knew you were going to ask me that. I got Debbie the Webster, which is I think she's pretty much sponsored a wee bit of the sponsor today meeting today. Got Kiwi Beverages, Heb Construction, MD Freighting, New Zealand Composite Tech, Scorpion Racewear, Cleanways, JD Design, Duratech Construction, and also I get a bit of a hand from Tauranga IDM as well.
How's Bowers? It's a mouthful. Okay, are you feeling confident?
Come back and ask me this time tomorrow.
Okay, well, best of luck out there. Good on you, all right?
While we're talking about sponsors, got to say a big thank you and a big good on you to Suck It Up Limited. Malcolm Nartai and his crew, they've put the money down to help sponsor, be the title sponsor for this meeting. They got involved very, very early in the process, pretty much as soon as the track got allocated the title, didn't they, Jared? And
certainly did, yes.
Big thanks to Malcolm and Suck It Up Limited.
We last night at the Vines we had what they call the Legends Night. It was a I guess a get-together and dinner and a few of the retired drivers coming out for...
So how did you get there then?
I took an old chassis builder out.
Okay.
So we managed to go there, and of course next season here at Koken Tools Woodford Glen Speedway we have the New Zealand Modified title.
We do, yeah.
And
who's sponsoring that?
Well, the funniest thing was that Malcolm Nato was sitting across the table and he went, "Oh, really, have we?" And it was just like, I think the sales job might have been done over a couple of drinks. But certainly the effort that Suck It Up put into the Super Stocks and the Super Saloon campaigns, the Canterbury Glen Eagles, second to none. And you start to go around and look at the cars that are out here, the amount of them have Suck It Up stickers on them.
Yeah.
Richie Taylor, he just passed us in the 58C. He's got Suck It Up on it. The 444, the Rock, Kevin Huddlestone, he's a man who's been racing the best part of 40 years out here.
Yeah.
He's supported by Suck It Up Limited. It's a huge amount of effort goes on there. As we have the Value Cars Warehouse Group and the Koken Group in. Koken Group being the 1NZ of Steve Cowling, Kane Lawson in the 6C, the GOAT, Brent Emerson in the 7M, 18C Greg Bardsley, Chase Rodder in the 33B, Richie Taylor in the 58C, 92 Grant Harkis, albeit not out there, Caitlin Haywood in the 94 and the 861D, the President, Ricky Bolton.
It's so many names. The President, the Phantom, there's a few other names.
There's a few other names we can't repeat. But the Value Cars Warehouse Group, of course, Ian Burson in 3NZ, Mark Osborne the 16R, the 17C of Ryan Marsden, Gavin Hill in the 48C, Nigel Moe the 63A, Greg Johnson, whose brother is the 1NZ production driver,
yes,
the 77T is that group as we head around. And so they go on pole.
Oh, this will be interesting.
He is going to go for it, Brent Emerson. He's probably one of the most entertaining Super Saloon drivers of all time.
Absolutely, I would agree. He had a great reputation in his younger days as a real tail-happy driver, didn't he? The tail of that car just wagged and wagged and wagged. He's settled down a little bit, and his driving style settled down a little bit in more recent years, I think. But
well,
I stand to be corrected.
He came down here and did a season or two driving the LRC Works car, which is actually that car there that he's still got. Right. And of course, you might know it by looking at all the graphics, but it's a Mustang underneath. And it is I think it's Shelby was the nickname for that one. I stand to be corrected on that. No doubt someone will tell me. But once he came down here and went back home with the LRC cars, the John's chassis tend to be really good endurance chassis, so you have to not overdrive them.
Yes, they don't encourage that. They don't reward that tail-happy behaviour, do they? Anyway, so that's Brent Emerson and that 7 car, otherwise known as GOAT. I should say a big thank you too to Mobile Foods, Anne and her team, who do all the chips and hot dogs, pies and soft drinks, sweets and sandwiches and all sorts of other tasty food around here at Koken Tools Woodford Glen for sponsoring this race. We had a few other sponsors through the night that I haven't mentioned either. MDS Diesel Services, L&J Cartage, Enviro Waste, Christchurch Glass, Challenge Wymack. They've all sponsored races on the program tonight, and if we didn't mention it at the time, sorry, but big thank you for your support of Koken Tools Woodford Glen.
And certainly do look after the sponsors of motorsport. As someone who's involved in sponsorship of motorsport, it does require a return on investment, not just exposure, but actually getting people to visit, walk into your local Burger King.
Absolutely.
You'll see the Pro Dirt Series posters and bits and pieces.
And so if you do buy products or services from people that you've seen here at Koken Tools Woodford Glen, or watched on the Pits TV stream, or watched on Speedway on television, then do mention to them that you've seen them, that you've responded to their promotion on the race cars, because that's the way sponsorship works. That's the way drivers get the funds to race. And it's the way tracks get to be able to put on meetings like this. Alrighty, so the clerk of the course has walked to the infield and put his flag down, which means I think he's pretty satisfied. We seem to have given up on putting fairy dust down in turn 1. That's gone by the wayside.
Well, every group now has done their first race. They know where they have to be. Okay. They've got to be side by side. As Mark Osborne in the stealth car just rolls up under the back of the 6C of Kane Lawson.
So second round of heats about to begin. Here we go. Off the turn 4 and on to the front straight we go. Goat in the 7, Bardsley in the 18, and Bardsley catches the Goat napping, and he streaks away into the lead with the 17 of Marsden hot on his tail, currently in third but about to go past Emerson. No, Emerson just cuts across slightly. The 6 car, winner of the previous heat, Kane Lawson, is side by side with the 77 of Greg Johnson. Further back in the field, Osborne in the 16s racing with the 861 Pro X of Ricky Bolton, and Gavin Hill running the outside line, trying to stay with those guys too. Was that a coming together at the back of the field, or just a bit of heavy braking, I think, from the 63
Marsden.
car? Oh, and we've got contact out of turn 4. Cars all over the show, one spearing to the infield. That's 17 Ryan Marsden. The rest of them all keep going. What's the referee going to say?
Still racing, brother.
So Ryan Marsden not very happy there. He kind of got spat out the back of a meat grinder of cars. And we've got more contact in turn 3. The 16 car of Osborne goes over the front of Ricky Bolton's car, and several others involved in that as well. Oh dear. The disease has struck.
Yeah, Ricky Bolton just outbraking that car and putting himself around, as I believe we're going to go to a replay on the first incident.
So the screen there, the screen shows you why Ryan Marsden's car can't go any further.
Yeah.
It's minus a bit of rubber. Quite a lot of rubber, actually.
Yeah, you might get a nice good Bassett rim, but if you don't have traction on it, it's not going to do you any good. He got very crossed up and just dove across the pack. And to be fair, out of what I've seen of all of this, and no doubt once we know the drivers are fine, we'll go to the replays, is that Mark Osborne, he's built that thing like a tank.
Oh, it was airborne. It was airborne over the front of Ricky Bolton's car, that's for sure. So there's a view of the cars that are still stationary on the track. 58 Richie Taylor. He came in at the very end of that, and I doubt there's probably more. If there's any damage at all to Richie Taylor, it'll be minor, but oh yes, when you look at that front wheel, that's probably enough to stop him progressing.
Well, it's more the right front wheel is the one we're concerned about. He's on full lock, so if he's locked up into the bodywork of the other car, he won't be able to turn. Ian Burson has probably given his brakes the biggest workout of any driver in this race from the very beginning. There were cars all over the show, and Burst just had to get on the brakes as we watch the Debbie the Webster replay, and it was just going in hot with the 861. He got on the brakes.
Got a bit sideways. Hayward nowhere to go.
Yeah, just big green and black. In fact, Gavin Hill just about got collected there. Osborne came in hot and just climbed over the front of both the 94 and the 861. And Richie Taylor and the 1NZ at Cowling, somehow he managed to pull it up without any contact. By the time that Hayward got there, it was already done. It was all over. Richie has gone in there quite hard, to be fair, Tony. And,
yes, he has, hasn't he?
It'll be interesting to see if he has sustained any damage. They're certainly picking him up to pull him out of the incident. And yeah, that is well towing out. But they've released it. And also the Gypsy Royal car, the 861 of Ricky Bolton. He's all caught up in this, but whether or not he's got flat tyres or anything out of it. And we watch the cars pack round. And so for those of you, getting them untangled is possibly the hardest thing here, because they have just locked up with the wheels into each other.
So the cars circulate, and we wait for the incident to be cleaned up there. There's a bit of work to clean up those cars. And we're going to see the replay again. This is from the Debbie the Webster Mike Perro real estate replay. Big thank you to them. And so big thank you to the Pits TV from everybody for giving us that amazing replay, including the some of the staff here at
the referee.
The referee, yes.
So
I didn't want to put it too bluntly, you know.
So one of the things that is happening here is the referee's box is right next to where we are as we watch the Debbie the Webster replay.
Don't worry, we've soundproofed the place. We can't hear them anymore.
Yeah, the yelling's got down a wee bit. But they're coming through and utilising the screens here in the announcer's room for the replays to speed the meeting up and to make the fairest decisions possible.
Absolutely.
And I guess this is one of the cool things with the streaming services that have come into Speedway, is the ability to get officials to make the right calls. As we watch the very first incident, and Ryan Marsden went in and he just got very loose. Goat clipped him on the way through, and then Marsden realised he had damage and he just drove to the infield. Unfortunately, he just went through a couple of cars. As Goat somehow salvaged it, clips the back of Kane Lawson, and Mark Osborne, as I said before, what he's built that car out of, I don't know. It
looks pretty bulletproof, doesn't it?
Well, at this point it does. It's certainly he hasn't quite dialed into the track as fast as some of the other cars, but certainly the hits it's taken tonight. It's
he certainly carried over a bit of engineering from his Superstock days, I think. Anyway, looks as though Richie Taylor's back mobile, not only mobile, but rejoined in the right place in the pack. Ricky Bolton, the 861, has gone to the back, so obviously the referees decided he was the cause of the yellow, so he's been put to the back.
And of course, bearing in mind...
And as president of Speedway New Zealand, I'm sure he'd be really pleased that the rules are being applied, accurately and fairly.
Well, as he said to me, it doesn't matter who you are or who you think you are, everyone's equal out there. So
there you go.
He did actually wave to the referees on the way past.
It was a friendly wave, I think.
It was all fingers.
So look, we're bunching up into turn 3 and 4, which means we're about to get a race start. I think Greg Bardsley keeping it very, very slow, but he hits the gas now down the front straight. The 7 of Emerson and the 6 of Lawson tucked in behind him. And suddenly you get the feeling that this racetrack is not supporting as much width as it was earlier. Gavin Hill's not got that message though. He's running the outside line to great effect, making up places in the mid-pack. So Bardsley in the 18 car has got a lead of several car lengths over the 7 of Brett Emerson, the 6 of Lawson, who's right on the back of Emerson there, and Johnson and Hill. Hill gets another pass, another 2, and here comes the 16 of Osborne trying to thread the needle between Lawson and Hill. The 94 car of Hayward has done a neat little pirouette in turn 4 and is sitting on the pole line, which means we must go yellow, surely.
We're still moving.
We're still green.
No,
There's still action in 1 and 2 as the 16 car chops off the front of the 48 car. Gavin Hill had to back out of that one big time, but everyone could see there was a yellow coming there, I think.
Yeah, I think to be fair, of course the drivers are running headsets. They would have been told, and then we would have seen the light. And Hayward there, I think, just went in a little bit hot. Yep. And what we're seeing a little bit of this, where drivers are running in hot, trying to close up that gap. And of course they nip the brakes, back into the car goes facing the wrong way.
Absolutely. So just the slightest touch there from the 94 car on the back of 77, I think. But whether there was or there wasn't, definitely Caitlin Hayward there in the 94.
How good is Richie Taylor here?
Just avoids that. Look at that.
How good is it having a short nose on your car too? Because you wouldn't have got much between the two of them, and the responsiveness of the 58C there, just enough.
And the big mover in those 2 laps of racing that we had there was Gavin Hill, who moved from about 7th place to 3rd.
Okay, so there's a couple of things we need to consider here. This is only 4 laps completed.
Out of 12.
Out of 12. So it's been a little bit chaotic. Gavin Hill has found the groove, and he's got a big horsepower Ford under that bonnet, and he's been able to lay it into the track. He's picked it well.
Greg Bardsley stealing a bit of a jump on the 7 of Emerson there. I think Emerson was slightly asleep. Anyway, where Bardsley gets the restart and he's away and off into the distance, and there goes Gavin Hill again on his merry way around the outside of Brent Emerson in the 7 car. Can he get the slingshot off turn 2? He kind of does, half ahead. Lawson's watching this from behind, and the 16 of Osborne, he's saying, I want a piece of this. He's trying to get that high line working as well. There goes Hill past Emerson up the top of the track, and Greg Bardsley still leads. Hill in 2nd place in the 48 car. Here's the 16 of Osborne, finding the same grip that Hill did up high. Takes over 3rd place, nips into the front of the 7 car to stop him coming back. Meanwhile, up the inside comes the 6 of Lawson. So poor old Brett Emerson's getting past left, right and centre here. Well, not centre, but definitely left and right. The order as we go through at the moment, it's Bardsley in the 18, the 48 of Gavin Hill. We go back to Osborne in the Stealth 16 car. Great battle for 4th as Richie Taylor comes on strong round the outside of the 6 of Lawson. They're battling for 4th place. 6th place at the moment is Brett Emerson, but he's going back. He's got Johnston in the 77 car on his tail, and the 1NZ of Cowling seems to have found the groove round the outside, and he's making it work. So Bardsley under pressure now as the 48 of Hill goes round the outside through turn 4. They're side by side as they go over start finish. Bardsley has the inside line. Hill has the outside. Osborne looks as if he wants Hill to hurry up a bit on that outside line. He just got a bit more pace than either of those front 2 cars, I sense. But he hasn't got track position. He slides the nose in alongside Gavin Hill. He's going to make an inside pass. No, he's not. He backs out of it. Hill's got the pace on the straight. Bardsley's, I think he's holding these guys up. He's got track position, but not pace at the moment. The track's starting to dust up. The lap time's dropping off. We've had 9 completed out of 12. Gavin Hill into turn 4, quite hot, goes round the outside of Bardsley. Bardsley's tiptoeing that car now, and Gavin Hill's got more grip on the outside. I think he's going to get a clean lead in the next lap or two. 16, Osborne, he's gone down low, and Richie Taylor's come from near the back of the pack in that other accident to be challenging. He's in 4th place now. Not much between the top 4 cars. Anything could happen on this last lap. The white flag is waving. Gavin Hill has the lead. He's a car length ahead of the 18 of Bardsley. Osborne realises he's got to go high to try and make the pass, and he's opening the door for the 58 of Taylor. Taylor's got that inside line working well. Bardsley's the mobile chicane here. 16 of Osborne trying to go round the outside. Hill's going to win it. Battle for second. Oh, contact there. The back of the 18 car got touched by Richie Taylor in the 58, but he backed out of it, finishes 4th.
Yeah, beautiful race there by Gavin Hill, HPE, the 48C, taking home the race win. Fastest lap was an 18.6, so we've dropped another second from the previous seat.
17.3 there.
No, fastest lap for Gavin.
Oh, for Gavin, yeah.
Fastest lap was actually Bardsley on lap 2, and then, of course, you can just see how the track disappeared away. Bardsley pulling a 17.3. Interesting. I think Gavin Hill knew that Greg is not a driver that's going to risk the car. He's not going to risk the body, so he could hold it there and then be a little bit aggressive, and Greg would back out of it. Greg saw Osborne on the outside in that last corner. He gassed it up and he went sideways, and Richie had already stuck the nose up the inside and just gassed it. So, to be fair, Richie backed out of it. That could have turned really ugly.
Yeah, could have done. Absolutely could have done.
But Ryan Marsden, he's making it hard for himself. You can't finish a race on the infield. Well, you can, but losing that left front wheel, he just went in hot, and we saw it on the Debbie the Webster replay earlier, as he just goes in hot, and the back end of that car went round. He smacked Goat, and then Kane Lawson, Mark Osborne, they all had a little bit of a piece.
Nibble, yep.
And to be honest, as he slid through the infield, he was probably fortunate that he didn't actually end up sliding into the podium. But in those last few laps there, the Stealth, the 16R car, coming on strong. But Gavin Hill can't take it away from him.
No, he picked the outside line. He knew where he wanted to run this race, and it was where most of the others weren't wanting to go, and he made it work.
But as you pointed out, Richie Taylor, from the back, to get points, you have to pass cars.
Absolutely.
You know, you're not rewarded per car for points. You are rewarded for moving yourself from at the back of the pack to the front. Richie Taylor did it beautifully.
He did. He made up a lot of places in that race, and that's going to be good for his chances.
And here's this last corner incident. Richie went up the inside. Greg just wheel spun and he backed out of him, let him go. And you could hear the cars. You could hear some of those big V8s as they came off turn 4. They were just struggling for that grip. So there'll be a lot of setup changes now as we watch the cars going back into the pits. I think it's top 3 cars
get weighed
each time they come through. And it's a matter of making sure that we don't have super light cars going through. I can tell you for a fact, having put one of these together with a Super Saloon driver, when the car was completed without the ballast in it, it was 900 kilos.
Right.
It had to be just over 1100 for the engine size that we were putting into it. So the best part of 200 kilos worth of ballast had to go into that car.
Wow.
Now you take that out on a club night, you've got yourself a sprint car.
Yeah, absolutely. So here we are up in the commentary box, and all the rest of the people up in the tower there. You can see the lap scorers at the far end there doing a great job, and of course the referees in the middle box is there too. And
the window in the referee's box is open just far enough to push the referee out.
Absolutely. And there's the funny guy in the golf clothing who sponsors a lot of cars, and the other guy next to him who has got his bag of roasted nuts. Oh, no, we're not got a picture of me. Okay.
Nobody wants to see you with your hand. No, I was going to say something that had to be edited.
No, I don't want to see you with my hand on my bag of roasted nuts. Okay.
Wow. I was trying not to get ourselves into the point we had to edit stuff out, but we'll leave it at that.
Yeah, I don't know.
As our street stocks come out for their second run of the night.
Brought to us by Mr. Moss Limited.
Mr. Moss, yes.
I don't know what he does, but presumably he gets rid of it.
He certainly does.
There you go.
I even know who he is. Not a bad rooster. Does some hydro printing on the side. Did my helmet just last time I checked.
Oh, there you go. Very cool. So if you need Moss sorted out, go and talk to Mr. Moss and tell him that you heard about him at Koken Tools Woodford Glen Speedway. So Street Stocks came up for their second tour of duty for the night.
The 28C car just coming through. Looks like a frog's exploded on the inside of that.
Now, I was asked by promoter Steve Lennon to make a little point here too about what might happen tomorrow. If it rains tomorrow, and there is a certain possibility that it might in the afternoon and the evening tomorrow. If we get rain, you can find out some information about whether the meeting's going to go ahead or what arrangements are being made from the Woodford Glen Facebook page or from the phone line, that the info line, whose number you can get off the website or out of the white and yellow pages. Don't go texting, the club president and the promoter, because they'll get hundreds and hundreds of texts and won't be able to respond to all of them, or probably any of them. So check those channels of information. The Facebook page, and I've no doubt the Pits TV page will also carry information as well. The plan is, if we can't race tomorrow night, we're going to be racing 5 p.m. on Sunday. So that's the backup plan.
That certainly is. Now, we might joke about the amount of phone calls, but it's really funny, especially when, to be fair, unfortunately, I probably live the closest to Woodford Glen of all the board members, and you get our president, who lives in another part of Canterbury, gets a phone call going, "What's the weather like?" He's like, "It's fine. It's beautiful where I am." Unfortunately, I'm 40 minutes away from Woodford Glen. So it is one of those funny things. So definitely Facebook or the Woodford Glen website. And of course the info line. But
they're all the best ways to get an update tomorrow on whether we'll be racing and what arrangements have been made. And let's hope the weather forecast, i.e. me, is wrong, and that we do get to race there. There is quite a bit of rain in the forecast. There's a possibility it might be quite light and brief, and if that's the case, we should be racing. If it's heavier and lasts longer, which is what I expect to have happen, then we'll probably have to can the meeting tomorrow and postpone to Sunday. So it is an issue, and do stay on top of it, please, folks, so you don't miss your racing, your finals night tomorrow.
What I do know is that when we were sitting last night and it was even suggested there might be a drop of rain, a certain person who might be sponsoring the meeting, his partner, went, "You better put a couple of sucker trucks on standby just in case we need them." And as you remember a long time back, as we watch on the big screen, Nigel Moe on the cell phone, I'd say he's on the phone to Ben Harding going, "How do I get this car to go around the track?"
Yeah.
So of course the man behind Has Haulage and Has Haulage Racing in the Harding Motorsport Mustang.
So Zippy waves his little flag, and I think we're ready to go street stock racing.
We certainly are. Steve Peterson leads us away, and I know that from that last race there were some very grumpy drivers as we watched Steve Peterson lead it round back to the 822 of Jesse Johns Robinson, the 433 back in there. Here comes McSherry, and he is going to have, as a Robinson is going to have Matt Peterson give him a little bit of a tickle up through the corner. No, he gets back out of it, has to get on the gate. Out of shape. We're doing a little bit of bouncing around here as Dave McSherry goes up the inside of Matt Peterson down to Enviro Waste, and McSherry out of all of this is probably going to come out in the lead on the back straight. He does as he heads past the Value Cars Warehouse grandstand. Matt Peterson, the 433, back to Van Lyshout, who has the 34 car up and humming, the 822 going out high and wide, polishes the top off the track out there. So Dave McSherry in the 62 head down, just out there. The 99 just pulling to the infield. Battle on there for second as we go further back. The 77 and the 27 having a battle. So Schumacher in the Crusader versus the Commodore of Leslie. And the AU Falcon there of Jones looking to join in. The 822's clicked up a cloud of dust down at turn 2, spun to the infield. Out in front though, it is Dave McSherry past the Value Cars Warehouse grandstand. The 29 of Jones streaks up the inside of about 3 or 4 of them there. No, he trying to commit to turn 2, goes in hot with the 29. He's up the inside of the 77 Schumacher, moves over on him a little bit. That beautiful flip thing, you can't reverse flip, as Matt Peterson gets all out of shape. Whoa, and the 77 spins himself. Must have been on a banana on the track down that end at Enviro Waste, Tony, as Van Lyshout gets a little bit of a tap from the 433. Steve Peterson pulling to the infield in the 28. And the 822 of Jesse Johns Robinson using all of the track and a little bit more. Our race leader will go through on him. Back to Jones, Van Lyshout. And he takes the crack at the 62 and fires himself in the wall. The trick to a good hit is drive away. And equally as much, don't hunt what you can't kill.
Yeah.
So Dave McSherry in the Crusader, this is the second race he's had a bit of a walloping, and I would suggest that the 822 is in trouble. And yep, he is.
There it goes.
Drilled by the 62 car down the back straight, pulls to the infield. Yeah, it's good giving it, doesn't like receiving just by and pulls back out.
Oh, 62 gets pushed around there.
Oh, and he can see the 822 at Seek Sanctuary, so he pulls straight back out. I'd say 822 might be in a pickle before this race is over and done with. That was getting interesting. Yes. 29 cars in the lead. Oh, there is actually a race leader too. We kind of got a bit sidetracked in the middle of all that. As we watch the 822, McSherry is running hot at the moment. That I would say Jesse Jones is going to feel the wrath of our track as he pulls to the infield for a second time. Oh dear, that is. So
is he coming out with a white flag on his car next time round? Is it?
I'd be putting it on the trailer if the referee didn't do it for him, but that's my opinion. Anyway, we have got completely sidetracked out of it. The white flag is already out, but not for the context that we were talking about.
In fact, there's the checkered one. Right.
It is a race win going there to the 29 of Mike Jones, Van Leischout in the 34 and the 433, who had Matt Peterson took out second, followed Van Leischout for third.
If anyone's interested, the quickest lap was a 20.56 on lap 9 of that 10-lap race by Mike Jones in the 29 car.
And I know I'm not allowed to have an opinion, but I do.
Oh, wow. And you're never slow to come forward with that opinion, are you,
From someone who on occasion races contact grades, that is gutless, running to the infield. When you're going to give a hit, you be a man and you take a hit.
Well, look, I've got headphones on here, and even I could hear the groans from the crowd when that happened. So there we go.
Gutless and cowardice. Anyway, I am sure I've made myself popular with people watching, and certainly when people play that back. As we head down to the pits, we have Mark Osborne.
Thank you very much, Jared. Yes, I'm down here with the 16. Former champion, of course, Mark Osborne. You got your first ever title here many years ago, and you were pretty hooked up in that first heat, trying to keep it on all four wheels, but you're up on three. What's going on?
Yeah, no, we're a bit overhooked in the first one, but the track sort of come to us actually later in that first race, but we ran out of laps, and then we just dialed the car, and then, and it come on real good. Started passing some cars, so yeah, a bit of confidence back in myself and the car, so it's good.
You've been doing this for a wee while now, so you know how it works. It's all about getting those points earlier on, banking the points for that all-important feature tomorrow night.
Yeah, it is, yeah. These just stay clean and just, bank as many points as we can. Kind of need to be near the front, I think, in the feature. Not necessarily off the front, but near the front in the feature tomorrow. Make life a bit easier, I think, yeah.
Where are you starting for your next heat, Mark?
Off one. Yeah. So a win would be nice, but you never know. Some fast cars here, so we'll just try our best to. Yeah.
Look, these stealth chassis are looking fantastic. It's great to see yourself and Joe out here putting on a show for the brand.
Yeah, no, and getting confidence in our cars too. This is probably my 5th meeting this year, so pretty green on the laps, but we'll get there. Joe's been doing real well this year, so very, very consistent, which is good. So hopefully him can be at the pointy end tomorrow. Be good.
Stealth one too.
That'd be nice, wouldn't it? Yeah, I'll have one. You can have two, eh? Yeah.
Let him have a one. You've had 3, mate. Come on.
No, we're good. Thanks, eh? Cheers.
Thanks for your time. We'll throw it over to Sammy, who's with Gavin Hill. Sammy.
Hi everyone, I'm down in the pits here with my mate Gavin Hill, 48C. He's just come first in his second heat. How did you find that?
It was good. The track had a bit of bite out wide, which I took advantage of early on. Made some passes and got to the front.
How's the car treating you? Pretty good, obviously.
Yeah, the car's great. Struggled a little bit in the first race. Thought it was going to be drivey and it wasn't. So we got a good setup that time and we went forward.
Will you be needing to make any improvements on your car?
Still tweaks now, really, for the next race, which I think I'm off about the same position, somewhere in the middle. So hopefully we can go forward again.
Okay, well, good luck on your next race. Who are some of your sponsors you'd like to thank?
Oh, yeah, good one. Patterson Brothers Tyres, Brown and Patterson Collision, obviously HPE, my business that does the engines, Towman Towing, Kelford Cams, and that's about it, I think. Yeah.
Okay, well, good luck on your next race. Thank you much. Thank you very much. Thank you for your time. Good luck again.
Thank you.
Thanks to Sammy down there in the pits with Gavin Hill. So here we are back on the track with Super Saloons. You can see the Woodford Glen Ute there going around the pace car, leading the 7 car from Dunedin. And this is the Riverlands group versus the Pits TV group. Yes, the Pits TV actually have a group in this Championship. Amazing. Well done to them for sponsoring a group in the New Zealand Super Saloon title. This race brought to us by Mr. Whippy. So, tell us about some of these cars, Jared.
So, Pitts TV Group and the Riverlands Group. 2NZ of Cowling, Paul Simon in the 7D 9W Mark Pitcher, who has that chassis for sale after this mill. It's for sale currently. Martin Halcrow there, the 24P. 27C, Trevor Elliott. Ewan Shearing in the 69I. Hayden Mackay in the 86C. And Johnny Brown in the Lightning McQueen painted 95B.
Yep, he's there.
Then we move to the Pitts TV Group. It is 6B Grant Flynn, Peter Dickens. Get myself tongue-tied out of this. Peter Dixon in the 11T. Ray Stewart in the 34T. Mark Hutchins in the 53E. And Paul Berg, 76C. 88 Manera. 98 Fraser in the 817 of Jackson Lovelady.
Of course, Jackson Lovelady tonight driving that car with the full support of the Bolton racing team. Poor old Josh Bolton having engine woes in the Canterbury Championships last weekend.
You cracked a piston?
He did. It wasn't as simple as what you're seeing on the screen there now, just getting in there with a spanner and tightening something up. Oh no, he'd cracked a piston, which means the whole engine has to come apart. Couldn't do it in a week, or at least not and have a reliable engine for a high-profile meeting like this, the highest profile meeting. So poor old Josh couldn't.
You can do it. The problem you have is getting the parts in the time frame.
Yeah, because his motors are put together by Klein Engineering in the USA, aren't they?
Yeah, they've got two engines that were built by Klein, and the 817, I believe, has a New Zealand-built motor in it.
Yep. Okay.
But that was, of course, remember when that first came out, it had all sorts of plumbing issues just with a blowing water out. Front row of the grid, it is the 7D and the 24P.
So that's Paul Simon from Dunedin and the 24 car, of course, Martin Halcrow, currently contracted to Palmerston North. And are we going to go racing this time round? Yeah, the lights are out and the flagman's leaning over with the green flag. I think we're going to get a start, and yes we do, and away we go. Drag race down the front, and it's tight there. Halcrow just cuts across the front of the 7 car, gets his nose in front, but the 7's just in front through turn 2. They're side by side. 53 cars in the mix as well. Ray Stewart in the 34, nothing's going to get past him in the next. Oh yes, dear, we've got a big pile up there as the 11 car of Dixon gets into the back of 34, but Dixon backs out of it, backs up everyone behind him, but amazingly everyone's got through and is still running. There's 3 wide coming out of the back of the pack there as one of the Flynn cars and the 86 and 69 cars are racing side by side. But out front, the 7 car, Paul Simon from Dunedin, has a bit of a lead. Only a car length. Oh, we've got some action down the front straight there. Hayden Mackay. Oh, we've got another one round. Johnny Brown gets half spun through turn 1. There's half spins and taps all over the show at the moment. You'd think it was stock cars. Simon has the lead. Oh dear, there we go. I spoke too soon. It is stock cars.
Yeah, we've got a lot of guys just going for it at the moment, and 1 or 2 of them maybe just out driving themselves a tad. We almost had a massive incident down the front straight here as Hayden Mackay thought he got through on Trevor Elliott, but Trevor was still there.
Yes.
And they both got very close to the concrete, in fact to the point where I was stepping back from the window. The car of Fraser there, the 98M, caught up in the middle of that incident. And look at the front of Pete Dixon's car. It just about lost the entire front in the middle of one of those little checkups.
He did the right thing in backing out from where he was, because if he'd kept his foot up, we'd have had 2 cars quite seriously mashed up. So here's a replay of goodness knows which of those many incidents. You can see the Mark Pitcher's car.
The 98 just about turned right on, clipped the 2NZ car. So Cowling is having a forgettable evening, as we watched on the DB Webs. The 98 car went in like a rally car and then
bang,
hooked right.
So Fraser's having an even more forgettable evening in that 98, isn't he?
One of 2 things is going to happen. Either he's going to get yelled at or he's going to buy a Pro X chassis for next season.
Yes, indeed. So we're hooking up the 98 car. The Flynn's car is rejoined. So the order at the moment, 7, 53, 9, 34, then Pete Dixon in the 11, the 88 of Manera, Jackson Lovelady's moved up in that 817 car. The 2 of Cowling there, tucked in behind him. Then we go back to Brown in the 95, 6 of Grant Flynn, the 69 of Ewan Shearing, Aidan at the back of the field, the 86 of Hayden Mackay and the 27 of Trevor Elliott. And on the infield, we have the 24 car of Marty Halcrow, who pulled off early, the 98 car of Fraser from Mount Maunganui, whose front end is looking a bit worse the wear. And luckily, that's all.
Yeah, the front of Dixon's car, he'll be putting an extra strop on that one before coming out in the next race. Just how hard these competitors are going in those first couple of laps. And I think both Trevor and Hayden, I think, have realised, yes, they need to make places up. They're starting off the back. This is the opportunity to do well. But no point risking the car. They will make those passes, but they'll do it at the back end of this race.
So we're about to go green and racing again, and we do. And away goes Paul Simon, followed tightly by the 9 car of Pitcher and the 53 there as well of Hutchins. And it's all bunched up and tight coming out of turn 2. Dixon muscles his way past the 34 of Ray Stewart. Stewart comes back under braking. 53's gone round. We've got other cars round in the mix there too. Yellow.
And this also too, Tony, the track has changed. First couple of races where these guys came out,
it was grippy.
It was reasonably grippy.
It was.
By the time we got to race 3, grip was gone. Now, how far have they adjusted the cars and how have they adjusted their own driving? In that first race, you just get on it, mash the throttle, go. Now, all of a sudden, you've actually got to be a little bit of a throttle jockey. You've actually got to...
You've got to work. You've got to work. It's not going to just happen by itself, is it?
You don't stand on it and just wheel spin it.
And some great photography there on the stream and in the stadium on the big screen from the Pits TV with their drone up and running, showing just what the shape of the Woodford Glen track is. The lead car there going through turn 1 and 2. You can see that's the large radius turn. Coming onto the back straight now and going past the big grandstand, the Value Cars warehouse grandstand that we keep talking about. Big thanks to Value Cars for sponsoring that and helping us out here. And the cars will move into turn 3 and 4, which is the tighter radius turn on the left of your picture.
As we've got the drone footage here, we can actually explain why the track is the way it is.
Yeah, it's a great story. Yeah.
As we watch the Debbie the Web, can't do that, with Debbie the Webster replay, Hutchins just putting himself around, and Dave Manero literally just
drives over the front
driving over the front of him.
And giving him a good hand signal as well, I think, at the same time.
Yeah, this angle won't show the hand signal, but I think we know what it was.
Yes, I think we can guess. So very quickly, Jared, the story of why Woodford Glen has such unequal shaped turns.
As we saw from the drone, the back straight, that embankment where the grandstand is, that used to be where the old railway lines came through. Yep. And as you follow it through, back to the Waimak River, and you can see from the drone how close we are to the Waimak. That is actually where the old rail bridge used to cross.
Yes.
So that's one of our boundaries. So that governed how far back we go. And then where the super saloons are parked in the pits, along with the face of the control tower, was a paper road.
Yeah.
And the track was built between the road and using
the
railway line. And by default,
it was square.
No one figured out it wasn't square until it was too late. And I can tell you now, there was a court case over it.
There's the car park at Koken Tools Woodford Glen, and the pits in the foreground there too. As you can see, the pits have gradually grown over the years. Parts have got sealed over.
Well, if we look, when we first we hold that drone image now, where the buses are, I guess where the Hayward cars are, so there's a bus with a trailer and another bus beside it, where that's where the pits used to stop.
That was the back fence.
That was the back fence at the first New Zealand Super Saloon title here. You wouldn't turn Mick Quinn's truck around in the pits now.
No, indeed. So some great footage there from the Pits TV drone, but we're going to get back to the action on the track with Paul Simon about to lead Pitcher in the 9 car. Away we go. They're all line astern, and Ray Stewart in the 34 car's got to fight off Peter Dixon in that 11. 11 lifting the inside front wheel as he goes through 1 and 2, and he's made the pass. 1, 2, 3, passes 3 cars in 1 turn, just like that. Peter Dixon on fire here at Koken Tools Woodford Glen. Pitcher says, I'm coming back at you though, mate. I'm not having that, and it's a battle down the front straight, side by side, into turn 1, side by side. Simon goes round, it's too much for him. Cars go in, left, right and centre. Oh boy.
Lap 3.
Yep.
We're
inching our way towards lap 12 here, folks.
Oh, this is where the pressure's gone on. Guys have known they've dropped races.
Yeah, and now they're trying a bit too hard now, aren't they? Magnificent pass by Peter Dixon. past 3 cars coming out of turn 2. That thing was absolutely flying and hooked up superbly. But unfortunately, what was going on around behind him was drivers just trying just a bit too hard.
It's an interesting one because as we watch Pete Dixon head around there, there's a lot of arguments for and against the rear steer. As we watch the Debbie the Webster replay, Pete Dixon, beautiful move in there, and as the 7D car, we've just seen it courtesy of the replay. As we just watch how that happened. Everybody avoiding Cowling in the 2NZ. Man, did he get roughed up. He's just about got Manera's car through his window.
So I guess the question is, was there a touch of 34 on the back of 7 there? That's probably what everyone needs to find out. And let's see it frame by frame on the Pits TV here. Doing a great job for us. In the stadium too with the Debbie the Webster replays.
Just enough to unsettle.
Oh dear, who'd know? I'll leave that one up to the referee to decide.
Well, we do know because the referee was beside us watching that one. But Cowling, though, watch him as he comes in. He's done everything to avoid it, and Harry didn't get a rear bumper through his tyre.
Yeah.
Hayden Mackay, nowhere to go. There was just some real rough stuff going on in there as everybody just going in hot. And amazing, from such an innocuous little tap.
Yes.
There probably won't even be a mark on the 34 car.
No, some fantastic views from the drone there of the Waimak River, just a few hundred metres south of the track, and of course over to the Port Hills of Christchurch and the coast not far in the distance there too. If you want to pop down to the beach and then head on to Woodford Glen, it's pretty easy to do.
Yeah, in fact, actually, as we scroll around, you can see
there's the mouth of the river.
Mouth of the river. That's where we
go fishing. No.
No. Well, no. It's a
good spot to go fishing, but.
Yes, well, that's where we lost the Tūhoia, wasn't it?
Oh, yeah, that's true. Yep. And you can see all around Woodford Glen there, we've got to this wonderful farmland.
The dairy
cows and irrigators and
the cows
rural life.
The cows don't complain
it's
about
calming,
the noise.
Really, isn't it?
Manera in the ex-Mark Osborne car, just a lot of damage to that car.
And out over the looking out over the car park and to the city of Kaiapoi. Well, town of Kaiapoi. Sorry,
that's pretty generous.
Yeah, I was being kind to Kaiapoi there.
Yes, it's
Woodford Glen, like all tracks in New Zealand, I suppose, battling the encroachment of urban developments around, and people's expectations are a little bit different the closer they live to speedways. But for now, anyway, we're lucky to be still out pretty much in a rural location.
I think it's fair to say that a lot of the gratitude goes out to the Waimak District Council because they realise that there's a great infrastructure of various sporting venues around, and they have worked very well with us here at Koken Woodford Glen. And the 2NZ, the whole diff, just looking at the camera here, the whole diff just punched across the back.
Back.
In fact, actually, there's got to be a bumper on the 88 car, and that's going to almost be inside the panel of the 2NZ. We're going to find out as they unhook them and pull them away. Manera's still in his car. Probably the best place to be because it probably looks better on the inside than it does from the outside at the moment.
Yeah, he's going to get out of that car, put his hands on his hips and go, oh my God.
But the other thing is that Cowling can't. Well, they're always going to have to pull Cowling's car back to get it out. They've all locked up. It's become a bit of a Tetris puzzle.
Yep. Kinder trying to unlock the puzzle there. He's the big guy directing things.
No, he is too. He's there. It's like, how do I miss him? But Dixon, we are lap 3.
Yeah.
And Hayden Mackay's pulled out to the infield as well. We're going to be a minute or two before we come back racing.
So we might go and pay some bills here in the stadium.
Manera's car there wouldn't be out of place in a street stock race looking at the state of it.
Dear oh dear.
But what we have starting to see, Hutchins' bonnet, he's going to be really regulated, yes. I guess, on the speed that he's going to be able to do. As it's going to make this repecharge tomorrow evening interesting because we're seeing some very good cars dip out. And there's a few people that'll be rushing off to the TAB tomorrow morning, I'd imagine, to slip a quick 20 or what have you on a nose. Hayden Mackay's had his car checked out. He's going to rejoin, so somehow the 86 has survived all of that.
Yeah, he was, I think, in 10th place on the ELS.
Right rear rim has it's going to vibrate. Well, actually, to be fair, I think it's actually the centre of the rim. And the bead. I don't think the rim itself is bent, but I'm sure.
Looks like it needs to go to circle track engineering. Sorry, that's an inside joke if you know who his sponsors are, but never mind. Right, off the front, Pete Dixon in the 11. Mark Pitcher, the 9W car. He's having a good meeting, Mark Pitcher. Like Donald Gregory, he's going well. A bit of a dark horse, and he's performing at the front of his heats, which is great.
Never underestimate the Wellington cars for bravery and acceleration.
Absolutely, absolutely. 7D, Paul Simon, he's having a good race here. 817, Jackson Lovelady's moved up a few places. Behind him, we've got one of the Flynns, the 6, that's Grant Flynn. The 95 of Johnny Brown, he's looking pretty handy in this race too. Then we go back to Hayden Mackay, Ewan Shearing in the 69, Paul Berg in the 76, Trevor Elliott's near the back, 53, and at the back of the field the 34 of Ray Stewart. He obviously got put there by the referee.
3 laps completed.
But we're about to start another one, and even before the green drops, we've got a car climbing into the back of another car, and more contact as they go into turn 1. Oh boy, this is turning into the biggest demolition derby in New Zealand. Should I said that? I don't know. The 11 car of Dixon, he's got about a couple of car lengths over the 9 of Mark Pitcher. He's a car length ahead of the 7 of Paul Simon. There's a battle for 4th place behind him between Flynn and the 817 of Jackson Lovelady. Jackson's coming on super strong here. Flynn flinging it out wide in the loose. Jackson keeping it tight on the inside. There's about 4 or 5 car lengths back to Johnny Brown in the 95. 86 of Mackay can't seem to get much go forward, and he's got Paul Berg right on his tail with Ewan Shearing, Trevor Elliott, and near the back of the field 34 Ray Stewart, and right at the back of the field is that car with the bonnet that just won't behave, and he's pulling off. So that's his race done, 53M. So out front we go. It's the 11 car of Peter Dixon coming down the front straight, but all the action's behind him. You got Mark Pitcher in the 9, and you got a great battle for 3rd there between the 7 of Simon, the 6 of Flynn, and the 817 of Jackson Lovelady. As they go down past the Value Cars Warehouse Grandstand, this is where the race is now. But like previous heats, the lead cars cleared out and gone. Let's focus on that 2nd to 4th battle. 2nd to 5th battle, really, as Pitcher seems to have the best of it at the moment. He's got a car length over Simon, who's running a slightly higher line. Jackson Lovelady doesn't want to venture out too deep on that track, too high. Flynn's happy to go wherever the momentum takes him, and I think he's got the car to handle it too. So I'm not sure how these places are going to change, if they're going to change at all. 8 laps completed out of 12. And Dixon has a huge lead over the 9 of Pitcher. You can't even really see Dixon in the bottom of the frame there. He's so far ahead of the 9 of Pitcher. Pitcher still holding on to 2nd place and driving a good race here. Flynn's taking the inside line in that battered car of his, and he's under a bit of pressure though from Simon and Lovelady. You get the feeling that Brown in the 95 and 86 of Hayden Mackay are slowly catching on the back of these battling cars, and I think the whole field's getting a bit compressed up, but they're going to run out of laps because that's 10 completed for Peter Dixon as he guns down the back straight now. And there's the battle for 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th. They're all in the same frame, they're all tight together, and it's Mackay who's coming on strong in the last laps. We're in the white zone now. Peter Dixon just needs to bring it home in a race that he'll be very glad will come to an end, I think. The 9 of Pitcher holding on to 2nd place at the moment. Can Grant Flynn make any inroads? I don't think he can. He just hasn't got the car under him to propel him forward past Pitcher. And Jackson Lovelady's going to have to settle for 4th, I think. Checkered flag waves. There's your winner, Peter Dixon. We'll all go make a cup of tea, and there's your 2nd place, 9, Mark Pitcher, followed by Grant Flynn.
Well, I'm just having a look to see if I can see the time elapsed for the total race. We were setting any 12-lap records out of that one. Fastest lap time is 17.9 by the 7D car on lap 2, which does seem quite a long time ago, and we're not sure which lap 2 that was. Because there were a few yellows.
Because we had a few of them, yeah, we did.
But looking on the infield, there's some good contenders that are wrecked. Looking the side of the Flynn car, it's going to need a bit of duct tape. Hayden Mackay, credit to him, he's managed to salvage something out of that race, albeit that the Arbortech Port Hills Truck Centre car is a bit of a mess at the moment. His biggest fear would have been in that race with that vibrating right rear, was it going to shatter the hub?
That's right.
And so
it wasn't really a circle anymore, was it? It was more of an oval.
But don't take anything away from this. The 11T car, Pete Dixon, former 1NZ a couple of years ago, he's managed to bring home a really good result. he made the comment he wants this track black. So if we bitch him in the track overnight, he'll be delighted tomorrow. So he'll be going around. He's getting good points hauls. It's putting him on the front row for what will presumably be a very slick track tomorrow night.
Yeah.
And that's what he wants.
And if you watch this footage from the pitch TV, you can see that through the turns, the track is starting to turn a bit black there. All right, it's got some water on it, but you can certainly see the rubber getting laid down. So he's getting his wish come true. Mind you, he wouldn't be the only driver who would have anticipated that would happen. Anyone who runs here at Koken Tools Woodford Glen will know how the track surface changes here through the course of a meeting and will have anticipated that. So
well, you can't put this many super saloons on the track and not slick it out. As what we watched the Flynn car going onto the scales there, it'll be somewhat lighter with some missing panels. As Dixon had a bit of a hairy moment in that last lap, as we understand it. Lovelady was coming on strong. He was coming on, and Mackay managed to get through on Johnny Brown and actually on the 7D car by the race's end. Dixon there scuffing the wall down the back straight and managing to hang on to it. Of course, when you have you can actually see the diff moving very clearly in the Debbie the Webster replay there. You actually see it tramping as it pulls the left wheel forward. And it's fair to say that 11T car is going to come out with some, not some tape on the bonnet, I'd say he's going to have a couple of tie-downs on it.
Yeah, whereas I don't know if tie-downs would work there.
Well, the beautiful thing about Dave Manera's car is a mess, and they're just doing everything they can to keep it off the pit gate as it comes through because it does not want to tow straight. The biggest problem with having an enclosed trailer, Dave's about to discover.
Yes, indeed. Now, the history of that car, very briefly, you did tell me a few meetings ago. Jared, I've clean forgot.
Ex-Mark Osborne 1NZ machine.
Right, here we go.
They were out of the Hypermax stable. Probably one of the most successful, or if not the most successful chassis in the pits tonight.
Yeah, indeed. So poor old Mark probably having a little bit of a cry into his oil can there at the moment.
Possibly one of the ugliest ones after that race. Poor Manera. Couldn't have bought luck if it was bad. And
so we're back for another heat of our production saloons.
Canterbury Production Saloon champs tonight.
Yep, they're racing two heats, I think, to determine points for the all winner takes all final at the end of the night. Not quite the end of the night, but second to last race.
So it was grid, now reverse grid.
Yep.
And that means our race winners in the first race, who were near the pointy end of the field to start off with, now at the back end. So they've got a bit of work to do. A couple of Commodores at the front. Get those cars sideways. That'll make it interesting. So the 10 car being piloted by Alan Bailey, and then we have Diane Moore in the 8 GM. Of course, her family having a busy night tonight because they are the car owners of car 86C. Jason Moore's wife out in the production, and Hayden Mackay driving Jason's Super Saloon. Then I go back to the taxi of David Filius, the 86C. And then literally a car that was calling itself the taxi.
Yes, I noticed that.
From Graham, the Martin machine, 14E. And these front two do not want to get onto the wet track. Diane just pushing the 10 car down. David Filius out wide, he's doing a bit of track packing. But those are some big rear-wheel drive cars at the front when they start to go sideways.
Yeah, they are. It's going to be a little bit slippy-slidey, I think. This race brought to us by Really Swift Parts. Big thank you to them.
As we head past the Valley Cars Warehouse Grandstand, we will all in grid positions for the second heat of Canterbury Production Saloon Champs. Moore starting to wind it up, and we're away and racing as Bailey goes up the inside. And Filius is joined right in the tail of the 10 car. You do not want to be too high on this track. Martin looking to join in the Falcon. As Martin looking to the inside of Diane Moore. Oh, a little bit of a tap there on the back of the 86 car. Nothing in it. We're just checking up on brakes. And Moore gets a bit loose, slaps Brad Corden on the way past. Out in front though, it is Bailey. Martin there trying to, and the 1NZ car's taking a unique approach into turn one.
Tangled on the back of the 2NZ car.
Well, Bailey Jr. has spun down at turn 3 as well. Oh, well, you might find the 1NZ gets away with this one because 92 was the first spin. And you can see even now how greasy it is. The 86 car in the ABC driving school Commodore of David Phileas. He gets out there, gives it the gas, and he's just lock to lock.
Yeah.
But much like their big brothers in the Super Saloons, this is just a heat race.
Yeah, that's right.
Not racing for the ranch just yet.
Nothing really rests on this other than grid position for the final.
This doesn't even give you stock feed, let alone the ranch. As we look at the imagery on the big screen there, that is the underneath of Hayden Mackay's car. So they'll be looking to see what's bent, what's ugly. Well, we know what's ugly. Look at the bodywork; it's been mangled. So a wee bit of work to be done, but they'll get it sorted. It's not the first rodeo.
No, indeed. And of course, it's a great indication of how much effort and work goes in between races from the crew down in the pits of every car. Every car's got that happening more or less to it at this point in time.
Just interesting looking at the couple of people that were under that car. There's probably some fairly heavy IQs, to be honest. Some very clever people working on the back of that car. As we come off Enviro Waste, it is on the gas. Phileas got sideways. Bailey leads us away. Martin to join in. Gordon in the 72. Martin's decided to venture to that middle part of the track to see if there's any life in it. Oh, there'll be life in it, but you want to be a fish. As out in front, it is Bailey heading through into Enviro Waste. Just keep that low line down. Martin goes through the infield, tags the side of Phileas. Unique approach. And we look further back through the pack. Oh, the FTOs are on the wall. The 78 smacked their hand. He is pirouetting into turn 1. Contact there between the 5 car and the 78. It's going to be hard. Well, I don't think we're going to go to a replay on it, but certainly it certainly looked as though we were possibly overdriving ourselves coming off the corner there. Actually, we are, courtesy of Debbie the Webster. You'll see the 5 car go out wide. Sherlock down as the Palmer car down below collects him. To be fair to Andrew Bennett, you've almost got to say he was the victim of that one. He couldn't have gone any further to stay out of it and just got clobbered by the 78. So Bennett did get out of line. He was out wide. Oh, that one there looks like he might have come back at the 78. So I'm glad I'm not a referee. I just an opinionated guy with a microphone.
A little bit of contact there on the back of the 14 car too.
I always love it when the cars come in, they're missing the front bumper. I didn't hit a thing. If it's your back bumper that's missing, it's not your fault. If it's your front bumper, a bit different. And to be fair to say, the 5C car
looks a little second hand there.
It's got a sort of a Hypermac bonnet thing going on with it. Yeah. Out in front though, keeping it clean and tidy, Alan Bailey. Of course, Alan returning to productions a couple of years ago now, and it did do a stint over at Ruapuna in, I want to say, mini sprints for a number of years. As we take a look at the screen, courtesy of Debbie the Webster, the Hypermac of Dave Manera, as they just start to pull the broken bits off, and this team's got a lot of work to do. You can see the broken bumpers. Of course, it's all twisted and contorted. And it's going to be a lot of effort to get those cars back together just to try and get something out of tonight. I mean, you've lost a race. You might be able to salvage something for the third race, but you've got to get actually on the track. So they're just trying to get the grid position sorted. They were going to put the 6 car of Gary Cox. No, they're putting the 5C to the back. So they're calling him the cause for the incident. In fairness, though, the 78 car on the infield also. As the stakes have just got higher.
Yes, indeed. Yes, a couple of cars won't be collecting points in this race. Well, one won't anyway, 78.
Let's not take ourselves too seriously. As we come through Enviro Waste, we're in the starters' hands, we're racing, and it is 2 laps completed. Wow, they have been watching what the Supers did in the last race. It is a Bailey, back to Phileas, Martin, Gordon there, the 2NZ looking through under the 8 of Moore, manages to get through, as does Chris Bailey, and Gary Cox puts himself round at 2, keeps himself going because we are not going to go yellow, please. Anyway, out in front, Bailey across the start-finish line, clocks up lap 3. It's almost a milestone, Tony.
It is.
As Martin there, he's using that ripple strip, just about needs to be an arm code for the 14 car as he makes different approaches through the corners. It is Bailey back to Phileas And the FTOs, they're just ganging up on the BA Falcon. 2NZ's gone to the outside, takes a run in, throws it in like a modified. Just about needs a wing on the 2NZ car. Got a very slow. It's got the slingshot off the back of the corner. You have a run here at the 14E car. Down to Enviro Waste. Goes to that outside line. As Martin there can't really fight back. There's not a lot he can do off the corner. As the 2NZ Sherlock goes through, he's going to try and pick up Phileas. Our race leader is still Bailey. Phileas is about to lose second spot. Unless he can hold the 2NZ up there. It's not the style. They rush down into Enviro Waste. As Cox pulls to the infield. Now Bailey's got a battle on. So Sherlock's got through into second. Bailey's just moved up a little bit on the track and it's allowed. Sherlock tries to go up the inside. Out of all of that, Martin tags Phileas, who's somehow going to regain control of the 86. It is Sherlock looking up the inside of Alan Bailey. Bailey opens the door, then closes it down the front straight. As Sherlock looking to go to the outside now on the 10 car. As Bailey's just going to make the generally painted 10 as wide as he can be. We are on lap 7, or lap 8. We're completing 8 as we come across the start-finish line. We're a little bit as Robbins racing off the corner as 2NZ as Sherlock goes through, throws into the corner, gets unsettled. Bailey captures the 10 car, just keeps it low. Moves up a little bit on the track. But the pace of the FTO. The FTOs might not like the corners so much, but boy, they drag you down the straights. As David Phileas had a moment there. White flag is out for the 2NZ. Bailey, then Martin. And heading further back through, you go to Gordon, Chris Bailey, Diane Moore, and the 1NZ of Brad Johnson. Our race leader, though, it will be race winner will be the 2NZ of Matt Sherlock. Back to Alan Bailey, Martin out of Blenheim. As we head towards the final top on points here, Tony, it looks like 24 points will be awarded to Matt Sherlock, assuming the results stay the way they are. Then we actually take quite a bit of a jump further back to 17 points to Alan Bailey and Brad Gordon.
And Brad Johnson is on 18. So Johnson in the 1NZ and Sherlock in the 2NZ will be the front row for the final, and then the second row will be the 10C Alan Bailey and the 72C of Brad Gordon.
Interesting to note, the first and second 6-point difference.
Yeah.
So, Brad Johnson just backed out of it. He knew where he was at. As we head back down to the pits with Billy.
Thank you very much, Jared. Yes, I'm down here with former champion Peter Dixon, of course, winner of that last heat. Pete, great opening account for tonight.
Yeah, so far so good. We've had a 2 and a 1, so probably can't go any better than that unless we had a 1. But yeah, hopefully the last one goes good.
And of course, you're starting on grid 14 for the next one, so a wee bit of work to do.
Yeah, I think everyone's just not settling down and just going for it and just crashing. So hopefully, in the last one, everyone's settled down and we sort of get to work, maybe make a few positions, and it'll be a good night, I think.
Happy with the car overall?
Yeah, in that one we're just a wee bit tight, but just had to drive it a bit harder. It wasn't ideal, but I think we'll loosen it up in the next one and see how we go.
Good stuff. Now, for those that don't know at home, I'm holding in my hot little hand here 12 of 12. There's only 12 of these models made. It was your 2016-17 championship winning car, and you might fit in this if you tried.
Yeah, I could do. Sometimes I wish I had that car. That car's actually here tonight, so hopefully it is a good night with it.
Absolutely. Now, of course, a very special time for you getting this 1NZ, and great to have some of these models made for yourself, for your birthday, and of course for your sponsors too.
Yeah, I think all the sponsors got one just to say thanks, really, and it was quite a cool thing a mate done for me, and put them in glass cases just to, you don't get 1NZ every day, so you may as well make the most of it.
Now, talking about 1NZ, of course, your mates at the Cowling camp are having an average sort of a night with Chris having issues, and of course you race the Pro X up north, the 17M. You're obviously pretty tight with those guys.
Yeah, I get on real good with them. Sucks for Chris tonight, he's done so well and pretty much won everything this season, and he's having a shocker tonight, and that's just the way it goes in New Zealand champs. You need good luck, and he hasn't had it tonight.
Well, thank you very much for your time, Pete, and best of luck for your next heat.
Yeah, cheers, thank you.
Okay, here we got Ryan Marsden, 17C. He had a bit of a spin out there on the track. What happened?
Yeah, I just overcooked it, I guess. It was all my own doing. went into that corner and the car was a little bit tight, and I gave it a wee stab on the throttle and it just went round and couldn't get hooked up again, so it just carried on round and hit another guy on the inside of me, unfortunately, and it took the left front out of the car, so a few bent parts, but we fixed it up now and ready to go again for the next one. It just makes life a bit harder now. If it would have been good to bank some points from that far up. We were in second at the time, so well, we're not out of it yet, but it makes it a little bit more difficult. So we're off the back for the next one. So hopefully we can make some passes and get some points back.
Yeah. How are you finding those track conditions out there?
First race was really good. We were up second Super Saloon race and there's still quite a bit of grip in it. It started to go away a little bit towards the end, but I was able to make the high line work and we come from 7th to 3rd, I think. So first race was really good. It was looking promising. So yeah, I just overcooked it in the last one, and that's probably hurt our chances quite a bit, but it's never over till the checkered flag drops, so we'll try our best and see how we go.
Yeah. Have you learned any lessons from that spin out?
It's all very well to say I will be patient and I should have done this and I could have done this and whatnot, but when the green flag goes and you got that car in front and you're aiming for it, it's, even though I've been doing this a long time, it's still quite hard to wind yourself in a wee bit and just settle it down. And I should have waited a couple of laps while the track went away a wee bit more and the car, the track came back to the car a wee bit. But sometimes too, when there's a bit of grip there, you got to sort of push a wee bit hard while you can, make a few places and then shut it down, and just conserve. So that was what I was thinking at the time, but it happens.
Yeah. Okay, so you wouldn't be here without your sponsors. Who would you like to thank?
Yeah, we got some awesome group of sponsors. Heartland potato chips, they're a fantastic product, made locally in Geraldine where I live, just down the road. So Penrite Oil, Repco, Love Lady Race Cars, Midwest Motorsport builds our engines. Graham up in Blenheim has built an awesome engine for us this year and it's hanging in good. So and North End Motors, our business in Geraldine.
A lot of great support there. Oh well, good luck on your next race and thank you for your time.
Thanks very much.
So the king of potato chips there, Ryan Marsden.
As the front row of the grid for the Suck It Up group versus the Burger King group.
Oh, look, Suck It Up. See, right in the front of Malcolm Nato's
car
there.
Malcolm Nato and the car that's affectionately behind his back been nicknamed the telehandler. Just missing its mast. And, of course, what I would argue is the prettiest looking Hypermac in the country. Terry Soper in the 8D.
It is good.
He's put that Camaro front on it, and boy does it look good. And this is the Burger King group versus the Suck It Up group. This is the 6th heat tonight of the 15 races we'll be doing over the next 2 nights.
So, of course, the whole shebang sponsored by Suck It Up Limited. Experts in hydro excavation digging. If you wonder what they do, the name like that's not necessarily easy to tell, but hydro excavation digging is what they do. And we're about to go racing, and so's Malcolm Natai, the Suck It Up king, off the front, and he gets the lead into turn 1. But Terry Soper's not going to get... Oh, Malcolm's gone too deep into turn 1. He's gone into the wall.
And Waddell clips him on the way through.
Just for good measure, eh? Yeah.
Wow, there's just, I don't think there was any drive up there. Malcolm, he went in beautifully, but then all of a sudden, mid-corner, it just
didn't
caught.
Turn. Yeah.
That'll be a heck of a moment for him there. Of course, in the super stock, which he's more accustomed to, you just bounce off it and gas it. As we watched the Debbie the Webster record, he just went in hot and caught the back corner, and it's flicked the right front in. I'm just wondering if Waddell's just grazed him on the way through there. He's gone in, and you just... Yeah, it just washes out, and as soon as it got wide, the front wheels are turned in. Waddell had a massive push on that too. He was fighting the handling.
So from this angle, you'll see Waddell's car come through. He's fighting it in the same way that Malcolm was on a similar line.
You see, he turns out of it here and then just clips it. You actually see right at the last second his wheels catch. So he's just catching his right front wheel on the back of Malcolm now. That might mean nothing at this point. Whereas we just look at Waddell's car as he heads past us. He's definitely got some plastic damage on it, but that's easy. You just put it put the hairdryer on it and it molds back. But it's whether it's done any suspension damage. He's given it a wiggle as he drives around, and I'd say he's definitely dented the rim, but very, very close to being involved in something there. Unfortunate for Malcolm.
Very unfortunate, because when you have a race where you start off the front row, you really want to try and convert that into maximum points, don't you? That's, as a racer, you've got to take advantage of those ones, and Malcolm would know that. He'd be bitterly disappointed at that.
Well, one of the things we're seeing with Malcolm is his maturity of driving the Super Saloon. This season's been very different from previous ones. He's been a lot more controlled, and I guess the more you do it, the more your driving style changes, the more predictable it becomes. Just a moment like that, just didn't pick it, and he's just washed out, clobbered the wall. I don't think the damage will be much. To be fair, and given it's a gorge chassis, we probably should check the wall.
Indeed. There were a few sparks come off it, weren't there, as he went in?
Yes.
So as you can see, some great pictures as we go round Koken Tools Woodford Glen at a slightly sedate pace there. The grandstand, the Value Cars, wait, go and look there for a second. The Value Cars warehouse grandstand.
There's a big sign on the top of it,
that's
Tony.
what I was looking for. The Enviro Waste turn that they're going through now. But they're down in turn 1 and between turn 1 and turn 2, just at the entrance to turn 2 really. Poor old Malcolm's 19C Suck It Up car is beached.
As they head around, Craig Cardwell sitting back in that second row there with Waddell. Now they had a really interesting race here. Of course, under Speedway New Zealand rules, there's no demand to have a practice.
That's
so
right.
So our Canterbury Champs last week was effectively an unofficial practice for the New Zealand Super Saloon title, turning under the bodywork of the car. So you'd be pretty brave to try and race with that.
Yeah, he gassed it and obviously didn't like the feel of it at all. So
definitely something broken.
Anyway, we're back in action very shortly as the cars reform. We hadn't started hadn't completed the first lap, of course, so it's a full restart. Soper on his own off the front gets the green and he's away, but around the outside the 18 of Sam Waddell takes advantage of the empty grid. Howard Soper gets half spun there and he hits the 8 of Cardwell, and again Cardwell rides over the top of him. Other cars are piled into the back of him. If this was a demolition derby, the crowd would be cheering. It's not.
Wow.
What can you say?
Well, it was one little incident, and I guess it's going to unfold here. And I'm pretty confident we're going to have a referee in here to watch the screen shortly, yes. Just to see what caused all of that. But certainly, Soper got out of a line, and then it was just bang, bang, bang. Next thing you know,
after consequence after consequence. Yep.
And ultimately, there's a lot of victims out of this one. The Hayward car sitting on the front, on the infield there, the front of that is looking really ugly. I think Owen Dixon's car.
Craig Cardwell's car is definitely a bit caved in the side as well, but he seems to be going at the moment.
Yeah, he probably took the biggest hit of all of those. But as they just check on all the drivers, they've got something that looks like a steering arm, bumper. I don't know, a large bit of steel, piece of steel in the hands of one of our infield officials. They're just checking the steering of the 8D. And it'll be interesting to see what this will tell you what this car's made out of. Yeah, Cardwell's car, the panels are folded under, but panels are cheap in the context of a New Zealand title.
The 5 car of Flynn is very stoved in the front. It's probably mechanically okay, but the bodywork is a real mess. And whether it...
Here we go. It's the replay courtesy of Debbie the Webster. We go into turn 1. Waddell goes to the outside, gets out wide. Soper's overcooked it. Cardwell collects him, nowhere to go. Cardwell goes again. He ploughs into the side of Cardwell.
Hayward hits him, goes past. Flynn hits him full on.
Corrin was behind there, and he collects it. Huddlestone in the 444 car, I think he's gone out and collected the wall. Looking at the Burger King car, it looks like it's a Cookie Monster. It's certainly twisted. Beautiful thing about the plastic fronts, it's not that big a deal to fix once you get them back in. But handy ledge though for when you do the barbecue at the end of the night. You can put the plates on it now.
Always a positive in every incident. Okay, so we still hadn't actually got a proper race start because that wasn't a completed lap. So the 8 cars just coming down the front straight, and the officials are going to have a look. I'm not sure if they've decided what to do.
I think the diff's moved across the back of it. If you look at the right rear wheel, it's tucked right up into the bodywork, which was uncharacteristic of that car. So something's not nice in the back of it.
It is, and that would imply that you'd get a right rear puncture at some point if he was to run.
Either that or the car would be so tight it wouldn't turn.
True that. So 19's definitely on the infield. Hayward's car is definitely on the infield and out of the race, and it looks as though Soper is as well now.
Yeah, in fact, actually, it looks like it's collapsed on that right rear too. But there is only so much abuse that these car parts will take. They are, at the end of the day, just mechanical devices.
Yep. But like commentators' brains.
Oh, yeah, we just leave those in the ute on the way up.
So let's try for a restart again, a race start again.
How many laps have we done, Tony?
Big fat 0.
Yeah, we've pretty much taken the front row out by themselves.
Yep. So 3 cars out. We haven't got a completed lap yet. Cross your fingers and your toes, folks. Let's hope this time around we can get some racing happening. Away we go, and Craig Cardwell takes advantage to zoom away up the inside. The 18 of Waddell wheel lifting as he runs the outside line with the 27 car in third place at the moment. 444 Kevin Huddleston having the start of his life there. He's in fourth, and the 124 of Corrin looking pretty racy as well. 73 absolutely blitzing from the back of the field to get mid-pack and one straight. But we go back front side, and it's the 8 of Craig Cardwell looking pretty safe and assured. He's got about 3-4 car lengths over the 18 of Sam Waddell. The 27 car is in the mix there as well in third place. Then we go back to the 444. He's just ahead of Dan Corrin in the 124, and then it all bunches up. We've got the 46 of Paddy North running alongside the 5 of Flynn. We've right in behind them, we've got the 73 of Mark Grocott, who looks like the quickest car on the track at the moment. He's boxed in, gets a little touch on the back from the 95 machine. And at the back of the field, Mick Quinn in the 23 car and the 21 of Donald Gregory, watching all this unfolding and thinking, goodness me, what's going on in front of me? Right at the very back of the field, it's the 64R car. So we'll go back front side, coming down the straight. He's opened up a good lead. Craig Cardwell tiptoeing, you'd have to say, keeping it down low, not doing anything spectacular, not putting that car anywhere that it's at risk. He's using control to get the pace and the power down. Sam Waddell washes out a little bit in turn 1 and 2 there, and he's caught up now by the 27S machine of Ingram. There's a gap back to the 444 car of Kevin Huddleston, who's just fractionally ahead of Dan Corrin in that 124. You get the impression Corrin in that Glen's glass and aluminium machine is going to make a pass very soon. He gets alongside Huddleston, can't quite get the pass done. Huddleston making that 444 car very, very wide. Flynn in the 5 is going to take advantage of those two battling it out and run the outside line to try and get past them. Behind them, the 73 of Mark Grocott, just itching for an opening in front of him, but he can't get track position to use the advantage he's got at the moment, I think, and he's got to defend from the 46 of Paddy North. So let's go back to the front of the pack. Crossing the start-finish line now is the 8 of Cardwell, and he's got a big lead, lead of 4.5 seconds over the second place Waddell, who's just fractionally ahead of Ingram in the 27, who's come on strong. 444 Kevin Huddleston holding back 3 cars now as the battle for 5th, 6th and 7th rages between Corrin, Fluffy Grocott in the 73 car and Steve Flynn in the 5. The track's starting to come to Mick Quinn now. He's finding some good grip and good pace, although the bodywork of that car is folded right in on the wheels. Not sure if it's mechanically 100%, and he's pulling the 21 of Donald Gregory through with him. So Huddleston's been passed now by the 5 of Flynn. Oh, we've got a coming together there. Quinn gets spun up and gets a car into the side of him. I think it was the 21 of Gregory. They both get going, but the 46 of Paddy North doesn't.
I have a sneaking suspicion that was Flynn putting himself around. Paddy's just spun to avoid it, so he's an innocent victim in this, no damage. But Flynn and Gregory came together, and it'll be interesting to see whether that came from contact. Certainly Mick Quinn is going to dive back in beside or in front of the 21 car, and and looking at the front right corner, I think it's going to be hard for Donald Gregory to argue there wasn't contact. As we watch them, courtesy of Debbie the Webster, replay going down in, and Quinn goes in hot, got on the brakes. In fact, Quinn's done that by himself, and Donald Gregory's had nowhere to go. So just checking up on the 124 car, Quinn went in hot on it, and he was pretty much sideways when he got there, put himself around. Donald Gregory definitely made contact. Really interesting to watch the 23P car when he gets back on the gas. It's pogo sticking off the corner. So he gets there, you see the car release, he gets back out on the track, and then he gasses it, and just watch the bounce it's got in it. Must be quite disconcerting.
Must be. Must be quite disconcerting to have a car that looks like that as well. I don't mean the design. So that could be taken the wrong way. I don't mean the design of the car. I mean the condition it's in after all that contact. That's what I mean.
8 laps completed.
Probably didn't express myself as clearly there as I should.
Oh no, I know what you mean. And I even like the way it sounded. Is 8 laps completed. Cardwell Jr. is the race leader.
I was going to go and have a sit down there, but they're back racing again. So Cardwell leads away, the 18 car of Sam Waddell. Bit of body damage on both of those cars. The 27 of Ingram looks pretty pristine at the moment. It's probably the only car in the entire field that hasn't had a bit of a bingle. The 444 of Kevin Huddleston returned to 4th place, but round the outside comes Flynn in the 5 machine, and he's going to try and make that outside pass work again like he did before. Quinn at the back of the field just keeps the 23 off the wall coming out of turn 4, but he's stone cold last at the moment. So 8, Craig Cardwell. He's got a car, 3 or 4 car lengths over the 18 of Waddell. Waddell's just ahead of Joe Ingram in that 27 S car, who's looking pretty racy, I have to say. Flynn has got past the 444. 73 running the outside line behind Flynn as well, trying to make the same pass happen, and Dan Corrin racing with these guys too. They're swapping a bit of paint as they go through the turns. It's tight there for 4th and 5th. So white flag now as Craig Cardwell storms into turn 1 and 2. Don't think there's going to be much to stop him, but the battle for 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th, that's where the action is. Flynn's running the outside line, Fluffy Grocot's up the inside, Huddleston's running back, and Corrin's trying to get a pass on him. As they come through Enviroways turn, there's a checkered flag and race winner. 2nd place Waddell, 3rd place Ingram. Let's see what happens here. I think Fluffy Grocott just got it.
He did. It'll only be where the LS is mounted on the car, to be honest.
Yeah.
Now, we're getting back to 1980 lap times.
Yeah.
So 19.07, so only 2 seconds off at the moment between productions and Super Saloons. So you can tell, that just tells you how much that track has become pedestrian and how much it's changed. It'll be super, super hard. Cardwell taking that away, Waddell, Salvage, and Ingram, though, keeping the car tidy. The one to watch in that race, Mark Fluffy Grocott, in the Brown and Syme car. He cut his way through there and was driving on form right at the end.
Again made up some good points too. So down in the pits, everyone's favourite Speedway pin-up boy, Billy Hickey's got someone to talk to. Oh, he wants to talk to us.
Everyone's Speedway's favourite pin-up boy. What's that all about, Tony T? Now, I'm just...
Look, I saw your teenage fan club earlier in the night, Billy.
Hey now,
no, they love you.
Come on.
And it's like the Beatles. It's like when the Beatles visit New Zealand. Billy Hickey's coming to town. All the young women of Kaiapoi are out down to the track.
So which one? If it's the Beatles, who is he? You know, Ringo, John. Didn't work out so well for Paul. It didn't work out so well for John, though. Let's be fair.
Sorry, you wanted to say something, Billy?
I'm just down here at the Cowling car. I'll see if I can get Chris in here quickly. Now, I was just looking, obviously we're looking at the pedal box was pushed right up towards Chris's feet, and here's the man himself, Chris Cowling. Unfortunately, a lot of damage to the car here. Probably not what everyone was wanting to see for you.
Yeah, no, definitely not. I wasn't, I didn't want it either, but it's done a lot of damage. We're out for the night now, so I don't know, we'll pull it apart tonight, see if we can maybe scrap up some things tomorrow and maybe try again, but yeah, she's pretty tore up, unfortunately, and just, one of those things, not meant to be. It's part of racing, you take the good with the bad, so we're thank you. So we'll just, get Stevie's car going tonight and concentrate on him.
That's the one, mate. Now, I just had a look at the pedal box and your clutch and your brake because let's just say it's on an very awkward angle. I'd imagine you went and put your foot on it. Well, there's nothing there.
Yeah, well, I went to put my foot on the brake where it normally is, and it's kind of moved over a bit. So the bumper's come through and smashed it all off its mounting points and everything. So then the rear end got a broken torsion arm on the left rear as well and smashed all the bumpers. So, she's pretty beat up, but that's racing.
It is racing, mate. It's pretty hard, especially with the TAB. You're the hot favourite coming in this weekend. Of course, yourself, Waddell, your brother as well. It's really difficult. Do you think we'll see you back out tomorrow night?
Oh, look, we'll give it our best shot tomorrow. We'll pull it apart tonight, like I said. So we'll see. It's pretty bad. So hopefully we can get some parts and maybe put it together and maybe try and put together 2 heat races tomorrow night that I don't know, maybe get to us front of a Repicharge or something and get us through to the 30 laps at the end. So we'll keep trying. I don't want to give up. So I know a lot of people have put a lot of money in at the TAB. So the TAB's winning at the moment. So we're going to try and do something about that.
Might have been a collective groan from the crowd and for the people at home once they saw you parked up down at turns 1 and 2. Hey, look, it's unfortunate to see, but it's great to see you happy, and we look forward to making sure you be out here tomorrow night.
Yeah, thanks, mate. We'll keep digging, so got to keep a smile on the face. It's all part of it, so yeah, we'll keep trying.
That's the one. Well, ladies and gentlemen, Chris Cowling there. Unfortunately, not what you wanted, but best of luck.
Thank you, mate.
There we go, ladies and gentlemen. So that's Chris Cowling. Boys, what do you reckon to that?
Yeah, a lot of damage there, and I'm intrigued to see just how beaten up the car is after the meeting.
I can't, obviously I can't show you inside the car because it's a bit too dark in there, but I can tell you that the clutch and the brake pedals are like that, and they've come forward a wee bit. And just down in here, right where this little plate is here, obviously you get lots of fluids and all that sort of stuff. So what you can see down in here, see if you can just have a look in there, Matt. See if you can get your camera down in there. Now, down in here, there's a wee little sort of a bit of a battery box. You can't quite see, but all of that's been pushed up. The steering arm's been pushed up. Everything. It's all just a bit of a mess, really. So it's really unfortunate for Chris. I'll see if I can grab that torch from him. See if you can see in there. She's a hot mess in there, unfortunately. So not what you wanted to see for Chris. But we're about to go racing, so I'll hand it back to you guys.
Cheers for that, Billy. As our production.
Mini stocks.
Mini stocks, yeah. Mini stocks. These ones don't actually hit. As we go out on a slightly greasy track, the 46 and 47 lead us away into turn 1 and see if everybody can keep it straight, because I'm picking it's going to be a bit wobbly. No, we've got pirouetting there. Beautiful pirouette too, though, my lady.
And keep going.
Yep, the 53 car, Golf sponsored. As the 47 of Horton leads us around, keeping a few of these mini stocks are just going to have to pick their lines a little bit careful. It is a wee bit greasy, it's very greasy out there. Back to Phillips in the 12 and McPherson in the 46 there, Brooks. Then the second of the Phillips cars, as we wave goodbye to the 47 of Horton out in front, as Brooks goes through in the 71. And be interesting to see their lap times at the end of this race compared to what the Super Saloons are pulling. Sidaway there looking to make moves through on the 46 of McPherson. These drivers all just trying, you can see the experienced ones though looking for where there's drive, not trying to go into the wet part of the track, although it must be fairly warm out there, Ivan, because I did notice that it's that water has evaporated very quickly.
Yeah, it's still quite balmy, and I see 41C done a bit of a spin up there in the middle of turn 1 and 2. So we'll just get them fired up, and they'll go to single file for their restart, with them now running under, what are they running under?
Saloon rules.
Yep.
Which is, so I've had a few just conversations with mini stock drivers about what the rules should look like or what they do look like. And of course, if they're not, and the stock car, they look like miniature stock cars. So the easiest way to stop them from driving like stock cars is change the image, like make the bumpers come off. And he made, this particular car owner made a point to me that if you take the bars off, all of a sudden they become more expensive because they're going to chew through spare parts, smash rims, brake axles. It is still a learning grade, so there still has to be that ability to scuff without too much damage.
Just as we look at the front of Malcolm Nartai's car, the crew going flat out there, looks like it's got right front damage. I saw it parked on the infield there, and it had quite a bit of tow out.
Oh yeah, no, he gave turn 1 and 2 a good rub up.
Yeah, hey, the rules, as we're about to go green again with these guys, they're more than welcome to come to the remit meetings and put their motions forward.
Yeah, they certainly are. As we go racing, Horton leads us away. Brooks is ducked to the inside of the 12 car right at the start there. A little bit of Robbins racing going through in the mid-pack there. As the 5 car goes through on the outside, Cam Sidaway streaking down the back straight. As the McManaway in the 56 there looking up the inside. So, we go very quick into the side of Brooks.
Oh.
McManaway's got out of shape.
Berry's the winner out of this one.
Yeah, he picked that one. It is 18 leading us around. Sidaway back to the 23.
And, we've got a couple having a dust up. And they come past us under the yellow again. So Cam Sidaway, our race leader, is he? No. Has he taken it? He has taken it over Brooks. Then we go to Berry, McManaway,
As just looking through there, these cars are pulling 23 and a half second laps. We are 3 seconds off a Super Saloon, or 3.5 seconds off a Super Saloon at the moment, and probably about 120k.
And probably the price of their Super Saloons race tyres for this weekend for a whole car and trailer.
There was a lot of new rear tyres out in the pits, weren't there? They're not so new after that last couple of races. We're going racing again. Sitaway back to Brooks. McManaway to the outside of the 23 car. And I've got a funny feeling the 56 car didn't appreciate some of the, I will affectionately refer to it as bullying it has received in the previous races. Dives to the inside of Berry. We head through Enviro Waste. It is Sitaway out the front. The car is for sale. It's as well, we've got cars spearing off the track. Was that a Marsden? It was a Marsden. I'll blame the person who set the car up. Anyway, it is a battle between Berry and Brooks.
And we're going 3 wide down the back straight.
Well, they've gone out wide and opened the door for McManaway. Oh, we've got Phillips parked on the wall but trying to get her. And the 56 car just kamikaze down into Enviro Waste. Oh.
Must be an issue with the 5, is it? Slowed up. Very slowed up.
So he's smacked the wall. I'd say he's broken a strut. Out in front, Cam Sitaway, he's gone. Past the Value Cars Warehouse grandstand. Keeping it together, keeping his composure. Back to McManaway, Brooks, Horton. Oh, Burson's car there, just doing a bit of a pogo sticking off that left rear. That is not a tie-down shock you put on that car. Our race leader past Mr. Whoopi, then past the Valley Cars Warehouse grandstand. He'll have enough time to update his, I was going to say Facebook, but that'll make me sound old, his status by the time he gets back into this race. Battle is really on between the Burson car and the 47 of Horton. We've got McPherson in front of them, and she had a run up at MIP just a week or two ago. And Burson here in the 21 car looking to make moves, but just got a little unsettled. Horton will come back in the 47, back underneath. And it is Horton taking over as the white flag is out for Sitaway. He just has to bring it home. He's far enough ahead not to worry about it too much.
21 and 47 have a coming together off turn 4. Must have been watching some of Dad's Superstock tapes.
I've had a good conversation about Burson about his Superstock racing last night, actually. As the checkered is out for Sitaway, we take a deep breath. McManaway followed by Brooks, and they can go back and the 86 car diving into the back of the 66. Oh, I might have got someone in trouble just then. Anyway, that was, they'll be going back and telling the Super Saloon boys how to set their cars up and what lines to take.
And our race winner Cam Sitaway does fastest lap time on lap 4 with a 22.02. The rest of them are all in the mid-22s and then jumping up to the 23s. So good win there for Cam Sitaway.
So I had a wee chat with Ian Burson last night about his super stock racing days. And we'll head back down to Sammy and we'll come back to that one a wee bit later.
Hi guys, I'm in the pits here with my mate Fluffy, aka Mark Rocott, 73C. Tell me about your racing. There was some mighty fine racing out there. You came fourth. Where'd you start off in that race?
I started right off the rear. I was just picking my time. I was a bit cautious watching the other cars go around and having accidents, so I thought just be patient and the car will come to the track and the track will come to the car, which it did.
How are those conditions out there for you? Were they treating you all good?
It's quite slippery, so I altered the car a wee bit, while we're going around, and they just seemed to come to the car, and I just sat there and waited patiently until I could make a move and just pick them off as I could.
And what is going to be some of your expectations for the rest of the time here?
Just have fun, really. I enjoy racing. Racing sometimes actually gets in the way because it's the socialising part afterwards that's the best part of it.
Do you think you've done enough to qualify for the feature?
I'm hoping, because in the first one we got 9th, and then we got 4th in that one, and we got one more, and then this time I'm up near the front somewhere, so I've had my 2 rears, and now we're somewhere up the front all the time, so hopefully we get there, yeah.
Well, Pits Media here, we wish you all the best. Who are some of your sponsors you would like to thank?
Brown & Sires, big thanks to them for getting the car out this year for me. JDH Fiberglass, the DS collision and auto scans, and I like to thank my family, my crew. Without them I wouldn't be here, my wife. And I'd like to say to the boys at Cockpit, how are you boys?
Okay, well, thank you very much, Fluffy. Best of luck on your next races, eh?
Cheers, thanks, Sam.
Alrighty, guys. I found the culprit for Malcolm Natai. There you go, right there. A bent arm down in the right front down there. So that put him in the wall. Now, I was just talking to him off camera earlier. They said they're supposed to give a thumbs up or a thumbs down if you're on pole, if the track's drivable enough. He gave a thumbs down. Yeah, they ended up going and the track was too wet. That's why he ended up hitting the wall. So that was the culprit. They've changed this. They've also changed the shock as well. So we should hopefully see him back out if he's got a heat left tonight, gents.
And once upon a time there, you would have been able to, in Malcolm Street Stock days, you would have chased someone across the pits with that.
Well, times changed, Jared.
Just a tad. No, I was talking to Ian Burson. Now, he's out in this race last night. And I said to him, we're talking about super stock racing. And he said he didn't actually rate himself as a super stock driver, which is interesting because certainly in Nelson they did, and certainly around the South Island we certainly rated him as a super stock racer. But he said, I had to get out of stock cars because he said I felt horrible sitting on the grid and looking over and realising that car could take me out for no reason and my championship could be over. And he moved to Super Saloons instead.
Indeed. Yep. I get the irony. I'm just letting it all sink in there, Jared. Yep. No one needs to say anything. Oh dear. Look, and the irony too in that is that Ian Burson has stayed out of a lot of trouble tonight, hasn't he? He hasn't been involved in other people's incidents.
We've probably just jinxed him. So let's not go too far.
Sorry, Ian.
So this is the Riverlands group versus the Value Cars or Warehouse group. Yeah, we have that. I don't know. I don't believe. I'm not superstitious by any stretch of the imagination, but you certainly, as an announcer, when you mention someone's name, mysteriously they seem to run into
crash.
They seem to run into something or have a faux pas.
Yeah, I know. It's terrible, isn't it? Okay, anyway, so you were going to tell us about the two groups, because Riverlands Holiday Park, right next door here to Koken Tools, which is a great place to go, by the way, if you want to stay. Particularly if you want to stay near the Speedway.
And not a bad event centre either, because I have a wedding reception.
Yeah,
there.
Great event centre.
Granted, that was quite a few years ago now.
Okay, so they're one of the groups.
They are.
They are.
The Riverlands group.
The miracle of technology.
Chris Cowling, who we know is not coming out, the 7D of Paul Simon. Mark Pitcher in there, the 9W. 24P of Martin Halcrow. This is, of course, the Riverlands group. Trevor Elliott, the 27Cs there. Ewan Shearing, the 69I. Hayden Mackay, they've managed to patch that up, put a band-aid on it, send it back out. And Johnny Brown in the 95B. Value Cars Warehouse group. Of course, Martin and the team down there were happy to sell your car. Ian Burson in the 3NZ. Mark Osborne, 16R. Ryan Marsden, the 17C. Gavin Hill, the man behind HPE in the 48C. Nigel Moe, the 63A. Greg Johnson in the 77T.
Of course, Kerry Dixon and Gary Edwards pulled out of the meeting. Unfortunately not able to compete this weekend. Yeah, which is a shame, but never mind.
One or two drivers have had to pull out the 11th hour. Of course, it's all... Actually getting to the track is possibly the easiest thing. I mean, you look at some of these rigs out there, they're not designed to be parked in the driveway. They're designed to travel and designed to do lots of meetings. But of course, there's costs, there's families, there's health, there's all sorts of issues that get in the way of the racing. I can't really say family get in the way of racing because that's not fair.
No, but I know what you mean. People have other commitments, and these are not professionals, you know. They're not people who spend their entire life driving. Well, at least I don't think any of them do.
Well,
they have other jobs, they have businesses, they have things they have to do.
Well, if you count the amount of business owners in the pits, I'd say there's probably a good part of 40 businesses that aren't operating today.
Yes. Yep. Closed. Back on Monday.
And it's just the reality of the sport that you've got to be at a certain level to race at it.
And something else I want to explain to the crowd too. Billy alluded to in that previous interview there where he showed us Malcolm Natai's bent arm, if you get my drift.
Yep.
About how the drivers have to give a thumbs up. And you can see the clerk of the course standing in the middle of the front straight there, and he's looking to see if the drivers give a thumbs up or a thumbs down. And if they give the thumbs up, then we're all set to go racing. If the drivers at the front of the grid give the thumbs down, then their assessment is it's still a bit too wet and we should do another lap of track packing before we go. And so at the moment, the cars are still going down the back straight there. The official's still on the front straight there. So you have to assume that...
We've got a thumbs up there from Osborne, but I would suggest that Pitcher has not given the thumbs up.
So we'll keep an eye on Mark Osborne here as he goes past. He'll give the thumbs up. He'll say, I'm ready to race. If Mark Pitcher does as well, then we're ready to go next time round.
Thumbs
Yep,
up.
there we are. You can see the thumbs up there. He's saying, yep, I'm good. I'm good to go. Stealth Chassis loves this sort of stuff. Let's go racing.
Of course, there are certain drivers that will wait till the track's dusty before they'll give you the thumbs up.
Yeah, that's right. So the clerk of the course has retired to the castle in the middle. The cars are all gridded up. They're going into turn 3. They'll come out through turn 4, hit the loud pedal, and away we go for another few laps of mayhem. Well, at least we hope we get some laps in. Green and racing. Wake up, flag man, wave it. Okay, 9W. Mark Pitcher just has the nose in front of the 16 of Osborne. There's a car out wide there. That's the 86 of Mackay. He's gathered it back off the wall though, and he's running again. Oh, right into the back of Ewan Shearing. Oh, it's tight there. There's cars running into the back of each other all over the show. They all bunch up in turn 4, but out front, Mark Pitcher has that 9 car dialed in nicely. He's holding off the 16R Self car of Mark Osborne. There's a few car lengths back to Johnny Brown, who's being passed around the outside by Gavin Hill in the HPE 48 machine. Brown comes back at him, but Gavin's got too much horsepower as he comes out of turn 4 to take over a solid 3rd place. Ewan Shearing's got to the bit between his teeth here, and he's running the outside line to perfection. We've had a coming together in turn 1. 77, Greg Johnson's involved in that, is it? Poor old
Hayden Mackay.
Perennial whipping boy this evening, Hayden Mackay.
Yeah,
everyone's having a crack at him.
The 77 car there, you would just about start the car up and see if you could fire a flame ball up the side of the other car, wouldn't you? Johnson just went in there, got in hot, lost the back end of it. As we watched the Debbie the Webster replay, he's gone and he's clipped the back of Johnny Brown, and Hayden Mackay had already set the car in, and somehow
everyone else avoided it, amazingly.
I know that I said that this was going to be New Zealand's most expensive demolition derby.
And there were a few people who criticised you for that assessment.
I have taken a reaming for that.
Yes.
We will discuss this on Sunday evening as to whether or not I was right or wrong so far.
Yes. Oh dear. So, where are we at with those 2 cars? They have rejoined. The 77T seems to be okay. He's circulating fine. The 86 car of Hayden Mackay, which is covered in band-aids, bandages, plasters and Savlon, is limping around out of turn 4 very slowly onto the front straight.
To be fair though, with Hayden, we have seen him do a modified event where the body had progressively diminished to a roof on the top of the car.
Yes, we
and
did.
He just keeps going back in. He's got some great crew. They bandage it. They put the Arbortech 4-wheels truck centre car back together, albeit the Circle Track Engineering Arbortech modified, they'll scrap it all back together or take what bits they don't need and send them on his merry little way. I mean, we know that the modified body rules are slightly ambiguous.
Yep.
Or have been. And Mackay will rejoin.
Quite a few of us have an ambiguous body.
Ambitious or ambiguous. Now, to be fair, Tony, I don't think I'm going to be going anywhere near Hayden Mackay with my dinner tonight because they'll be stealing all my wedges, because that'll be about as one highlight of the night, I think, after some of these incidents.
Dear, oh dear. So they're all back in line. Amazingly, although we've only completed 2 laps, the entire field is back running after that melee in turn 1. So it looks like we're going to go green this time round. Pitcher's got the lead from the 16R Stealth car, Mark Osborne, former 1NZ, multiple 1NZ, and Gavin Hill, who's made his way through to 3rd place. Let's see how they go. We're green, we're racing. Osborne goes to the outside, Pitcher keeping it very tight and central. Osborne gives him a little love tap to say, hurry up, I want to get moving here. Behind them, Gavin Hill keeping a close eye. They're side by side at the front there. Osborne, Pitcher. Osborne on the outside, Pitcher on the inside. I think Osborne's going to get the slingshot off 4. He does. He takes the 1st place. Gavin Hill will have seen that. He'll see how to get past Pitcher. He's taking the inside line though. He's trying to push Pitcher up a bit higher. I don't think Pitcher's so comfortable up there. Gavin doesn't have the grip out of 2. He has to yield to 3rd place. Ewan Shearing's having a good run in 4th there, keeping these guys in front honest. Johnny Brown's having a good race there too in the 95B car. Here comes Hayden Mackay, that 86 machine. It's battered and bruised, but it's still got some pace, particularly at this time of the night when the track really comes to Mackay. This is where he excels. Further back, they're bunching up to 63. The 3 of Burston can't get past him. He's trying the outside line. 14 cars in the mix there too. I beg your pardon, that's the 7 car of Emerson and the 17 of Marsden. Marsden can't get much go forward here, and Trevor Elliott right at the back of the field racing with 77. Trevor Elliott not having a good run in the heat so far. So Mark Osborne has cleared out front, following the pattern of the previous heats. The lead car seems to be able to clear out. Gavin Hill's got into second place past Pitcher, and he's got a solid second there. He's probably 10 more car lengths ahead of Mark Pitcher in third place. Shearing under a bit of pressure from the 86 of Hayden Mackay. Mackay's trying to work out how to get past him. He's pushing Shearing up high. Shearing's got a lot of horsepower in that 69 machine. And Mackay just hasn't got the grip through the turns to really get the job done. So coming across start-finish, Mark Osborne, 8 laps now completed. He's all on his own out there. He's got the best part of a straight between him and the second place car of Gavin Hill. Third place is Pitcher, who's holding off Shearing. Shearing gets wobbly coming out of turn 1. Almost contact there between Burson and Mackay as Mackay has to change direction, take account of Shearing. It's tight for fourth place here. Again, following the pattern of the previous heats, all the actions around 4th, 5th, 6th place. There they are, Pitcher just leading from Shearing in the 69 car. The 86 of Mackay, he's got 3NZ of Burson alongside him. Burson can't make the pass stick. Just doesn't have the grip there to really get to use the horsepower of that 3NZ machine. So 10 laps completed now. We'll be in the white zone shortly. Mark Osborne is on the front straight, picking up that white flag now, almost catching up on the back of the pack. That's how much ground he's made up. Gavin Hill hasn't even got across start-finish. He has now, a gap of 7.4 seconds. And then the battle. Pitcher's in third at the moment. Mackay's got through to fourth. Shearing and Burson side by side in 5th and 6th. This is where the action's going to happen. Mackay makes the pass on Pitcher, tries the outside line. There's not a lot of grip there. Can he make it stick? He'll switch to the inside, coming out of 4. It's a common tactic. He loves it. Hasn't worked though. Pitcher takes it.
Well, credit to Mark Osborne there. He managed to pull a 17.99 on lap 5. So wow. Mark's got his hot rod back. The rest of the pack starting to get, Gavin Hill pulling a 19.0, Pitcher 19.3, Mackay a 19.2. Next one back, Burson pulled an 18.98. Osborne a second faster than anyone else on the track.
Amazing.
So he's found his hot rod, and hopefully for his sake, he'll be getting that car tuned for that feature tomorrow night. But seemingly, didn't feel crew are going to be in shock. There's nothing to do.
Oh, what will they do? God. So a final gap of 7.7 seconds between first and second place, and 4.9 seconds between second and third place. So the first three cars were 12.5 seconds ahead of the fourth place machine. That gives you some measure of how much of an advantage some drivers have in these conditions compared to others. If you read the track right, you get your setup right, you're going to prosper. If you get it wrong, you're going to be battling with every man and his dog back in the mid-pack.
What's been interesting is this debate between 4-bar or torsion rear steer, J-bar, whatever people want to set up to. And it seems to me, it doesn't seem to matter. It's that driver and that car combination that seems to work.
Yeah, that's right. So we're going to pay some bills. Be back very shortly.
Okay, our street stocks are gridded up for the final heat of the night, and no, Chicken Little's not out there. We are racing. McSherry and Leslie take off, and who shoots up the middle? It looks like the 77 tried to go for the go for the wet part of the track. Paul Leslie's had the best run out of all of this. Heads down into Enviro Waste. It is the 29 car in second at the moment. Leslie steps well out of shape, and he'll pull in behind the 29 car of Jones. Dave McSherry is circulating up high in that high.
He just turned right on him. Shot him out to the wall. So.
You almost think we're in team colours when you look across the track just quietly. I mean,
there's only 2 blue cars out there.
Yeah, but when you look at them square on, they're not. It is Paul Leslie in the drain mate car coming through to Jones in the 29, followed by Schumacher in the 77. And Leishart back there with Matt Patterson. Then Dave McSherry, who's circulating on the high line. To be fair, with the power that Toyota he's got in that, this track, once it's dry, would probably suit it to a T.
Yeah, exactly.
A couple of cars circulating slowly at the back end here now. With the state of origin, you do have to wonder if there's a little bit of practice in play. As the 72 car very cautious around going around the 99. So Baldwin in the 99
picks up a bit of speed.
just enough to be disconcerting. So yeah, he got him. He waited for this moment, got him off the corner, pushed him to the infield, and goes back racing. Well, I use the term racing in the loosest context, circulating on the pole line. 15, Ben Turner circulating up by the wall. And yes, of course, with the state of origin, there is you do need to have a bit of a play beforehand. The 29 car being a bit cautious on the 99. Coming out of the same stable, just gets on the gas and leaves him there. As Van Leishart's been flicked around by Schumacher. Jones looking inside. That car of Leslie's does not want to turn coming off turn 4.
Once it bounces out to the wall, doesn't it?
To be fair, I don't know how you set up a street stop.
With a sledgehammer.
Well, I was, to be fair, I was told years ago by Bob Burgess, who was a legend of the grade here for many years, you take your car out and you slam it into a ditch or a wall at something at a federation track, and that gets the car twisted, and then you start working up how to sort your car up. Matt Peterson spinning down at Enviro Waste. And Dave McSherry circulating up high in the 62. One very fast car. Of course, he is racing for the Nelson Knights when they compete as part of the state of origin here. Jones is in the lead, back to Leslie, whose car does not like turning. In fact, it's come to a bit of an abrupt, I wouldn't say a halt, but it's slowed right up as we look over at turn 2. Hands second over to Schumacher. And then Dave McSherry for third. White flag is out for Matt Peterson having a spin there on the 99 car. Over at 2, 29 heads around for what was a relatively tame race. Paul Leslie circulating on the pole line. Matt Peterson's a bit conscious about going around him, but he'll have a look. And no, Leslie's just got a flat tyre, so that's why he slowed up. Checker's out for the 29 car with Schumacher in the 77 and McSherry in the 62 for what was a reasonably tame street stock race.
Yeah, it was, and a race winner doing a 21.47. Some of the other guys in that 21.6, 21.7. So they're not too far off the pace of some of these guys as well. So our street stocks, wouldn't it be funny? You know, how many guys are running HQ Holdens? With the closure of Holdens, these street stocks have now become valuable. You know, Peter Knight in Invercargill, hasn't he got a Monaro?
Yes.
Like, man, has the value of that thing just gone up, and he's racing around here on a Saturday?
Well, it does pose an interesting challenge. Like, we've got the first of the BA Falcons here at Koken Tools Woodford Glen in the 29 car. And it runs the twin cam BA motor. But what are we going to go to next? Are we going to eventually, Tony will be happy, you know, we're going to have V8.
Toyota Prius.
No, actually, on that note, I saw a Prius today that's been repowered with a 4J Cummins. Awesome. No, but I mean, are we heading in the direction of European, 540 BMWs and some Jaguars and some Mercs?
Yep.
Like you take the weight out, you take the glass and the interior out of one of those cars, you take the best part of a ton of weight out, and all of a sudden you got yourself a hot rod.
Yeah, exactly.
So, this grade, street stocks, one of two directions. It'll either evolve to European performance cars or possibly stock cars.
Yeah, exactly. So as we look at the Debbie Webster replay, brought to us by Mike Pero, Matt Peterson just a wee bit cautious, wasn't he, going into that corner? As the replay goes, cars spinning off, facing the wall, gathering some dust. They go into turns 3 and 4. Dave McSherry up high, Peterson down low. McSherry will be just a wee bit cautious about going past Peterson as well. Bit more sprinkling on the track. Super Saloons come out for their next one. So we'll pass you back over to Tony T.
And we're going to go down to the pits where someone's going to interview the driver of the 444 car.
Yes, hello everyone, Sammy J coming at you from the pits again. Okay, we've got Kevin Huddlestone here, number 444C. Now I understand your car's been treating you pretty well. What do you reckon about that?
I reckon it's a good car. It's a Shane McIntyre car. It's a very nice car to drive, easy to drive. One of my better cars I've ever owned.
Okay. Where are you going to be starting in your next heat?
I'm starting more to the rear of the field. I think I didn't look at the last draw, but it's to the rear. I'm just hoping I can pick up a few places.
Mm-hmm. So how do you feel about that?
Not as confident as I should have, because I've only probably done 2 meetings this season, and I haven't done much in the last 5 years of racing, so hopefully I can pick it up and drive the car clean and tidy.
Well, confidence is key. Hopefully you do keep going back up that ladder. Who are some of your sponsors you'd like to thank?
I'd like to thank Suck It Up for his sponsorship. Without Malcolm, it probably wouldn't have all happened. So, yes, they're definitely a good sponsor. And I've got Repco Shirley as a sponsor too. They're pretty good. So, yeah, I'd like to thank both of those. And I better thank my pit crew and my wife for all the work they put into it.
Yeah, they've been doing a fabulous job, very good job. Everyone's happy. Thank you for that, and thank you for your sponsors. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, mate.
Thanks to Sammy down there in the pits with the 444 driver Kevin Huddlestone.
So
you were talking about Prius before. I actually drove past a Prius that was hooked up to a charging station the other day. It was revolting.
Oh, good grief.
Anyway, I've got
the dad jokes have taken the best part of 3 hours before they started regurgitating, but we got there.
Oh, well, you've got to give Jace something to complain about, haven't we? I've got the points here after however many heats. We've had a few. I'll read you the top...
Two more races to go.
2 more races to go. I'll read you the top 10. At the moment, leading on points is Mark Pitcher on 42, from Mark Osborne on 41, Ian Burson on 39, Gavin Hill on 36, Hayden Mackay on 33, despite all his troubles, Craig Carpel on 32, Peter Dixon on 31, Sam Waddell on 30, Ewan Shearing on 29 and Grant Flynn on 28. But that doesn't mean an awful lot at this stage because we've still got a lot of heats to go before we determine the grids for the final.
To say they're having a pig of a night,
yeah.
Chris Cowling,
yes,
out of 45 cars, he's 43.
Ooh, dear.
On 7 points. So he really is, when he comes back out tomorrow night, is racing for the best spot he can get in the Repocharge to come through and try and get at best grid 17 for the feature. And then he's got 17 or 16 cars in front of him he's going to have to do some work on. That's best case scenario at this point.
So this is Koken Group versus Suck It Up Group. They're about to get underway on the track. Let's see what action unfolds. Mickey Quinn in the 23 cars off the front row. How's that car going to handle turn 1 with no one in front of him? Let's see. We're green. We're racing. The 95T car is making it hard for Quinn to find the space to make that car work. And there's plenty of dust kicked up as they go through turns 1 and 2 there. Malcolm Nata is back out in that 19 car, determined to make amends. 33 goes in like an absolute hot rod across the grass and the ripple strip. Don't know what he was thinking. The 124 car of Dan Corrin. Sparks coming off either it or Malcolm Nartai's car. Couldn't see which, as the two of them were together. And we've got one round in turn 1.
It's the Hayward car that's gone round over there. 92 of Scott Hayward.
Boy, oh boy, was it all on for young and old in that first lap. Whew.
Yeah, you could see that Owen Dixon in the 95 car, he got off to a great start. He was able to hold Quinn down.
Yep.
As soon as Quinn got on the gas, you could see the car was trying to move across the track, and just by holding him down, he gave himself that advantage.
Malcolm Nartai, here's the replay. There's Malcolm Nartai and Dan Corrin. Corrin's car lurching all over there as a few ruts are starting to appear on the track, and there's the spin right at the back.
So as we watch it from the far end of the track, looking down in there, we don't actually see the spin in the replay. But Owen Dixon, Dixon Haulage, LRC, I think he calls it an Impala.
Yep. So the car's getting back in line and getting ready. Here's the replay again, and we'll just see what happens as these cars go into turn 1. Looking at the
so I think if we heard the sigh of relief, there was contact there, the 21 car just clipping the back end of the 92, and you know the referee's seen something when he goes, oh yeah.
It's quite interesting, isn't it?
I have to say, this is probably the referee, it's no secret, it's Billy Clarkson Jr.
Yep.
Of course, my memory serves me right, not a bad sprint car competitor in his day.
He really was.
And certainly been around Speedway for a very, very long time. But he's very refreshing style, but very open, very...
Yeah, he's just seeing it, he just calls it as he sees it, which is kind of what we do, except he's so much better at it. Okay, we're green and racing again, and Owen Dixon, that 95T car, gets the jump on the 23 of Mick Quinn. Mick Quinn puts it in high and hard, and that's how the rear steer works, and that's how you make a place in a rear steer car, just like that. Malcolm Nartai watched all that unfolding from third place. He's keeping Dan Corrin behind him at the moment, but Corrin under a bit of pressure from the 1NZ car of Steve Cowling. Kane Lawson's in the mix with the 6 there as well. The 33 car is all on its lonesome at the moment. Bardsley and the 58 of Richie Taylor are battling near the back of the field. I have to say Taylor's making some good grounds forward. 94 and 92 are doing a little bit of a Hayward shuffle there near the back of the field, and there's a bit of contact on the 861 of Ricky Bolton right at the back. Anyway, as the cars barrel into turn 1 and 2, we come down the straight. Malcolm Nartai holding on to third place at the moment. Second place at the moment. What's happened to Dixon? Where's he gone? He's fallen right back into the pack. Something must have happened to him while I was watching the rest of the field there.
Just gobbled up, mate.
Yep. So out the front, it's the 23 of Mick Quinn. He's finally got the hang of how to get that car to work on this track, and boy, is it hauling at the moment. Malcolm Nartai's got plenty of horsepower, and I think he's closing on Quinn. It looks as though Corrin's in a pretty solid third place there, lifting the inside front wheel, although Kane Lawson and the 6 cars closing on him gradually, and there's a battle further back there between the 95 of Dixon, the 1, and the 58 of Richie Taylor. They all go into the same bit of track together, and inevitably one of them loses out, and it's Dixon who drops a couple of places. So I'm seeing Malcolm Nartai being a little bit quicker and closing on Mick Quinn here. We're 6 laps in, only half distance. So if the track stays like this, Malcolm's going to be nipping at Mick Quinn's heels within a couple of laps, I think. Quite a long way back to Dan Corrin in the 124 car, and he's going to have to work hard to defend against Kane Lawson. Corrin lifting that inside front wheel, Lawson all 4 wheels on the track, which is a slightly quicker way around this circuit, and Lawson closing quickly. So we've got 2 battles for leads here, for the lead and for third and fourth. And Malcolm Nartai, brakes glowing on that 19 machine. I hope he hasn't cooked those brakes. Look at the inside of those wheels, absolutely glowing orange. And Mick Quinn is going to defend here very soon, I think. Corrin seems to be closing a little bit on the 19 car. I think Malcolm's just gone off the boil a little bit. I think he's just losing a little bit of brake efficiency, and that's affecting his ability to close on Quinn. 9 laps down now. 1-2-4 of Corrin is managing to hold off the 6 of Kane Lawson. The rest of the field strung out a long way back around the track. Not much bunching up in this one. So Mick Quinn, 23p. Runs a very middling line on the track. Not too low, not too high. Just keeping that rather awkward looking car absolutely on rails. And Malcolm Nartai's done his best to chase him down, but he can't close on him. White flag, 1 to go. Can't see the top 4 changing much. Top 5 even, with Steve Flynn in 5th place. Let's see how they go round the track. There's Mick Quinn coming down the back straight now, past the Value Cars Warehouse Grandstand. Malcolm Nartai, one last final effort to catch him through the turn, but he's too far back. Checkered flag, and we have a winner.
Looking at that one there, we are back into the 18-second realm, Tony. 18.2 for Mick Quinn. Looking back through, Nartai pulled in 18.5. Most of the average lap times are in the 19s, but Richie Taylor dropped into the 18s as well, as did Kane Lawson. So the guys have dialed their cars right back to, I mean, don't get me wrong, we're not going to get into 16 and 17-second laps at this point, but they're about as good as they're going to get.
Absolutely.
For the conditions. You won't see the track here at Koken Tools Woodford Glen much harder and much slicker than that.
Although we've got another race to go, so maybe at the end of that we will.
But I guess what I say in that is that these cars, as we head back in, I think we're going to be heading across to Billy as Mick Quinn will come through to get his checkered flag.
So some great images on the pits TV there of Malcolm Nartai's car, those brakes glowing hot. But Billy's down at the weigh station. I don't know if he's put on a bit of weight or if he's got someone to talk to down there. Billy, what are you doing, man?
Oh, Tony T, look, I don't know if you can tell, I've actually stayed stagnant in my weight for the past couple of years. It's sort of fluctuated a wee bit with, coming down here and eating all the hot dogs. Now,
good on you.
Here, as you guys full well know, but for those of you that don't, all of the top 3 drivers from each heat need to come and weigh their cars to make sure they're legal. It's a New Zealand title, so they need to be doing everything to make sure that it's legal. We can see the 124M of Dan Corrin coming in. Now, how they weigh these cars, it varies. It depends on the size of their engine. So, the bigger the engine in cubic inches, the more the car is going to weigh. So Dan Corrin sitting there, he's going to get the thumbs up, and away he goes. That's how that works. Kane Lawson is going to come in next and do the exact same thing. So as I get methanol sprayed in my eyes, and she's hot down here, guys, I tell you, Kane's going to do the exact same thing. Park up, does not have to get out of the car. So he can stay there. He's got the wait, go. Away you go. He's out of here. So he's clear. He's good. So that's how they do it, and he's going to spray me with some more methanol. I'm going to need to get out of here, guys. I'm going to start crying.
Oh, poor Billy. Don't worry. Some of your fan club will pop down there with a handkerchief, I'm sure.
Yeah, the youth mini stocks are still here.
Oh, okay.
I must admit, I was just waiting to watch Mick Quinn's car come in and just push the skulls apart so they get the car on. But it is a case that it is a New Zealand title. You do have to comply to these things.
Absolutely. So if you're thinking about coming down to Koken Tools Woodford Glen Speedway tomorrow night, please do. As you can see, we've got an amazing big screen up in turn 4 there, courtesy of Debbie the Webster and Mike Perro Real Estate. And a huge thank you goes out to them for helping to provide that. There's the screen there, so if you come down to the track you can see all the replays, and just as if we were, and all the interviews and all the stuff going on in the pits, just as if you were watching the stream back at home.
Yes, certainly. It's one of those things, we commentate on stuff that we see. Now what we first see may not always be correct, although I can tell you production spun on the warm-up lap, and then when we might get that bit wrong. The beautiful thing is play-by-play replays, which you'll see on the big screen, you can actually go through and you can see who did what and what was the cause of the chain reaction, and that's the bit we get told you can't be that accurate. Well, actually you can when you're watching it on the screen.
When you're watching a replay, yes. Replays are always accurate.
The only dilemma for the race drivers watching it is there is about a 20-second delay or 25-second delay for streaming. Which means as you're coming around going, look at me going into turn 3. Woohoo! Actually, that was the lap earlier. So if you're a driver, granted you may not have enough time to look at the screen.
Anyway, so production saloons are out. Now this is the final for the Canterbury Championship.
It certainly is. It is a one-race final, so whoever comes across the start-finish line, They will, at the end of this race, they will be on the calendar and also be the Canterbury champ for Production Saloons.
I'm just trying to find out how many heats it is.
How many laps?
How many laps, sorry, it is. And it just says for the final. It just says it's a winner-takes-all final. So I guess Steve probably didn't even really know or care how many heats it was going to be before when he set up the program.
To be fair, it does tend to revolve around how many cars you have out there. So I'm thinking it's going to be 10 or 12. We have lost 78 cars. We saw it tried to eat some concrete. And the 5 car, which went in looking like a Hypermac with a bent front.
Yeah, it was trying to eat the 78 car, wasn't it?
Well, yeah. Cookie Monster and Oscar the Grouch had to go at each other.
They did. So there we go. So, but there's still a reasonable field left back there, and of course Matt Sherlock in the 2NZ car, by far and away the king points getter from the 2 heats. So you'd have to say off the front there, it's going to be some hard work for some of those other drivers to reel him in. Yes. Either that or he needs to make a mistake.
Well, we've seen that before. We did see him drive himself off the end earlier the year and split the gearbox and motor apart.
Yeah, we did.
This is, of course, it is going to be an interesting race. I think Sherlock pretty much has it in it. They have had a scuff of water over the track, and Productions, as a general rule, tend to all dive onto the same line going into the corners. So we'll get to see
Could get interesting.
Well, yeah. I mean, you just about wetting yourself because of the BMW on the front row, aren't you?
Look, a BMW off the front row, exactly where it should be. And as long as it finishes on the podium, which is exactly where it should be at the end of the race, then I'm a happy man.
Man, we threw an Audi into this one, you're just about...
Oh, dear. Well, then I'd be saying, right, Demolition Derby time, here we come. Big thank you to Value Cars Warehouse for bringing us the Production Saloon finals. A few other sponsors I should have mentioned through the night as well. Naughty me. Trenchless Services, Dr. Painters, Smith's Hire, Sylvester B8 Performance, Seascape Services, and Skiscape Services for that matter, and Mr. Whippy, all contributing by sponsoring races here at Koken Tools Woodford Glen.
As our productions will head round, one more Super Saloon heat race after this, as we're at a pedestrian pace.
It's not too late really, is it?
Well,
for a championship night, 12 past 10.
Last time we did it was a lot later.
Yeah.
As the 2NZ leads away, Phileas just screams down the outside in the 86 car. Brad Johnson's gone out high and wide. He's looking for some drive. I think at this point we can wave goodbye to Sherlock. Gordon's having a crack here at Bailey. As we go 3 wide, although you could pretty much go 4 wide on the front straight here without too much issue. In fact, 5 if you were brave and heroic. Sherlock, the 2NZ car, disappearing into the distance. And yellow is on for... I saw some contact, but I don't know.
Oh, they just want to close up Matt Sherlock's lead to make the contest a bit more interesting.
Well, fair's fair. If it's in the rule book, use it to your advantage.
Yes.
As we are looking, there might be something on the track there. They sent the push car down. They have. Oh, yeah, we've lost a bit of bar work. Mind you, looking at the front of the... well, not when I say bar work, exhaust. Resonator and exhaust pipe. Now, of course, this is where it gets interesting, because we had this debate at the TQs. Your car has to be under a certain decibel level. Now, we're going to make some assumptions that these cars won't get over that decibel. But if you do, if you
lose your resonator, yeah,
you could...
volume level goes up, doesn't it, of course?
And I'm at 10:15 at night, it's not going to take long for the officials to go, nah, you're out. Second exhaust system to fall off a car tonight.
Yeah.
And we're back racing. And Phileas got very loose. Sherlock leads us back to Bailey, Gordon. It's the 6 car that lost it. I think we figured that one out pretty easy as he went past. It is, so Gary Cox will be borderline on whether or not he's over noise. So the 2NZ comes through, clocking up the laps now. We are lap 2 to lap 3. And other than the battle there for 4th, I can't see a lot of changes in this one, Tony.
No, they're pretty much strung out, aren't they, on the track?
Well, Johnson's gone to the outside of Phileas, but it is a long way around. And that's just the car itself, let alone when you go out high on the track. As Matt Sherlock leads us back to Chris Bailey, Brad Gordon, one of the interesting things with these FTOs, like sort of like Sherlock's, and I tend to have given them a bit of grief over time for the handling of it. Rocket fast in a straight line.
Yes.
They are they lay the power into the track, but they do struggle, particularly on a drivey track, to actually turn in. They push really badly. But he's got it dialed in for this particular race. A lap or so, and he'll be picking up the 14C car of Fraser. Further back, battles here between Alan Bailey and Martin in the 14. As we head past the Value Cars Warehouse grandstand into Enviro Waste, it is Matt Sherlock out in front. He'll go through on the back marker. Bailey followed by Gordon. Really not a lot you can do about this one, is it, Tony?
Not a lot you can say, really, is there?
No,
No,
he's just well and truly out in front, and Gordon might have a crack at Chris Bailey, and there's Brad Johnson got very loose, and he might have cost himself a spot.
Yeah, he does. Phileas gets past.
He does, comes back at him.
So commentators curse again, just when we said everything was going to stay the same, it doesn't.
Oh, it's the Murray Walkerisms.
Yeah.
Keep slipping into some of it. Gordon having a look at Bailey. It's only going to take a small mistake by Bailey to open that door, and he's going to have an FTO in the passenger side of his car. Oh, David Phileas decides to give the wall a crack with the back end of the Commodore. And he's got Johnson right on his heels. Matt Sherlock has gone. He has just disappeared. He'll have time to eat the fries as well as the hot dog by the time he comes back in.
Gordon just nudges the back of the 92 car there, but can't get past him.
Nothing like a bit of braille just to move cars in.
Tap, Morse.
Why'd you hit me? I didn't see you. As Johnson's gone to the outside now on Phileas. He's got the run down past the Value Cars Warehouse grandstand. Drives it in, but I don't know if he's going to have it round Enviro Waste. He's tried to hang on to it. He stayed pretty much where he was as he entered. We wanted to keep that 1NZ Integra as clean and tidy as he can. And white flag is out for Matt Sherlock. Canterbury champs for 2020. He's just got to bring it home. And he's about to face Diane Moore going the opposite direction. But she spins around and rejoins. He has pretty much the back straight over the second place of Bailey. Bailey backed out of it actually. Checkered goes to Matt Sherlock. Bailey's there, but who's going to have a brave one here? It is going to be Brad Johnson. Check the ELS. He does. He comes home second. So he did everything in the last two laps. But the Chris Bailey being gracious with not trying to run into a collide with the 8GM car, that has cost him a tad.
It has indeed. So there you are, the Canterbury Production Saloon Champion for 2020 is Matt Sherlock, currently 2NZ, ahead of Brad Johnson, the 1NZ, and Chris Bailey in the 92. So big thank you to our production saloons for putting on some good racing there at the end of the night. And we are going to pop down to someone down in the pits, are we? Is that? No? No, we're going to just do some music, and then we'll be back out for our final Super Saloon race of the night. In fact, someone down in the pitch was Mark Pitcher.
Yeah, thanks, Tony T. I'm down here with the 9W of Mark Pitcher. Mark, currently, or previously, however it's working out, you're currently leading on the points. What?
Yeah, a bit of a surprise. Look, tonight there's a long way to go in the championship, but you got to finish every race. You need to move forward in every race, and that's all we're focusing on. And as it's turned out tonight, for a while we seem to be at the top, but that could change in the next race.
Absolutely. Now, of course, you've been doing a lot of work on the car during the off-season and during the season as well to get it to where it is now. You're having this great form in this car, but it's for sale.
Yeah, it's for sale. You know, like all vintage things, you need to keep upgrading, but it is for sale, and we're having a lot of fun with it. And we'd like to stay in the sport, but we'll just try something different.
Absolutely. Now, you say you like to stay in the sport. Are you gonna purchase a new car for next season?
Oh, there'll be a new car.
Oh, that's good to hear. Well, the moving company Hypermax doing a great job tonight. It's great to see you return to form, Mark. Well done.
Yeah, thanks, Billy. Appreciate it.
Hey everyone, we're down here with Dan Corrin. Sorry, mate. 1, 2, 4M. How's your racing been tonight?
Yeah, good. We've managed to go forward in each race. First race we only went 1, second race I think 4, and then that one I think we gained a bit more up to 3rd. So it's a good confidence boost going into tomorrow night. But yeah, we're still lacking a bit of forward drive there. So we'll keep working on it. But we're pretty happy.
Okay, well that's good. You had all your crew around here working on the car. What were they up to? What changes were they making on the car?
Yeah, so before that last heat there where we had a good run, we took a lot of stagger out of it and tweaked the rear shocks a little bit, and it was kind of on the edge. I couldn't run quite as hot as I'd like to in 1 and 2 there, so I had to back off and make sure I kept the wheels on the ground for most of the race, but we just toned it down a bit. We'd be probably about where we want to be. So yeah, my team's done an awesome job. We've just got better all night, and yeah, like I say, good confidence boost tomorrow.
Yeah, no, cool. How long have you been racing for?
Oh man, this will be my 10th season in Saloon. I did 6 in Saloons, and that's my 4th in Supers, so be nice to finish near the pointy end tomorrow night, but there's still 2 races to go and a lot of talent out there, so it's going to be tough.
Yeah, no, you got that right. Okay, so who are some of your sponsors you would like to thank?
Yeah, definitely. Couldn't do it without Glen's Glass and Aluminium and Vantage Windows and Doors for getting us down here. Vulcan Race Parts, do a lot of race parts for our car, mufflers and all kinds of bits and pieces. We've got 247 hose and fittings, Penrite Oils, Llama Race Fuel, and I think that's about it. Oh, Aspect Construction and Build, which is on my hat. Yeah, all those guys help us out a huge amount for us to be able to even come here. So massive thanks to them, and hopefully we can pull something out of the bag tomorrow for them.
Okay, cool. So I'll chuck you back to the boys in the commentary box. Thank you so much. Good luck, man.
Thanks.
Cool.
So if Tony, if you recall back to the year that Blondie Chamberlain won his last New Zealand title here.
I was here for that.
You were here for that?
Thrilling final, it was.
I was actually up in the corporate box up the corner over there for that one. This race went onto the track at 12:30.
That's right, yeah.
That night. So we're just at 10:24 or 10:25 now. So
we've improved. We
have improved somewhat. We've started half an hour early, but it's certainly probably about the same amount of cars contesting it too.
Yeah, it is. But you've got fewer protests because you're not running that 3-heat format, you see. I think that's a big issue. We haven't had any delays in starting any of these heats. We haven't had to hold back on starting any of the heats.
No.
Because drivers are protesting and results are being held up. So we're good.
One of the biggest issues you have when you go racing is your pit crew. And one of the drivers, you must have one of the best pit crews out there tonight, 88 Dave Manera.
Oh, what a job they've done.
They've resurrected the 88 N car and somehow have taken what was twisted, bent and ugly, and that's the car, not the driver, is they have converted that 88 car back into a raceable Super Saloon. That doesn't actually, well, from this angle, as it comes
looks
past
normal.
us, well, the back.
Oh no, it's not quite normal.
It's had some termites into the back left corner.
A little bit of plastic missing, but other than that, yeah, looks good. Looks straight anyway, which is a major achievement. I agree.
So,
Pit crew of the night, Dave Manera.
Yeah,
there's our nomination from commentary box.
Credit has to be given there. And the 98 car of Scott Fraser's managed to make it out. He has had a horrible evening.
Yes, another one where the pit crew will have done well. So final race of the night, this is it. Burger King Group versus the Pits TV Group. We'll do some more tomorrow, but for now, let's see what these guys can do. Racing Ray Stewart in that 34 car gets round the outside of the 18 of Waddell. There's a bit of bumping and grinding going on in the back of the mid-pack there. The 27 of Ingram, the 817 of Jackson Lovelady gets a real hurry on, and the 53 car gives him a tap for his trouble, but Jackson threads the needle through a million cars and comes out in 3rd place. About time the young fella had some luck go his way, I think. Oh, we've got was that off the wall there, the 11 of Dixon? I don't know if he just kept it off the wall or whether he bounced off the wall, but he was looking pretty bouncy there in turn 1. And all the cars bunching up further back in the pack. There's not a lot of room out there at the moment, except if you're leading. If your name's Ray Stewart, you're turning 70 tomorrow, then this is a birthday present for you. You've already got the length of the straight on the 18 of Sam Waddell. The 73 of Mark Rocot's come through into 3rd place. 817 Jackson Lovelady's looking very sharp there in 4th. We go back to Joe Ingram in the 27S. He's fighting off the 6 of Grant Flynn. Further back, the 8D of Soper from Dunedin is racing with Hitchend in the 53 car. We've got one pull off there, that's the 98. Not the best of nights for him, unfortunately.
Smoke coming out of the back of 8.
Oh dear, that's not a good sign either. So Terry Soper's car there, the 8 car, starting to get a bit of smoke on. Dixon in the 11 car, trying to keep it down low and tight. Not easy in a machine that responds the way that one does. He's probably getting a face full of oil at the moment too. Behind him we've got the 5 of Flynn. So we've got both Flynns in this particular race. Manera's stringing some good laps together. Towards the back of the field there we've got Paddy North, the 64 of Kevin Moore and the 76 of Paul Berg. And right at the back of the field, Kevin Huddleston, something not quite right with that 444 car. So, out front we go, down the back straight, past the Value Cars Warehouse Grandstand, through Enviroways turn, goes the 34T of Ray Stewart. He's got a lead of umpteen car lengths over the 18 of Sam Waddell, who's defending from the 73 of Mark Grocott. Grocott looks a little quicker, a little more self-assured at this point. He's closing the gap on Waddell. We go back about 8 car lengths to the 817 of Jackson Lovelady. It's looking pretty safe and secure at the moment from the 27 of Joe Ingram. First of the Flynns is behind Ingram. That's the 6 car of Grant. Then we go back to the 11 of Pete Dixon, who's just ahead of the 5 of Steve Flynn. And 8D Terry Soper just going backwards now as that engine starts to starve of oil. There's a few cars at the back of the field. We won't worry too much about them because the action is all nearer the front. Not right at the front though. Ray Stewart's going past the 444 of Kevin Huddleston to put him a lap down. And Stewart on his 10th lap of the race. He's got a big lead over the 18 of Waddell, who's holding off the 73 of Mark Grocott and a good distance back to the 817 of Jackson Lovelady. So the white flag's going to come out next time round for Ray Stewart. One of the oldest drivers in the field, but definitely one of the best. This race has shown his capabilities to the max as he comes round to collect the white flag. Just one to go for Ray Stewart. That machine of his absolutely humming. Second place there at the moment, Sam Waddell in the 18. The 73 of Mark Grocott is third. He's just dropping back a little bit off Waddell. And there's a big battle on for fourth as Jackson Lovelady's tyres start to go off and cars start to pass him round the outside. So Checkered's about to come out for Ray Stewart. There it is. Last race win of the night. Second place, Sam Waddell in the 18. And third, the 73 of Mark Grocott.
And we look back to the LS, and yet we're back into the low 18s with Ray Stewart. We're 18.3 on lap 3. Of course, I've got a sneaking suspicion what we saw on the track there, certainly in the first 1, 2, 3, though. I don't think that's going to change. Looking further back down, I'm pretty confident I watched a car pass through the infield, at least 2 other cars. So what we see on the track, expect some result changes overnight. Also, we have heard from the pits there may have been one car that's been pinged for a technical infringement. And so tomorrow night when we roll back in here, we may have some updates. At this point, it'll be left to a bit of yelling and screaming and some probably a little bit concerned pit crews.
Absolutely.
As we head through to tomorrow night's finals.
If you want to check out the points, I'm sure they will be updated tomorrow on the Woodford Glen website, woodfordglen.co.nz. I'm sure there'll also be some updates on the Woodford Glen Facebook page as well. The replay, courtesy of Debbie the Webster there, showing some pretty extreme action as some of the cars get out into the rough through 1 and 2. But we'll grade the track overnight, we'll rip it up, we'll put some moisture in it, have it all nice and ready for racing tomorrow. Hopefully we will get racing in tomorrow. It is a bit doubtful with the possibility of rain in the late afternoon, so do check the Facebook page, the website, or the Woodford Glen Shop info line to check on the status of racing tomorrow. If we don't race tomorrow, it will be on Sunday at 5 p.m. Big thank you to everyone for coming along tonight. 2 lanes out for the crowd in the stadium. If you're watching the Pits TV stream, I dare say there'll be a few more interviews, a few more replays before they pack up for the night. Big thanks to Jace and his team for providing some fantastic imagery out to the world, showcasing our sport of super saloons, showcasing Koken Tools Woodford Glen, and showcasing the great sponsorship of Suck It Up. So big thanks to the Pits TV, big thanks to everyone here. Thanks to Debbie the Webster for putting that huge screen into our stadium, and thanks to all the boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, who came along tonight. We'll see you hopefully tomorrow.
to see you getting your hair there ready, Ray. Congratulations, heat winning the New Zealand champs here at Woodford Glen. That must feel good.
Yeah, excuse me. When you're off the front, you've got to win. So when you start going back, you're going to lose places, and it's not looking good for later on the night. We lost that second heat where we got put to the back, and that put us right to the back of the other point. So I needed that to get back in the running again for the top 20.
You must be pretty happy with the car because, mate, you were leading by a country mile. The car was hooked up beautifully.
Okay, you never know what's behind you. And that, you just keep going hard at it. Going to the corner a couple of times, I thought, oh, geez, I'm going too slow here, but slow might be fast, in fact. So.
And, of course, a great early birthday present because it's a big milestone for you tomorrow.
Yeah, everyone seems to be reminding me of that. 22nd of the 2nd, 1950 when I was born, so tomorrow's my 70th.
Oh, good stuff. Well, I'm 22 on the 26th, mate. It's great to see a fellow Pisces out there doing a good job. Congratulations once again, and we'll catch up with you tomorrow.
Yep, thanks. I hope everyone enjoys the night here. It's working out to be quite a slick track. I think it's caught quite a few out. It's a new car for us. We're still learning. I didn't know how good the other cars were behind me, so if we pulled away from them, that's nice to know.
Fantastic. And, of course, a great-looking car, mate. How about a word for your sponsors?
Yep, Heavy Tracks Hire, Vertex Lubricants, Seeker Panels and Parts from Nelson, Hypermac, so Shane McIntyre is the guy who built it. Something a bit different to most of the other cars he's built. I think it's a slick track car, so we'll wait and see tomorrow night.
Jace wants to know that if we get a cake for you tomorrow and we get 70 candles on there, will we need to sort of help you blow them out?
I think so.
We need lights.
Let's get a big fan and blow it out, eh?
Good stuff. Hey, Ray, thank you very much for your time. It's great to see you doing a good job, and we'll catch up with you tomorrow.
Okay, cheers, man. Bye.
Awesome. All right, cheers, Ray. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that about wraps it up here from Woodford Glen for night number 1 of the we're not a Burger King Pro Dirt Series. It's the New Zealand Super Saloon Champs, proudly brought to you by Suck It Up Limited. Sammy, what did you think of tonight?
I think it's been great. Great atmosphere. It's been a really great crowd. The racing's been good too. Bit of unhappy drivers, a lot of crash bangs. So, it's a bit of a shame for some of them. I did want to go and interview them, but, not keen, but hopefully better luck next time. Overall, it's been great. I'm pretty wrapped. I've been doing a lot of interviews here today. Big step up from last week because I'd done my first live interview, so I've settled in pretty good, comfortable. I've made a lot of friends. It's just cool.
Oh, that's awesome. It's really great to see you. We're all very proud of you here at the Pits TV. Look, I thought the racing was absolutely fantastic. And I just wanted to ask you, Sam, you've obviously never ever done this before. This must be a huge step up for you personally. I know how it feels.
Yeah, it's massive. I mean, in this job, this would be the last thing I ever thought I'd do, ever want to do, but I'm giving it a good crack and I'm achieving, all my biggest weaknesses and fears and that. So it's just like the driver said, just get out and smash it, see how you go. If you fail, try again, and anything's possible.
And with a man like Jace behind us, we can't go wrong, can we?
No, he's great, Jason. Cool, yeah. No, Pits Media family, great family, a lot of really good support for me here, and it's cool all around as well, all the drivers, everyone in the business,
Well, thank you so much, Sammy. We really appreciate your input. It's great to have you on board, and it's really cool to see you getting out there and having some fun and doing it is what you love, mate. It's a great sport to be a part of. It's great to see you getting out there.
Yeah, well, it's all about the fun of it, So, yeah.
Awesome stuff. Well, from myself and a very happy Sammy J. McPherson, I'm Billy Hickey. Thank you very much for joining us. We'll see you tomorrow night for night number 2 of the Suck It Up Limited New Zealand Super Saloon Champs. See you then.